Hello.
Welcome to the stream. I hope you like the vibe. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. We're gonna play some games. We're gonna clap some cheeks. Now be a good chatter and don't be a piece. Bynx, 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 Bynx.
Let's go. What up? How we doing, everyone?
I hope you like the vibe, Bynx.
You look dumb. Thanks, Pat.
Bynx,
Ah!
Bynx.
Wait, Pat, you'll like this one, man. I don't look
You're
dumb,
watching
first of all.
on YouTube,
I look amazing.
like and subscribe.
You wish you could pull this shit off, and you know it. Second off.
Welcome to the stream. I hope you like the vibe. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. We're gonna play some games. We're gonna clap some cheeks. Now be a good chatter and don't be a piece. Bynx, 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 Bynx,
Give me a
Bynx,
second here.
and don't be a piece.
Oh, I lost the picture. No, the picture! I had a picture to show you. Peace, you piece.
I hope you like the vibe. Bynx, 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 Bynx. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Bynx, 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 Bynx,
Streets are saying I look just like this.
Bynx.
Kind of goes crazy.
I hope you
We'll
like
do the same thing as
vibe,
we did
Bynx.
before.
Bynx. Like and subscribe. Bynx. Bynx. I hope you like the vibe. Bynx.
The streets are saying the ladies love it.
Like and subscribe.
Give me a second here. Same thing, man. The same thing, man. Can't see the light? Stop wandering towards the darkness, brother. Stop wandering towards the darkness, man. Got your beard cut today and the guy butchered me. I'm devastated. Ooh, that's rough. Should post a picture of it. Phil pulled me to deep. I still don't think I know what Alex looks like. I know what some of the T3s do. Need the nails? Nails would look good. Nails would look good. Nails would look good. What's up, everyone? Welcome in. Phil pulled you to the deep. 07's to Phil, man. 07's Phil. Oh, man. What's up, everyone? It's day 8. We're over a weekend. 84 hours down. 24 to go. Hope you're all having a good day. Today's going to be a fun one, man. This is one we've done on every Bynx-A-Thon so far. And somehow, some way, whoever is managing this tier list, every single time, they've kept it updated the whole time. It's kind of sick. I should have double checked before, but I did not. But they do indeed have every single new card up into Joe Costa on the new tier list. So we do have every single card. Let me see how many cards it is now. 5. And 13. Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 19, 6, 7. 27 times 13, huh? We have 357 cards for us to rank today. 357 cards. Is there any chance you can give it to me to add a day 10? Yeah, give 200 subs right now. Only you specifically, not you, Alex. The wheel do that to you? Yeah, man. Beautiful. Another Glob Herman. Glob Herman. Posting the IRL page on the Discord. Oh, let's go. Alex face reveal. Probably gonna be a joke. Oh, dude, let's go. That doesn't look too bad. I'm not gonna lie, I did not think that you look like that. You're very handsome, dude. Yeah, what's up with the pointed sideburn? You kind of look like me and KM Best fused into one person. You know if he was just upset today or what? I don't know, man. What's up, Josh? What up, what up? Yeah, I don't think it looks bad except for the whatever he did with the sideburns. The sideburns look like he just made that shit up. Looks like he just did that shit on the fly. The rest of it looks sculpted well. Oh man, dude. That was such a good quesadilla, dude. I had a Chipotle leftover quesadilla, and that's the most recent one. OTA today? I'm pretty sure no. There's no OTA last week. Usually they don't stack them. It's so good, man. Getting like 2 banger. I'm pretty sure that's like all I ate yesterday, outside of like 1 pack of trail mix, and the day before was just that 1 double meat Chipotle burrito bowl split into 2 meals. It goes hard, man. No OTA today. We're gonna start by just playing a little bit of Snap, let some people get in, and then dude, I'm gonna set up like I'm gonna start even setting up now. Well, while people are getting in here, we'll set this up. Start setting up the tier list. Rankings purely competitive. I'll explain the rankings. I usually just set pretty straightforward breakdowns, and they're all obviously biased from me. All the classic Bynx bias going. We'll probably need a real black box under chat. Is that getting covered here? That being covered. Oh. That's why. Did the wrong thing. Yeah, some might have the old stat lines, but this is definitely a possibility. So it is updated with all the new cards. They have all the new cards at the bottom, even all the way up to Jocasta. So it goes in order of name up to Yondu. So everything else, it's alphabetical up to Yondu, and then they had just added cards consistently since new cards came out. Whoever was running this tier list kind of cooked, I'm not gonna lie. Jocasta, who cares, man? Words are fake. Words are fake, man. So we'll get chat a little bit bigger than it normally is, which will be nice. Be able to see nice and clearly. But yeah, we have 357 cards to review today. Which is a lot. It's a lot of cards, man. A lot of them will be shown with wrong stats. But again, No matter what, shout out to does it say who made the tier list? Shout out to Cedar 4754188 for continuously updating this, which is really, really sick. Because I've used this exact same one every single year. And it just keeps getting updated every single time. It says it says 384 images. Maybe I missed a whole row. It might be 390 cards. Is that right? It says 384 images, but I feel like that's wrong. We'll go over it all when we get started with this. But usually, I think I only do 5 tiers usually. I don't know how long this will take. My guess is it'll be a long time. A really long time. Ooh. 2 hours? Brother. 2 hours? 2 hours would be like 20 seconds a card. 15 seconds a card, maybe? The first year I did it, this was 2 years ago. When I did it 2 years ago, I believe it took like 3 hours and 50 minutes. Last year, I believe it took, I think it was 5.5 hours last year. But this year's, I'm guessing this will take about 7 hours to get through. I usually do about a minute a card. A little bit more. But we'll go over all that, I promise you. It'll probably, my guess is it'll probably take about 7 hours. We'll have a speed run timer up. So we can know exactly how long it'll take. Let me see if I can counter this right again. So it's 13 per row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Is it 14 per row? Maybe it's 14 per row. Maybe that's how I messed up. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 14 per row. Okay, that's where I messed up. Yeah, so that's where they get the 384. Okay, that's where I messed up. There are indeed 384 images. There's 384 images. So what would be good splits? Like every 50? Every 50, I think, would be a good split for a speed run. Here, I'll even if that just works. It does just work. Amazing. If it's every 50, it would be, so we'll just do 150 through 300 and then finish. 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 384. How do I get rid of all these extra splits? Lock last split to bottom. Fill blank space with not enough splits. No. Okay, there we go. We gotta change title. What the hell, man? I didn't hit save probably. Nice. Don't have icon size. Okay. We'll go to 1/10 of a second splits. Make sure we get it right. Okay, on all that. My things are gonna go down. Headphones are gonna die, man. Every Marvel. And then you know what we can do is we can find what they would be on here, so we can add that so that you guys can make sure that I split in time. So this would be 14, 28, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. So 50 would be Dr. Doom. And then, so this would be 56, 70, 84, 98, 99, 100. Be lockjaw. And this would be 112, 126, 140, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And 50 will be Ronin. So this would be Ronins. This would be 154. The 168, 182, 196, 97, 98, 99, 200 would be Yellow Jacket. This row would be 210, 224, 238. 12th, 50, which would be Grand Master. It's 252, 266, 280, 294, 95, 6, 7, 8. Zorn will be 300. That would make this 309. Wait. That would make Surtur 300. Be 310, 324, 338, 352, 366, 380, 386. So I added 2 somewhere, but I'm not going to do that again. That's close enough. That's close enough. That's fine. Cobra should have been 300. That's exactly correct. That exactly makes it work out. And we love having Cobra be 300. Yes, we do, folks. All right, so now we know what our splits are. Now we know how to go about it. Let me see how. Make sure I know my controls. So number pad 1 would be to start and to split. Number lock is on. All I have to do is hit number pad 1 every time we need to split. We should be golden. And everything looks good here. Let's talk about the rankings really quick. So maybe we'll make it so that we're really not covering too much over on this side. We can cover 1 row of cards. Covering 1 row of cards is fine. Say. Not covering too much. There's so many damn cards, man. There's so many damn cards. We're gonna do 5 tiers. What is the word that I'm thinking of? Oh my god, dude, my brain is so mush. I should have done this earlier in the week, man. I should have done this earlier in the week. My brain is mush. Meta-defining, that's the word that I use. So tier 1 is going to be meta-defining cards. Essentially cards that define the meta. Cards that are so important in the meta that you have to constantly think about them when you're deck building. Constantly think about them when you are trying to think about your matchups with other decks. Cards that define archetypes that are very powerful. Cards that are supporting pieces in multiple meta archetypes. The best tech cards in the game will go here. Very, very powerful, very important cards. We have tier 2. Which is what we described tier 2. So tier 2 I would usually put as cards that are like create their own archetypes in competitive decks, maybe not the highest tier of decks. Cards that are individually very powerful. Say I want to just put like a little like 2-piece beat in there. Like universally wrong. So cards that are just generally very good are cards that top meta decks will consider working into their decks. Cards that define archetypes. Cards that you can kind of surprise people with sometimes. Competitively strong. Oh, come on, man. What are we doing here? Competitive and strong. Just say competitive strong. I know it doesn't make sense, but it won't let me say competitively, which I want to. So tier 3 are strong with support. So these are cards that can be, even cards in tier 3 can be in like the best decks, but they're kind of only in the best decks because they work out and they are supporting cards. These could be archetype defining cards for off meta decks that are kind of a joke. They could be cards that maybe have been really strong in certain metas, maybe have been tier 1 cards in certain metas, but currently don't really fit the role that they want to be. Tier 4 are weak, but useful for the most part. So tier 4 cards are usually cards that are just kind of put in decks because they need effects. Like essentially like a card that's not very powerful on its own, but it does a unique effect that a certain card needs. We add sometimes. Ah! Weak, but sometimes useful. We'll do strong-ish with support. Add strongest to the dictionary there. Actually, we'll do 6 tiers. Tier 5. Bad cards that will be play. So tier 5 are basically cards that are just not good, but somehow, some way, they still find their way into decks. Maybe it's they have a very unique effect that some deck kind of needs. Maybe they're a supporting card in some off-meta deck that sometimes we'll see play. Sometimes there are cards that are just like really bad in a vacuum, but are used to support some very powerful cards, so they see play. Different things like that. We'll add a tier 6. Should I change the colors? I feel like it should go from the opposite. Tier 6. Actively bad. Tier 6 cards make your deck worse. Any inclusion of these cards into your deck any cards that you still see in the deck, they're probably just worse than other options actively. You're actively making your deck bad. No more Kang tier? Kang was better than a lot of cards, man. No lie. So tier 6 cards are just actively bad. There's really no reason to ever put these in your deck. If you're putting them in their deck, there's always a better option, and there's no real reason to ever have it there. Basically, you're throwing if you put these cards in your deck. Thank you, okay, Gabe.wav. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. So for every card, I'll discuss what it does. I'll talk about where it's seen play in the past, if it sees play now, why you would include it in your deck, and then I'll give an explanation for what I do. No Citizen Prime 0. We're not, I don't think adding a tier that makes you have to think about free-to-play players would help add contingency to it, I would say. Maybe it would be good to explain every tier with an example. Luckily, I will give you 284 examples of all of the tiers as the tier list goes on. Baked into the DNA of what we're doing. No, I'm not going to bait the cards on if I like them or not. It's going to be on how I consider them competitively. Like, I wouldn't just put a Mobius tier saying you should delete Mobius, even though you should. It'll be based on how I find the cards to be strong or weak in the meta. About to where ever go up. All right. I'll tell you what, we'll run ads right now. Take a few minutes to get myself ready to rock. And then once the ads are back, we will get this going. Ads will be running during the stream. I'm not going to stop for ad breaks. I'm just going to push through. I might stop if I need to stretch my legs or walk around, maybe for a minute. But if you're not sub, you are going to get ads, so you might miss some of my thoughts. And it is the Bynx-A-Thon, so feel free to sub if you don't want that to happen. We're going to run our first ad break right here. Don't want to see ads, you can pay $6. Check see if you have a Twitch Prime subscription available by clicking the subscribe button. Use the little Prime toggle. Watching on YouTube, please make sure to like, subscribe. Watching on Twitch, make sure to follow. See you in 3 minutes. Oh. I'm excited, man. This is gonna be fun. I do have fun with this. Like, it's scary when you start this, just because you just know it's gonna take. Like, it's 2 o'clock right now. I know it's gonna be well into it being dark by the time we're finished. But I always have a really, really fun time with this tier list. Tier 3s. You guys are here today. We are going to be doing another tier 3 live hang right after the tier list is done. We'll have everyone just kind of give their overall thoughts on the tier list, things that you thought was the stupidest thing that I said, your opinions on different things. And we'll play a little bit of Snap together. If you're a new T3 and I haven't added you to the Discord yet, please let me know. I'm pretty sure I'm usually pretty good at adding everyone, but especially if you did it during the subathon, there's a very decent chance that I missed ya. So just make sure you let me know if you're a tier 3 that's not in the Discord, and I will adjust appropriately. Also in chat, if I go past one of the splits, please let me know. It says the name of the card that will hit when we get to the split. All right. Well, with that being said, let us did not work. One more try. Why isn't this working? Let us begin. Agent 13, a 1 energy 2 power card that says add a random card to your hand. This card did see some play very early on in the beta, because Devil Dinosaur Collector was one of the more powerful cards, or one of the most powerful archetypes in the game very, very early on. And it was just a good way, a cheap way to add a card to your hand. However, at this point, there are so many more cards, especially at a similar or even better stat line, that can add cards to your hand that are more targeted, that might work better with what you're doing. So Agent 13, unfortunately, because there's just so many other cards that just kind of completely gap it as far as like what it brings to the table and what it does, I would say if you're adding Agent 13 to your deck, it's actively bad. You're actively hurting your deck by choosing to add Agent 13 to your deck. It is probably going to be better than a lot of these other tier 6 cards, for sure. The biggest problem is just there's just simply no reason to add this card to your deck. It will always be a better option. There will always be a better way to get a similar effect to Agent 13 for what you're trying to do. If you are adding it into your deck, it's honestly just an actively bad addition. Even though in a vacuum, like if you were trying to do a draft format, Agent 13 is a completely fine card to have in your deck in like a draft type format. That doesn't really exist. So I'd say if you're adding Agent 13 to your deck, it's actively bad. Agent Coulson. Agent Coulson, a 3/4 that adds a random 3 and 4 cost card to your hand. Very, very unoften, like Agent Coulson finds any reasonable amount of play. It is a 3/4 that adds 2 cards to your hand, so you know you get card advantage with it, obviously. But as the pool of 4 and 5 cost cards get bigger, I think I said 3 and 4. It's a 4 and 5 cost card into your hand, so you can kind of curve it out. It just gets very, very inconsistent. I will say there are decks that like to use it. I think that Butt personally thinks that Agent Coulson is one of the most, like, probably disrespected cards in the game. I think that's kind of an interesting way to think about it. I think that overall, it's just not that powerful. I would say that it's either in tier 3 or tier 4. It is weak and it is sometimes useful. It could be strong with support. But I would say that overall, like, Agent Coulson kind of falls into like a tier 4 situation right now. You know, maybe last year I would say it's definitely in tier 3 because the effect just feels a little bit better, but there's just a lot better things that you can tend to be doing with your energy, even though there's different synergies with Quinjet and things like that. I could definitely see it being tier 3, but I personally think it's tier 4. America Chavez, a 1 energy 2 power that adds 3 power to the next card that you draw. Back when this was 1/2, add 2, you'd probably even like think about it in like tier 5. But I've been seeing it a lot more nowadays. You can use it in things like Bounce to just give you additional value, repeating it multiple times. The 1/2 body is just kind of fine as a 1/2. It's not like you're actually taking back things, like if you're playing something like a Bass that is like actively hurting you to play it onto the board. 2 power card, you don't feel too terrible about it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's like a super competitively strong card yet. I'm sure there could arise decks that really take good advantage of America Chavez. I would say in general, it kind of just falls into tier 3. It's a decently strong card with support. Angel, a 2 energy 3 power card. When this card is destroyed, it flies out of your hand or deck to jump onto the field. Angel's seen a lot of changes. So Angel was originally a 1/2 that only flew out if it was in your deck. It then changed to a 1/2 that flew out of your deck or your hand, and it most recently went to a 2/3. Now, 2 months ago, I would probably look at Angel and say that it's a tier 5 card, maybe even a tier 6 card. Tier 5, maybe because you can still consider it in like a destroy Thanos archetype to give you a little bit of juice and maybe get a little bit of deck thinning. However, ever since Airwalker came out, Airwalker Morgan Le Fay stuff is pretty damn powerful. I'm constantly surprised whenever I play those decks that Angel feels like legitimately the best card in the deck or one of the best cards in the deck. And the deck feels very competitive. So I don't think that it pushes it up to the top 3 tiers by any means. But I would say that Angel now, like, I would probably put it in like tier 6, maybe tier 5 2 months ago. Now that Airwalker is out and that like Morgan Le Fay destroy package exists, I'm going to put it in tier 4. I think that this card is probably a little bit underrated, just because people don't play that particular deck. Angela, 2 energy, 3 power, gains +1 power for every card that you play on top of it. Angela, another card that has seen a boatload of changes. Started as, Jesus, I couldn't even go over all the different things Angela was. I believe it was a 2-1 that gained +2, and then it was a 2-0 that gained +2, and then it was like a 2-2 that gained +1, and then it changed to a 2-3 that gained +1. I think it went to +1 and then back to +2 at one point. It's probably changed like a bunch of times. There were times when this card was absolutely a meta-defining card. It was one of the best early scalers, especially when movement cards were much more popular. Things like Jeff and Nocturne were getting used a lot. Being able to play on the Angela lane and then move around. Back when Elsa was crazy strong, she was a key part of that deck. But Elsa's not very good right now. Move cards aren't really good right now. I'd say it just kind of falls into tier 4. So tier 4 and 3 are probably going to be the biggest pools by like quite a bit. Just so people know. Ant-Man used to be 1 energy, 1 power, gain +3 power if your side is full. Now 1 energy, 1 power, gain +4 power if your side is full. So pretty much you'd only run Ant-Man in a deck where you're almost always fulfilling your side of the board. And pretty much any deck that's not going to be almost always filling at least 2 lanes, you're never going to see Ant-Man. Has great synergy with Spectrum. Has good synergy with Moonstone. I like it in a lot of the Bastion lists that I like to use because like playing Bastion until that lane fills it, and then you get another one that's a 2-3 that becomes a 2-7 if you fill it into another lane. Often you're going to be running Quinjet or other ways to discount it. I would definitely say that Ant-Man right now falls right around the America Chavez level of tier, where there's a lot of decks that just really, really like it. It's actually almost like creeping up towards tier 2. I wouldn't necessarily say it's right there. Apocalypse, a 6 energy, 8 power card. Gains 4 power for every single time you discard it. Apocalypse was the big bad boss card for discard for a very long time. Pretty much every discard deck up until probably around a little over a year ago, really had Apocalypse as this anchor card with Dracula to be this really powerful effect that you kind of clear out your hand, and you're able to get this huge boost from Apocalypse at the very end. However, I don't know if you've seen discard decks nowadays. This card sees almost no play right now. Honestly, Apocalypse sees very, very little play currently. And that's it's honestly, it's pretty surprising to see it just kind of go from this card that was rather popular to a card that is seeing very, very little play, even in like full discard decks. Discard decks tend to go towards like Khonshu or Hela, or just go all in on Dakin. Apocalypse is really not seen. It's very rare that I see Apocalypse come out anymore. And this might surprise people. I'm actually going to put Apocalypse in tier 4. The fact that it's supposed to be like this big, powerful, enabling card for discard and sees very little play, even in discard decks when discard is popular, it's just not making the cut in its own deck anymore. And I don't really think that often going the APOC route with discard is correct. And for that reason, I'm going to put it in tier 4. Sometimes useful, sometimes you still want to do that more classic strategy, but very, very rare nowadays. Armor. Card that's seen no changes. I believe the first card that we've seen, I guess Agent 13's been the same. 203 power. Cards can't be destroyed here. A very important tech card. A very universal tech card, has been in the game since the very beginning. It was a very important tech card in the very early metas when Nova Carnage was like the best 2-card package you could put in your deck, all the way back in the super, super early meta. It's a card that pops up every once in a while when Destroy gets out of whack. It's going to see a little bit more play now that Destroyer is a little bit stronger. Sometimes you can try and run Armor to get Destroyer in. It's a very niche tech in a Luna Snow deck to try and use armor into it. Very niche tech with like things like White Widow and different stuff like that. But honestly, armor at a 2-3, it's just not really somewhere that sees play. It's kind of on my list. I think they should go through and push a lot of 1 and 2 cost cards up a little bit in power. I would love to see armor being one of those cards that ends up being a 2-4. Because I think at a 2-4, it's a card that you consider a lot more, and it's pretty interesting. But right now, just sitting at tier 4. It's weak, but it's sometimes useful in the right meta. Arnim Zola. 6 energy, 0 power card, has never seen a change. This card destroys a random card and creates 2 copies. Zola's never changed. It's always been the same, and it's found play pretty much forever. You can use it in just a very simple Black Panther Arnim Zola package to get multiple Black Panthers. You could see it in some more just like bigger ramp style decks to push things out. It's been a staple in Mr. Negative for quite a time, especially with its interaction with Null being so powerful. Honestly, man, I kind of want to put Zola up at like 2 because like Zola is one of those very unique cards that has an insanely powerful ability. It gives you like these outs sometimes where even if your opponent does some level of stopping what you're doing, you can still just like go for a 50-50 to just win the game on the spot. It gets you out of really weird, tough positions. I'm going to say Arnim Zola is competitively strong. Like, this card has stood the test of time, and there's very few cards that, especially big cards in Marvel Snap, that have never seen changes and have just seen high-level competitive play the whole time. That's very, very rare, man. Yeah, Zola Dakin is seeing a little bit more play. Very, very cool stuff, man. So I'm going to put Arnim Zola competitive strong. Maybe a little bit of a biased push-up because it's been competitive for so long. Thank you so much, Drailing Fool, for the Prime Marino. I super appreciate that. I'm going to push it up. It might be a little biased just because I'm thinking about how it's just always been a powerful card, and maybe that's biasing how I look at it now, but it's a card that's seeing play in very strong decks, and it always has, and that's really awesome. Atuma, 4 energy, 10 power. You end of your turn, destroy a card that's smaller than this. What? Atuma used to be, if there's another card here, it destroys itself, I believe. That was the original version. That card was ass. And then they made this change, and it's kind of interesting. It saw a little bit of play in Surtur. I think it generally gets taken out of Surtur nowadays. It saw quite a bit of play in Nimrod right away, and now there's just better tools to use in Nimrod. I will be honest with you, man, this card is not good. The downside is way too risky. It can be really, really hard to try and use this effectively. You could try and use it to get rid of small cards, but there's just so many better options now with Merlin, Cersei, Annihilus to get rid of those pesky smaller cards that don't have that huge downside of if it gets moved to the wrong location, you could destroy an important card. I'm going to say that this is a bad card that still sees play. This card is just not good. It's just bad. There are some instances where you want it. Maybe just really all inserter decks are going to maybe push towards it. Maybe you still want to try and use it for the Nimrod stuff. But in general, it's just a pretty bad card that kind of sees some play with some really niche use cases, but often gets tested in those decks and then a better option gets chosen. That's what almost always happens with the Tuma. Baron Mordo, 2 energy, 3 power. Set the top card of your opponent's deck to 6 until turn 6. This card used to be, I always used to joke that this card was Shocker with a downside. Baron Mordo used to be your opponent draws a card, set its text or its power to 6 or its energy to 6, which was just actively horrific. It was drawing your opponent a card and setting it to 6, which could be a massive downside, but they wouldn't have drawn that card either way unless you had played the Baron Mordo to make them draw it. Maybe there was some way that we were able to do it. Thank you so much for activating the hype train. You can help support the hype train with bits, subs, primes, gifted subs. Unfortunately, I'm not going to play the hype train song because I could not continue doing this while the hype train song was playing, respectfully. But I super appreciate it. You can help support the hype train. So this card used to be trash. Now it has some niche use cases. Whenever someone plays Baron Mordo against me, it doesn't matter, is what I feel 90% of the time. I think that if you're trying to disrupt your opponent's like cost and curve, there's just so many, but like Iceman is just so much better of a card, and Iceman is not a good card. It's like an okay card, and it's just way better than Baron Mordo. So I'm gonna say if you're putting Baron Mordo in your deck, it's actively bad. You're making a pretty bad choice by adding Baron Mordo to your deck, and it's almost never improving the quality of your deck. It's pretty much always making your deck actively worse. Best. 1 energy, 1 power. Set the cost of all cards in, or set the power of all cards in your hand to 3. A card that has seen competitive play from the moment it showed up. It enables 2 archetypes essentially. The first archetype is Cerebro 3, allowing you to put things like Luke Cage, sometimes Iron Man, Cerebro, and Mystique to 3 power to juice them up like crazy. You can even run things like Wasp in those decks as a little bit of a funky way to get some additional power out onto the board. It's also seen a lot of play in pairing with Agent Venom to take a bunch of cards that have very, very low power, but very powerful effects. Think Cass, think Sage, different cards like that. Setting them to 3 power to give them this elevated level and working in a pair to really supercharge decks. Bass has been a competitive card for the entirety of the time it's been around. A very, very strong addition to certain decks. Helps elevate a lot of cards that weren't seeing that much play, but going from like 0 power to 3 power with the inclusion of this or Agent Venom is really, really strong. Cerebro 3 is in a great spot right now. I'm going to say that Bass is a competitively strong card. Beast. 3 energy, 5 power. Return bounce all cards here back into your hand. They cost 1 less next turn. One of the premium bounce card, I would say. Basically, the bounce cards in the game right now are Beast, Toxin, and Falcon. I would say that in general, Beast is probably the best one. Toxins can get a little bit more power, but doesn't give you the cost reduction, and sometimes be used a little bit better. Some people who are better at bounce might think that Toxin is better, and they might be right. But I guess in my view of things, I think that Beast is a better card than either Falcon, because Falcon is so limited, even though Falcon can fit into more decks in a bit more of a unique way. I think that Beast is just the reason that bounce exists and the reason that people can still keep playing bounce. It's kind of between tier 3 and tier 2, but honestly, I think that bounce has been competitively strong pretty much forever. A very, very solid, very, very strong card. Used in a lot of decks and very, very good. Bishop, which is now a 3-2 again, I believe. Bishop started as a 3-2, got nerfed to 3-1, is now back at a 3-2. Bishop used to be a meta-defining card. Like 2 years ago when I did the first tier list, I'm pretty sure it was a tier 1 or a tier 2 card. Very, very generally solid. It does a lot of things. Like, I really like whenever I have the ability to play Bishop in a deck. I think that it's very, very fun whenever I feel like I can squeeze Bishop into a deck and make it good. Derek, one of the best... Hey, Derek, what's up? Derek, one of the best players in the game, really likes Bishop and uses Bishop a lot more than the average person. Because it can just give you this constant flow of value. And it's a card that you have to... I think be smart when you have it in your deck of knowing the risk and reward of when it's good to play early or when it's good to just skip it and just kind of try and do your other parts of your game plan. A very cool supporting card. Still doesn't see nearly enough play, I would say, to push it up into like the top 2 tiers. I would say it's somewhere between tier 3 and tier 4. I think that as the overall player base looks at it, they probably look at it as more of a tier 4 card. But I would say the Bishop's maybe a little bit underrated right now. I'm going to put Bishop in tier 3. Strongish with support. I think that people can find uses for it if they really, really try. Very, very cool stuff. Beast is definitely tier 1, not between tier 2 and tier 3. Doc, I do not disagree that you would think that. the pure bounce player, I completely understand why you'd think that. Black Bolts. 5 energy, 7 power. For some reason, they haven't changed it back yet. Discard the lowest power card in your opponent's hand. Or lowest cost card in your opponent's hand? Lowest cost card in your opponent's hand. Black Bolt's interesting. If it was back up to 5/8, you'd probably consider it tier 3, maybe tier 4. I would say. It's an interesting card. I think that it's solid. I think that it can be okay, but just like hand disruption just doesn't really like they've kind of just made it so like hand disruption can't be good. Kind of how they've adjusted these cards. There was a very small time when like Stature Black Bolt was a really nasty little two card package. I think that this card, I kind of want to put it in tier 5, but I think it's just so hard to use, man. I'm going to put it in tier 5. Like, you just never really see this card. It's just like some people will find use cases for it, but just like it just doesn't feel like it's enough ever. Stature is not a payoff card really anymore. Like, getting a 1/6 is just like okay, man. It's just fine. It's just fine. I don't know. I think that it's generally just pretty bad. I think there's almost always a better option to put into your decks than like a Black Bolt Stature type thing. Very, very rare to see any use case. Maybe they'll make some adjustments. Maybe they'll put it up to 5/8 or something like that. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Weird. Black Cat, another card that has seen a million changes. Now a 1 energy 5 power. At the end of your turn, discard this if it's still in your hand. Black Cat's pretty crazy, man. Since the change to 1/5, it does so much. It juices up. It like Fantasticar is in a pretty good spot right now that Jocasta's back. Even if a deck isn't running end of turn stuff, if you're a deck that doesn't have key turns where you want to get a key piece down, like if you're not really limited with your deck to like saying like I really want to play this card on turn 3 and I really want to play this card on turn 4, then Black Cat is just a great addition. You know, Hydra Bob at 1/5 was such a powerful addition. People were throwing in tons of decks. This card has more of a downside than Hydra Bob does, because Hydra Bob can honestly sometimes be an upside when it was a 1/5. But as a 1/5, it just kind of fits into a lot of different things. It's always an option for if you kind of just need a curve filler 1-drop. It's kind of that perfect curve filler 1-drop because you just kind of need to play it when it's on there. I don't think Black Cat defines the meta right now, but it's definitely a very competitively strong card. It fits right up there at the top. Black Panther, 5 energy, 5 power card. Double this card's power. It was at a 5/4 for a while, for a very long time, and it saw some limited amount of play. It would always be something that you would kind of consider. Obviously, the Arnim Zola combo with it is quite strong. It's quite strong. So I would say that as a 5/5, it's gotten very good. You pretty much only see this card with Zola. You're not going to see it outside of it. Every once in a while in like hand buff decks, you can kind of consider it if you're doing a lot of hand buff stuff to just have this super powerful card to slot in and push out, which I think is pretty cool. But where does it see competitive play right now? When the tech card apocalypse kind of happened, this card was popping up a lot, especially because there was other limited time game modes and different things like that were moving. So I would say that Black Panther is probably fits at like a tier 3. Kind of because it only really sees play with Zola, and Zola also sees play in a lot of other decks. And I don't even know if I would, like, I think Zola is still kind of a bit of a push to go up into tier 2. So we'll put Black Panther at tier 3. Black Widow, 3 energy, 3 power, activate, add a Widow's Bite to your hand. Uh, when Jocasta was coming out, a lot of people were talking about how this was going to be such a big problem. People being able to play Jocasta and Black Widow, and it being this terrible, horrible, spooky thing that your opponent could do to you to lock you out. And when people were saying that, I would say, why would you do that? Why would you add a bad card into your deck and then add a card to your deck that supports that bad card by making that bad card happen a second time? You're essentially adding 2 deck slots to a bad card. I think that Black Widow is bad. I don't think that it is that good to add a Widow's Bite to your opponent's hand, especially when you can't do it as a surprise. It kind of has to be sitting out on the field. Black Widow has been really good in the past, back when it was a 2-1 on reveal and you could bounce it, do it multiple times, develop the rest of your game plan around it happening. Just not great. So I always laughed when people were talking about it with Jocasta, and I saw some people trying to do it the first day, and those people probably weren't winning very much. That might be the reason that Jocasta's win rate and cube rate is looking really, really bad, at least for the first couple of days. Maybe it's adjusted. I haven't looked since the end of the first day. But I think it's a bad card. It still sees some play. Some people will still try and fit it into their Darkhawk decks. It's just another way, especially if they're going with like the Mystique type of game plan where you're just trying to get as many as possible. There's still some niche use cases for it. It's not quite as just like you're kind of throwing if you add this card into your deck, because it does still develop your game plan, give you some disruption. Just not a very, very strong card. We're going to put that in tier 5. Blade! 1 energy, 3 power. Discard your rightmost card. This card is a card that I think a lot of people have been really surprised has not taken a nerf. This card used to be a 1/3 discard a random card and it was trash. But now that it targets, not only does it target, but it targets the rightmost side of your hand, which is so important for discard decks. So important for discard decks. That'll target things like Swarm. That'll target things like Scorn. That'll target things like Apocalypse if you choose to put that in your deck. After it's gotten discarded, you can discard it an additional time. Having that targeted, cheap discard engine is like the driving force for discard decks. I think that I think it's one of the reasons that a lot of discard decks can exist. A lot of Hella decks, like Hella Corvus decks, can kind of only exist because Blade exists. Blade went to 2 energy. Those decks just get kind of butchered, man. It's kind of crazy. Discard has seen varying amounts of play in the meta. Hella has been a huge problem. Back and forth. I'm gonna make some adjustments. Okay, I've heard your guys' calls. I do think that you all are right on Beast. I think that Beast is a meta-defining card. Took a little bit of time to think about it as I was looking at the other things, assess my own biases. I do think that Beast is a meta-defining card. I think that that's a fair point. That Bounce has been one of those cards, especially a card that the highest level of players have played and consistently been good at, and Beast is the reason those cards exist. So I think that I'm going to come back around and say I definitely agree that Beast does belong there. I almost want to put Blade as a meta-defining card. I think the only reason I don't want to is because right now discard doesn't feel amazing. At least in like the last month. But I honestly think that Blade is the heart and soul of discard. Much like Beast is the heart and soul of Bounce. And discard has always kind of found a way, man. Like, it's very surprising. It's very surprising how much of a tool Blade is to these decks to be able to make them function at a high level. Like, I think if Blade was at 2 costs, like, discard would be down. Every discard deck would be in such trouble. Which is wild. Or if Blade, if Blade went to 1/2, I think it would still be fine because it's more just that tool, this cheap tool that you can push out. I'm gonna put it in meta defining. I think that a lot of people will probably disagree with this, and that's okay. But I think that Blade fuels so many discard decks and is the most important glue piece in all these discard decks that is the only reason why they can function. I think that if Blade went to like 2 energy, every discard deck goes down like a full tier, which is really crazy. So I think that just for that reason, and the utility and the way that it actually makes all of these discard decks viable, I think that I'm going to put it at meta defining. And some people might not agree with that, and that's okay. I will continue to adjust as needed. Blue Marvel, 5 energy, 3 power. Give all your cards +1 power. People in the beta days might remember this card was a 6/4 when it was first released. And then I think at the end of beta, or maybe right after full release, it went to a 5/3. It became a lot more viable. This was not a strong enough boss card to play on turn 6. So it just didn't really make sense to play this as your 6-drop. You know, back in beta, maybe it was like decent to be able to push all your cards up by 1 power. But it's kind of a card that you need to slot in, and sometimes you know, find ways to multiply or get multiple copies of. But as a 5/3, it's a very, very nice glue piece. You know, it's a reason that decks like Zoo can exist. You know, having those ways to spread power across the whole board. A very interesting and cool card. I would always put it at tier 2, but like it feels like it continues to fall off every season. And it's just one of those cards where like adding 1 power to everything just feels like it gets worse and worse as individual cards keep getting better, right? I would put this at a tier 3. It's a strongish card. It can see a lot of play. It can add into a lot of things. But definitely needs some support. Brood. Brood's a really cool card, man. 3 energy, 2 power. Create 2 broodlings. This card is the glue piece to, again, a lot of decks. Hand Buff, Surfer, Cerebro 2. All these cards are really elevated by the fact that Brood exists as this cheap way to get a lot of cards that are 2 power. I think that Surfer is not as strong as it has been in the past, so Surfer has been a little bit down. But Cerebro 2 is still very, very strong. You still see a lot of Cerebro 2s around there right now. There's an absolute staple to be able to, you know, just push 3 of these 2 power cards, which turn into 3 8-power cards. Any kind of deck that considers any type of cards like Gwenpool or any of these cards is going to consider Brood, because even just hitting a single +2 on Brood turns it into a 3/12, which is a really, really nasty card to have into your deck. I think I'm a little bit torn with Brood between like a tier 1 and a tier 2. I think that if I were to look at this maybe a couple months ago, when Surfer was a lot more active in the meta, when C2 probably felt even stronger, and where people were still pushing a lot more towards this like kind of all-in hand buff type stuff, I think that this has been a tier 1 deck or tier 1 card a lot of different times. But I think right now, where we're at in the meta right now, I think it's a fringe tier 1 card, and I think I'm gonna lock it into tier 2 as a very competitively strong card, a glue piece. But I do think a lot of those, I think outside of like Cerebro 2 really wants Brood, but there's even some Surfer decks that are like pulling Brood because being like taking up 3 board spots, and if you're just getting like 1 Surfer buff and you're not going too hard on the buffing, most decks aren't even like running Brood as much. So, and Surfer's just not as strong right now. I think most of the time over the last 2 years, Brood would probably have ticked up into closer to meta defining. But I think right now we're gonna call it competitively strong, but still quite solid. Bucky Barnes, 2 energy, 1 power. When destroyed, create a 2/7 Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes is a reasonably powerful card. The fact that it went up to 2/7 is pretty important. At a 2/6, it was pretty good early on. This was a staple in Destroy for a really long time. But now it's just kind of gotten really pulled out of most of those decks. Really very rarely sees any play in Destroy. Honestly, the only decks that I've seen it in are the Airwalker, like Morgan Le Fay stuff, or sometimes Dormammu decks. Like Dormammu quite likes this card, and then like Morgan Le Fay Airwalker stuff quite likes those cards. This card. Pretty much no other deck really considers it. Pretty much no other deck really considers it. Dormammu still isn't that strong, and there's still a lot of Dormammu decks that don't even run it. And in that like Airwalker deck, it's definitely not as good as Angel is. The only reason Angel is in tier 4 is because I think that like the Morgan Le Fay Airwalker stuff or the Morgan Le Fay Airwalker Dormammu stuff is quite powerful, and like Angel feels like the best card in that deck. I think it's really underrated. I think it's between a tier 5 and a tier 4. I think that maybe before Airwalker stuff existed, or Dormammu existed, I would probably put it at a tier 5. But since there's now been kind of a couple of archetypes that you can consider it in, and it's like pretty decent in those decks, I think I'll put it up to a tier 4. Fringe tier 5. You could definitely put this in tier 5. Very low on the tier 4 list. Cable! 200 G3 power. Add one of your opponent's cards to your hand. I tell you what, I think this card sees 100 times more play than it should. If people watch me for a while, you'll know that I think that Mill is an archetype that the people who play Mill don't even know why they're playing the cards that they're playing. The amount of times I've played a Mill player who plays Gladiator in the Camartage breaks my brain. It is insane to me to see even non-Mill players, just people playing Gladiator in a Camartage. I know it's a different card, but I feel like people's brains are so broken that they don't even understand that like milling cards in Marvel Snap does next to nothing. And it will forever be crazy to me how people play Mill, and not only that, but how the community says that they don't like playing against Mill and that Mill makes them feel bad. I think that just my card gamer brain is just different than other people's in that regard, because it is the most, it destroys my brain trying to understand why people choose to try and mill their opponent and why people get upset when they get milled. Like, they're thinning your deck for you. I don't get it. Now, Cable does have some utility, especially in like a Conquest style format. There's something to Cable giving you lopsided information. Whereas like Yondu or Gladiator, for instance, you're milling a card and both you and your opponent know what that card is. That's dual information. Cable does give you lopsided information, so you know that you have a piece to their deck in your hand. It can sometimes be useful. Sometimes it's not useful at all. Often it's not useful at all. But you know that they won't have access to that card, and your opponent doesn't know that they're like still top decking trying to find that card, and they don't know. So I do think that some people think that Cable is pretty darn good. I think that some people like consider Cable in certain decks that baffles me. I think that Cable probably falls into a tier 5. I think this card is just not good. I think that any mill deck you have where you're running Cable, if you swap Cable with Iron Patriot, your deck is better. If you're running both, then you're running both. I think if any deck that you are running Cable. If you play Iron Patriot instead, the deck will do better. And I think that there are a lot of people who will say that I am wrong about that, especially outside of Conquest, because Conquest, there's some extra level to cube equity and like getting that secret information that's a little bit more important. But I just really think that Cable is probably the most overrated card, and Mill is the most overrated archetype in all of Marvel Snap, and it has been for a very, very long time. Captain America, 300 G3 power. Give your other ongoing cards +2 power. The other card that sees quite a few changes. It used to just be a 3-2 that gave other cards +1. So it's just like a sometimes 3-5. It was really bad. It was like 1 extra power. Ant-Man is what I used to consider it. Then it went to a 3-3, did the same thing. A conditional 3-6, also really bad. But now that it is a conditional 3-9, when you're using an ongoing list, now that there's Moonstone synergy, I think this card is very, very good. And one of the reasons that ongoing decks and why Spectrum can see some competitive play right now. I think that you can competitively play Spectrum right now, and there's a very large glut of time where that just wasn't a thing. I think that Captain America is a big driver in those. It has great synergy with Sam Wilson. Like, Sam Wilson gave Captain America a lot more fresh air, not only adding 2 ongoing cards to the field, but being able to buff it with the shield if you also get Sam Wilson down. I think it's a very, very strong card. I think that it's one of the cards that really makes ongoing archetypes able to function. I'm going to put it at tier 3. Captain Marvel, 4 energy, 5 power. At the end of the game, if you are losing, win the game, move to win the game if possible. This is an interesting card because Captain Marvel got switched to a 4-5. This must have been a little over a year ago, probably about a year and a half ago. And the first time it got switched to a 4-5, it was very, very, very strong. And almost every deck wanted to play it. Now, that was a world where Zabu and Shang were 2 of the most played cards in the entire game. And the fact that it landed as a 4-drop made it want to be one of those cards that just fits into that package, because almost every deck had to consider, if I'm running Shang already, and if I maybe already want a 1-drop or a 4-drop, should I add another 4-drop in Zabu to just kind of make this cheeky little package? Zabu has since gotten dragged down multiple times. So it got down to a 1-2 that only affected cards in your deck than a 1-1, and now it sees a lot less play than it did previously. And so when Captain Marvel went back to 4-5, I think a lot of people anticipated that it would see a lot of play again. But then because that kind of like 4-cost idea has kind of fallen off, and honestly, Shang has fallen off. Even before the big nerf, Shang had fallen off like a lot. Like, Shang was starting to become less and less of this just universally powerful tech card. Like, it had seen this very slow decline. So like the Zabu package and like trying to like push towards 4-drops just didn't really make nearly as much sense anymore. And so when it came back as a 4-5, I think there was quite a bit of experimentation with it. And at this point, it's kind of only dropped in like the only deck I ever see run this card is Cerebro 5. Sometimes buff decks will use it. Sometimes like other decks will consider it. But really, I only see it in Cerebro 5. That's the only time I ever see Captain Marvel come out. Maybe there are some people who are better deck builders who have been able to utilize it as just this like cool piece that fits into different things. But really, it's just like that 5-point swing that can flip at the end of the game just tends to not matter nearly as much as it used to. So we're going to put it at tier 4. I don't think it's like a terribly bad card. I do think that in a vacuum, it's like a decent card. It's just the meta isn't shaped up right now where Captain Marvel is something that you really want to consider in decks. Carnage, 2 energy, 2 power. Destroy your other cards here, gain +2 for each. Another rare case of a card that has seen play since beta and has never seen a change. It has always been the exact same card. 2 energy, 2, get +2 for every card you destroy. Somewhat similarly to Blade being the heart and soul of discard, I tend to feel like Carnage is one of the heart and soul cards of Destroy. I think that Carnage is this cheap, like generally good value destroy card that the more cards you get, it can get pretty darn big. You can get copies of it in Nico and you feel pretty darn good having like a 2/8 Carnage in your hand for later. It's just kind of been one of these staple cards for Destroy players to be able to use. And it's interesting because like Destroy players like often have to play Deathlock, which is just not a very good card. Deathlock costs 1 more than Carnage. It almost always ends up being less power than Carnage. And they still just kind of have to fit the card in their deck because they need enough destroy effects. But Carnage has just been this cheaper version that's able to fit in, swing into turns in a really good way. Very, very strong. Has seen competitive play in a multitude of decks forever. I'm going to put Carnage at tier 2. I think that Destroy has kind of been this forever archetype that still pops up and still sees play. Just kind of always been around and something for, you know, you to be able to utilize and have in your deck. And it's just always been good. It's just always been good. Pretty much any Destroy deck you're ever going to run, you're going to run Carnage. Very, very rare you're ever going to get rid of Carnage. It's just one of those classic Destroy cards that the whole Destroy archetype is built around. Cerebro! This card has seen a journey. I tell you what, this card has seen a big journey since its time in Marvel Snap. This card used to be a meme card. When it was first around, it was just an absolute meme. It was very, very hard to get a lot of value out of it. Started to get pretty good, and then it fell off slowly but steadily over time. And then they tried to make Cerebro better. They tried putting it at 2-0. 2-0 didn't really work. Even though you're getting the effect for a little bit cheaper, just the +2 just wasn't really setting it up for something that could be so easily, you know, knocked out. If you don't draw the Cerebro, you basically lose the game because you're playing 2 and 3 power cards and you just kind of lose. If you get your Cerebro hit by a Red Guardian or an Enchantress or an Echo or anything like that, your deck just kind of dies. So they upped it to 3 power, and it breathes so much life into the Cerebro archetype. Cerebro 2 and 3 are both very, very high-end competitive decks that some of the best players in the world swear by. Just play tons and tons and tons of it. Very, very strong. And I think that Cerebro 5 is a viable archetype that feels really good, especially with the new Ancient One stuff. You get really, really strong concepts going. I think if you're not putting Cerebro as a meta-defining card, I don't know what the hell you put up there, man. It is the fueler for multiple high-end competitive decks. I think there are people who are a bit sick of Cerebro at +3 because it makes those decks feel so strong, and because there's such a frail archetype where it's all revolved around one card. If you don't draw that card, you just kind of lose. So it feels a little weird and bad. But I do think that Cerebro is just this menace. I think it's a cool tool to be able to use. The only thing I don't really like about it is just like those turn 6s where you're just like, well, there's a 3/4 chance they have Cerebro. There's a 1/4 chance they don't. They're going to retreat if they get the 1/4. And if they don't, they're going to have it. Or it's like they need exactly Cerebro Mystique. There's like a 55% chance or something like that they have Cerebro Mystique. There's a 45% chance that they don't. I guess I'm going to stay in for that. So it's a frustrating card to play against, but absolutely belongs in tier 1. Cloak. Storm Energy 4 power. Both you and your opponent can move cards here next turn. Another card that has seen no change and has been the exact same since its release. It has been around since beta. A move card that's a dual-sided move card, but in general, you kind of like it because you're going to use the move more effectively than your opponents, right? Like you are almost always going to be able to utilize Cloak better than your opponents if you're building your deck to move. I think that it is a card that has seen some fringe play, but you know what's crazy? The card has been the same forever. And it's never seen too much high-level competitive play. Very, very little competitive play, which is really surprising. It's very surprising to see that, right? Like, it's this overstated 2-drop that allows you to do a symmetrical effect, but it generally benefits you more and has just never really seen play. Especially now, it's just way too overshadowed by things like Madam Web and now Sparky and all these different cards. Hellion kind of does what it does, but completely one-sided, so your opponent can't reposition your board on the final turn. Mercury helped Cloak a lot. Yeah, on all my Cloak decks. I don't think you want to put Cloak and Mercury in your deck. I don't know if I agree with that. I think in theory it would, but like, I still don't think you're playing Cloak, you know? It would help it a lot, I agree, but I just still don't think that's like the best decision to make for most things. But I do agree that it in theory helps it quite a bit. Honestly, Cloak's just a tier 5 card. It's like pretty darn good. It's pretty darn good in a vacuum, but it's just overshadowed by everything. So it's just kind of like a bad card to choose to play, not like a bad card in a vacuum. Like if you're playing a draft format, Cloak's a fine card to have. You know what I mean? Colleen Wing, now a 2-3. This is a very interesting nerf. A very, very surprising nerf, I would say. Bringing this from a 2-4 down to a 2-3. Really surprised they hit this instead of Blade, personally. A very surprising card that got nerfed. It had been a 2-4 literally since it's the time it got into the game, I think. And now it's kind of gotten brought down to earth. Very, very surprising. Very, 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 very surprising to see this get nerfed. I do think it's just because like the overall discard package was probably too strong and they just needed a sacrificial lamb. But Colleen Wing is another card that really fuels discard. You know, you generally want to be targeting your smaller cards. It's a good way to target an already discarded swarm. Good way to target your Dakin shards as a backup plan. If you don't get your Bullseye, you don't get your Modok. A good way to go after your Scorn if you just want to get some additional value. Is now seeing some play in C3. Yeah, now that it's down to 3 power, it's seeing some play in C3 with Swarm, which I think is really, really interesting. I think that's a competitively strong card. It finds its way into decks. It's finding ways to be valuable. It's finding ways to be utilized and incorporated into certain things in a cool way. He's playing multiple different archetypes. Just a competitively strong card that has found its way into the meta time and time again. And recently just caught a nerf. And even with the nerf, it found a new way to be competitively viable by slotting into C3. We're going to say it's a competitively strong card. Colossus! Just don't put Colossus in your deck. Cosmo! 3 energy, 3 power. Stop all on reveals from happening here. Make Colossus a 5/10. Make this card a 5/10. Colossus as a 5/10 is a cool card that still probably wouldn't be very good. But if you make Colossus a 5/10, it's an overstated card with a kind of whatever ability. It's a 10 power card that doesn't get Shang-Chi'd. People will eat that shit up, man. It probably still wouldn't be much better. It's still probably be fine. But if you make it a 5/10, it's an interesting card. 5/10 with those abilities, that seems cracked. I don't think so. Get Agamotto in your deck, that's a 5/10, and it adds 4 extra good cards into your deck. I don't know. I don't agree that it at a 5/10. I don't even think that 5/10 would be super. I don't even think it would be competitively viable realistically. I just think it's an interesting card at 5/10. I don't think it's an interesting card at 2/3 at all. It's just not interesting. Doesn't do anything. No one even considers it in their decks. Cosmo 3/3, stop all on reveals from happening here. A dual-sided effect. So you can use it positively to turn off your bad on reveals like Destroyer or like Gladiator, which is a negative effect. Gladiator is a negative on reveal. It's a bad effect. Don't play it on Kamar-Taj. Unless you're playing me, then play it on Kamar-Taj, I guess. This card got hit with the nerfs. It went up to 4/6, but it can stop your opponents on reveals. It's a very, very important card whenever Wong shows up in the meta. Whenever Wong shows up in the meta, you love having Cosmo. Whenever there's a lot of destroy, you love having Cosmo. Cosmo is just this tried and true tech card. And I think most other times I've been on this list, I would absolutely put it at like tier 2. It's a competitively strong card. However, I really don't see that as being the case anymore. It's very rarely chosen as a tech option. I think I tend to play it as a tech option a little bit more than other people do because I really kind of like what it does and I think that it can slot into things. But I think that Cosmo just doesn't, like, as a 3/3, you're taking a pretty big tempo loss to play it. Sometimes you just have to guess with Cosmo. You play it in the wrong lane, and then they just do things in other lanes, and you feel like it's whatever. Most decks will have positive on reveals that you want to use, so then playing Cosmo can actively limit your own choices sometimes. I think that a lot of times it's been this really, really good tech card, but I think it's kind of fallen into the point where the only time I really see it right now is in Cerebro 3. So I think that it's a strongish card. In the right meta, it can be a meta-defining card. Like, this card could be a meta-defining card in the right meta. If there's just a lot of on-reveal craziness going on, Cosmo can explode in popularity to try and fight back against these decks. But right now, it's just not something that really sees play. It's just really not something that sees play. So right now, I think it's a tier 3. It's definitely a card that can be meta-defining. It's a card that can be competitively strong in the right meta. But right now, it just doesn't really have much of a home outside of some Cerebro 3 decks. And a lot of Cerebro 3 decks aren't even using it. Yeah, sometimes they use it in Move. It's been used historically. It's been used quite a bit with Move. But like the amount that's used in Move now is way less than it was even just like 6 months ago, right? So I think it's tier 3. It can definitely be much higher in certain metas, but tends to kind of fall off. Crossbones, 4/10. Can only play this card if you're winning the lane. Crossbones is a bad card. Crossbones is very, very hard to get onto the board. The only deck that ever considers Crossbones and is often getting cut from those decks nowadays is Surtur. The only deck that even considers playing Crossbones. There were times that I was a little bit of a Crossbones believer, and especially right when it went to 4/10, I felt like a card that you could just throw out in whatever lane on 4 for certain decks felt okay. That was like 18 months ago. Things get better over time, constantly. Crossbones is just a really bad card that only sees play in some Surtur decks because it is a cheap card that can get to 10 power. I'm putting it in tier 5. It's just not a good card. It's just not a good card. It limits so many of your options. It's only sees play in exactly one deck that's not very good right now, and it's not in all versions of those decks. It's not in most versions of those decks, I'm pretty sure right now. There were times where it was good. There were times where it was even probably in like tier 3, maybe when Surtur was first coming around. It was maybe even like a little bit higher. It just doesn't have the sauce. It just doesn't have the sauce. Crystal. 3 energy, 4 power. Both players draw a card. This is the kind of shining example of how they mitigate card draw in Marvel Snap, which is a good thing. I think that this was something the devs have done from the very beginning that I think is omega smart that they have chosen to do. And that is always make draw very situational, or make it so you have to earn it, or make it so it also has a pretty big downside. And I think that that is a really good philosophy with how Marvel Snap plays. With only 12 card decks, if there were 2 pretty consistent early game draw cards and you could play Magic, combo decks could very easily and very consistently draw all of their cards. And that would be bad for the game. That would not be fun. That would be rough. That would cause things to be in a problem. Really, right now, the only 2 cards that are kind of small that can draw cards are Crystal, which gives your opponent a card as well, which is a pretty massive downside. It's a simultaneous effect on a not good tempo card, and you could draw your opponent into your the counter card that beats you. And Adam Warlock, which you have to work for. You either have to play it onto a lane or fight for that lane after Adam Warlock comes down. And I think that it's great that Crystal, and that they've done this with card draw. I think that it's really smart that they've done this and chosen to do this with card draw, because I think that it helps keep that inconsistency that is important in card games for each individual game. Because if you're able to get all of your cards consistently every game, like the game's just, it kind of comes down to rock, paper, scissors at the highest levels sometimes. Interestingly, Crystal is seeing the most competitive play it ever has right now. Crystal is seeing the most competitive play that it ever has right now. People were saying that make a new Crystal tier. People saying Crystal in 5. Crystal's seeing competitive play. In some of the you know, decks that are doing pretty well in that Tribunal Rube Goldberg machine deck. Crystal sees play. Crystal is an important card in that deck because it is one of those degenerate combo decks that needs as much as possible. I don't know if it's necessarily like a terrible card. It's like one of the only draw cards that you can have that will consistently always draw you a card. Is it the only card that will always draw you a card? I think it's the only card in the game that will consistently always draw you one card. Am I crazy? Can someone fact check me on that? I'm pretty sure it's the only one that does it. I'm going to put it at 4. It's the only card that has this effect. The only one. It's the only one. It has a bad downside. Oh, yeah, it's stones, but like, yeah, you're right. So Thanos stones are the other one. But Thanos stones add the inconsistency of putting the stones in your deck, which is why it's able to have the draws. Very, very good point, though, Melissa. Very, very good point. No, Adam Warlock is not guaranteed. Adam Warlock is not guaranteed. You can get 0 draws from Adam Warlock. It happens all the time. You can get 0 cards from Adam Warlock. Happens all the time. Nico, sometimes. Sometimes. That's the point. It's the only card that you can always put in your deck that you are guaranteeing an additional draw. It's the only one. Nico could low roll and it could be the 7th spell, right? It's the only card that can do what it does. I don't think I would put it in tier 5. I think that it does something. I guess Jubilee, yeah, but you're drawing it, you're putting a card on the field, so it's a little bit different. How's Cloak in tier 5 when it's in the best deck? What are you talking about? Cyclops! 3 energy, 4 power. Do nothing. Or, when you have high evolutionary, the move deck? Let me see. I don't think it's in the, maybe like the one that you're using, potentially? Maybe there's different versions of it that have it. The most popular move deck does not have it. Let's see here. The second most popular move deck does not have it. The third most popular move deck does not have it. The fourth most popular move deck does not have it. The fifth most popular move deck does not have it. The sixth most popular move deck has it. It has a 51% win rate, 0.02 cubes with 200 games played. Yeah, so that's why. That would be why. The Eliath Heimdall one? The most popular version of it does not have it. Most popular version of it does not have it. So in your niche corner, the very, very top of the meta, maybe there's someone who's playing at a very high level, but is not seen playing those. Yeah, so Sizer's deck, that's fine. I'm more looking at the general consensus. Cyclops, 3 energy, 4 power. Do nothing or with high evolutionary, -2 cards, and multiple hits. You're discounting the lore accuracy of having Cloak and Dagger and move. So true. I think that high evolutionary is a bad deck. I think that it is just in general not very good. I think that when it first came out, it was quite powerful. I think that it's just kind of fallen off, man. There's just very, very. That's why I don't use Untapped. It's not representative of the actual best stuff is. That's fine. You make your own tier list, Derek, of the top 20 players and the little meta that happens up there. You maybe have better opinions than me, but I use the what happens on my side of the ladder and what I see and how people use it. which is fine, and we can have different opinions on if that's right or wrong. But I think that, you know, if one person is choosing to use one deck and you think that it's the best deck because that one person is choosing to use it, I don't think that's a good representation of the community, and I don't think that's a good thing to base a tier list off of, at least from my perspective. From your perspective, it's probably a very, very good way to base it off of, but from my perspective, I don't think that it is. So Cyclops, I don't think that High Evolutionary is very good. It used to be kind of like this anchor card in High Evolutionary. It used to be this very powerful anchor card in High Evolutionary. And I just don't think that High Evolutionary is very good. If it's not just one person, then why are there not more than 200 games in the last month with Cloak in it? I guess is my question. I guess that's my question. Is like, why is it not in seen more than 200 games if it's the best deck? You know what I mean? I just don't see that as being something that makes sense, I guess, for my point. And it also, yeah, obviously not everyone uses Untap as well. I agree. So Cyclops, I don't think with High Evolutionary, it's, I just don't think High Evolutionary is very good. I don't think that there's any new cards that have like come out and been solid with it that make it work. I don't know. I just don't really see Cyclops or High Evolutionary in general. Like a lot of these High Evo cards kind of will fall into the same level. There have been times it's been really good. People thought that Warlock coming out would really like supercharge the deck, and I don't really think it has. I think that Warlock, when it sees play, and it's quite good. When like Warlock sees play and it seems good, it would, I don't know. It's just interesting, man. I just don't know that High Evolutionary just really has any amount of sauce currently to be able to compete with anything very much at the highest level. There's a lot of different like choices and different things they have to do that are, you know, kind of funky and a little bit different. So I'm gonna put, I don't know if to put it in whether in 3 or 4. Because most of these, because like just the vanilla cards see 0 play and would pretty much all be inactively bad, I'm gonna mostly base all of these quote unquote vanilla cards on the Cyclops matchup. Or on the High Evolutionary level that they're at. And I think that High Evolutionary is just really kind of a bit of a throw deck right now. And even though Cyclops is one of the better cards in it, I think I'm gonna put it at weak but sometimes useful. I think there's metas where it's been very, very strong, but I don't know if I super agree where it's there. Dagger, a very, very important card in Move. Is it the most important card in Move? Certainly one of them. I think the Dagger, back when it was like a 2/3, was this absolutely insane card. Absolutely insane card. And when it went to 2/2+2, it's still very, very strong. It's kind of hard to say if it's one of the reasons why Move is so powerful. It's one of the reasons that Move is so powerful. But I don't know if it's the main reason that Move is so powerful. I think it's definitely an important supporting piece to those decks. It definitely is in tier 2. The question is, does it go in tier 1? Like, it's absolutely a competitively strong card. It's an important fuel piece to all those Move archetypes. But does it land in tier 1? I'm not sure. I'm going to put it in tier 2 for now. I think there's a very good chance it could move up to tier 1. I think it'll kind of depend. It'll kind of depend on what other Move cards and when I assess them, where they end up being there. But we're going to keep it at tier 2 for now. Daredevil! 203 power. See what your opponent does on tier 5. So Daredevil's weird. Daredevil sees play in Super Giant decks. Which I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of surprised Super Giant decks haven't come back to battle a lot of this end of turn Invisible Woman stuff that's been popping up with the Jocasta coming out. Maybe because I didn't really play much Snap yesterday. Maybe there's been a little bit of a shift in like what it's in. I will say I think Daredevil's probably one of the more underrated cards in the game. I think that seeing what your opponent plays on turn 5 is a pretty darn powerful effect. But an effect, you know, kind of has to be worth a deck slot. I feel like Daredevil in just a lot of cases, usually on those early turns 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, and 4, you really want to be getting your setup cards that's fueling your win condition. So Daredevil kind of gets not locked into this position of being played as a Super Giant card and as a Galactus card. Sometimes I think sees play in Clog, but not super often. So kind of funky to, you know, decide exactly where it lands. I think it lands in tier 4. I'd almost want to push it towards tier 3, but I don't think it really touches the level of the tier 3 cards. No, because then you could use DD for turn 6, and that would be... You can use DD for turn 6. It's a broken effect. You'd have to make it not able to be used on turn 6, and then it makes it worse as an activate because you couldn't play it on turn 4. So no, I don't think that would affect it. I think Daredevil's probably a bit underrated. I think that Daredevil can probably be just kind of like a huckin to more decks than people probably give it credit for. I think it's a pretty solid card for, like, you know, being able to understand what your opponent's going to do. There's also, like, you know, there's thoughts that, like, you know, at the highest level, you should have a pretty good idea of what your opponent wants to do anyway. So, like, Daredevil sometimes it can not give you as much information as you generally want from it. But I think that it's definitely a bit underrated. I think that it's a tier 4 card. It's a solid. It's much better than Kang, because Kang, you get to see what they do and then they could do something different. Daredevil, you see what they do and they have to do it. So it's much different than Kang's effect. I think Daredevil was a big reason why people thought Kang was going to be good, because they were like, oh, you get the Daredevil effect whenever you want. It's like you don't, though. Because they can do whatever they want afterwards, or they can just they can make you think that they're going to do something different and then just do the same shit, and then you play around something different, and then, you know what I mean? Like Daredevil, you just get to see what they do. I think Daredevil is probably pretty underrated. Very solid card. Darkhawk, 5 energy, 3 power. Darkhawk's one of those cards that's just been competitively viable forever. From when it first came out at 4-1, that shit was broken, bro. When Daredevil came out at 4-1, that shit was broken, dude. That shit was so fucking good. I remember I was one of the very first people to get access to this card, because all the shit when like Darkhawk and all these cards used to came out, like Darkhawk and Sentry came out at the same time. And then if you were collection complete, you would randomly get one of the cards that you had the option to buy, and you just couldn't get the card on that day if you didn't roll it. So I was one of the people who was collection complete and did get Darkhawk to roll. So I got to play it the very first day. And Jesus Christ, dude, like, this card is so strong. Now, at a 5-3, it was still just an incredibly powerful card. They've had to, like, change and adjust the Darkhawk package so much, man. It's kind of crazy how just Darkhawk has always worked. It is a great counter to metas that are infested with Agamotto, with Arishem, with Kang now. Like, it's so much stronger if Kang exists. It is a card that is just like a natural counter to those decks, and has had some really, really good support come in with things like Cass and Terex. Kind of, I still think Terex is not that good, but Terex is still, you know, more support that comes in. It's at 3/4. It's better than Rock Slide. But at 3/3, I think it was just actively a pretty bad card. So it's gotten even more support. I think it's probably there are times where it's been there's been many times for most of Darkhawk's life, it's been in tier 1. For most of the time, it's been around crazily. It's always been this archetype that you can build around, always been an archetype that's powerful. I would say right now it's not in the best spot. I think that it does decently well in the meta right now. I think that especially if more Agamotto, more Kang, more Arishem stuff gets more popular, it is something that's kind of like a something that you can move up and down to kind of fit into those metas, or something that could be like a stopgap for those metas. We're gonna put it at tier 2. Dazzler. Dazzler is now a 2/2. This card got released as a 4/4. Isn't that funny? No. This card got released as a 4/4 that got +6 if all of your locations were filled. If I remember correctly, this card was so giga ass when it got released. It's crazy, man. It's crazy how giga ass this card was when it first came out. And they've slowly brought it to be at a level where it's competitively viable. There's been times where Dazzler's been a very strong card. You know, that Thanos ongoing deck, Dazzler was a great card in that. When Thanos ongoing was going, was very, very strong. It's still a card that in Zoo sees a lot of play. But Dazzler right now sees very little play. You see it in the off Zoo decks that you find, and you see it in ongoing Thanos, but both those decks aren't very good. Not very many other situations where Dazzler's super good. Sometimes Full Spectrum uses it. I think that it's okay in Full Spectrum, but it's still just kind of like this very limited card that has to go into a deck that fills a lot of things. I think that right now it's sitting at a tier 4. Like it kind of is. It's a, even in those decks, it's not even in those decks. It's like the 10th best card. Like in any deck that Dazzler's used in right now, it's like the 10th best card. It's one of the most easily cuttable cards in all of those decks. But it fills a role, and it's a nice little kind of additional push into some of those things. But just in general, it's just not a card that you really think about. It's still pretty darn strong if you're going to fill the board. Even if you fill 2 spots, it's a 2/6, which is pretty good. But it just kind of doesn't have the long-lasting like power level. Especially, yeah, someone mentioned Goliath. Like Goliath is just gaps Dazzler in the decks that want her, right? So like decently solid card, especially like early collection level. Probably pretty good, but just in general, it's just not really something that you want to put in your decks very often. Deadpool! Another forever card. Deadpool's never seen a change. Deadpool was in the original beta version of the game. It's been the same the whole time. Deadpool is a very important part of what makes Destroy work. Very few Destroy archetypes, at least pure Destroy archetypes, almost no pure Destroy archetypes won't use Deadpool unless they're doing Nimrod, going kind of all in on Nimrod. But just a very solid all-around card that kind of like glues things together. You know, I've run into the situation a lot where like, even though Destroy just doesn't feel like that strong of a like quote unquote meta card, Destroy is just always seen some, like Destroy is the most popular deck in the top 50% of Infinite the last 3 days by 1,000 games. Which is crazy. And it has an unbelievable win rate, actually. Like, destroying the top 50% of Infinite right now, last 7 days, 2,800 games, 57% win rate, plus 0.43 cubes per game. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Now, I feel like Destroy is just one of those archetypes that people have gotten so good at. And it hasn't really changed. And the deck is so linear that there's very few variations on it. So it almost always is at like towards the top. It's almost always like towards the top of like the most played decks in top 50% Infinite. And usually it doesn't have this good of a win rate or stats. Like, this is very, very high in general. I think some of that maybe comes down to like it having a pretty good matchup against some other things that can really like disrupt move in an annoying way, like getting rid of the Aranya at the right time, and there's a few different things that it can really do to kind of hinder some of these other decks. And especially when people are like experimenting a lot, it's kind of just like this pretty consistent, solid deck that people have been playing forever. They know how to do it very, very clearly. So I feel like a lot of Destroy cards end up in this tier 2 competitive strong, because like there's just like this very strong package that that all works around. So we're gonna put Deadpool in tier 2. And very similarly, I think we're gonna put Death right in tier 2 as well. Death not only sees play in most Destroy decks, but also sees play in Hella as a 8-cost card that can get discarded, especially with how Hella works now. There's even a chance it has the chance to even be pushed up to meta defining, but I don't think Death's really there. Death also got a big push with Moira. So Moira being able to get you multiple deaths. If you get, you know, death discounted to 1, you get 2 112s on the final game. Goes pretty crazy. We're going to put up Death right there in tier 2, competitively strong. Now, speaking of Destroy, this is a weird-ass card. Deathlock. Deathlock is a bad card. Deathlock is not a good card at all. And yet, it is in the most popularly played deck in Untapped that has a 57% win rate and 0.43 cubes per game. The only reason Deathlock sees any play is because of its effect. It's because it can destroy stuff. And it's ass. It's ass. It's, if you compare Deathlock to Carnage or Venom, the card sucks. But in those destroy decks, you need another destroy effect. So Deathlock is one of those weird cards that's going to be in tier 5 because it's a bad card. It's a bad card. It's not even weak. It's actively a bad card. It's actively just a really bad card. But those decks just need as many destroy effects as possible to fuel their gameplay. So it's a necessary shit card that you have to add to the deck to get consistency. Which is crazy. It's just, but like just the way that these decks are sometimes built and the way that these archetypes are sometimes built. Like if there's ever another card that can destroy all the cards in a lane without having like something like Misery that only destroys on reveals or different things like that, every destroy player is salivating to cut Deathlock from their decks. Deathlock is more playable than Crossbones by a mile. That's true. It's still bad. It's still really bad. You can say that, and that could still be true, and it's still a tier 5 card, man. Till that card exists, Deathlock tier 4, you're welcome to make your own tier list whenever you want. Debris, 3 energy, 3 power card. Add a rock to each other location for both players. Debris is the kind of, in many ways, heart and soul of Clog. In many ways that some of these other cards are important cards in these other matchups. Debris is this just fucking annoying ass card. Annoying ass card that's out there in front of you. Throws things into your lane, clogs 2 lanes at once. It does have a downside because it also clogs your side. However, the whole idea of clog is that you can mitigate that, and you can use things like Viper to send those rocks over. There's lots of really important things that Debris can do. Debris has never been changed. Debris has been the exact same card since its inception. I think Debris is just a very, very good universal clog card. It even used to see some play in like Patriot lists as a way that you can do some clogging, but also give you some rocks that you can buff with Patriot, especially those decks that might be using like Valkyrie and things like that. Debris was the reason, I stand by this. Debris was the reason that Annihilus was initially nerfed. Because I don't think enough people realized how strong just playing Debris Annihilus was. Playing Debris Annihilus was backbreaking. Like you could run no other claw cards and then just run Debris Annihilus in your deck. Back when Annihilus used to send over 0-cost cards, you could just put that as a 2-card package that would just mollywop decks. Unbelievably powerful. 2 cards to take up 4 board spots from your opponent and not take up any of yours while getting like, I don't know, what was it, 11 power or 10 power? Debris was the reason that Annihilus got nerfed. When Annihilus first got changed, people were kind of confused, I think. But I think the reason was not enough people had kind of realized that 2-card package was unbelievable. Debris is definitely tier 2. I might think that Debris would end up in tier 1. I don't think that right now I would consider it a fully meta-defining card. There's definitely been times when Clog was quite a bit more, it was seeing quite a bit more play. And you could really consider utilizing Debris and seeing Debris and planning around Debris a lot more. Even like when even like before all the tech cards got unnerfed, I feel like like even during that time I would probably almost tick it up to 1. Just a really, really powerful, really, really annoying card you always kind of have to be thinking about. And you have to play a mini game to beat it because it will wreck you. Destroyer! The newly buffed Destroyer just went from 615 to 616. Back down to 614. Back up to 616 and back up to 618, I think. This card caught a nerf at one point, man. Right around, right at the end of beta, Destroyer caught a nerf, which is crazy. Because, like, Destroyer Spectrum in those early days of Snap was such a strong archetype to be able to attack multiple lanes. This card has taken a nerf in the past, which might sound insane to people who maybe haven't played the game for that long. I think that 618 Destroyer is no fucking joke, man. 618 is a massive card. Like, 18 points is nuts. Some people are experimenting with it right now. I probably want to do more experimenting with Destroyer. I played a little bit of like a Destroyer kind of Galactus deck that felt cool, but obviously you're hindering yourself by going down a Galactus game plan. And I don't know if like Destroyer Spectrum is good enough. I saw some people playing Destroyer Spectrum. I think that's still probably a little bit of bait. I don't know if you're able to develop enough points to make Spectrum worth it. Maybe if you're really leaning into the like Professor X plan, Spectrum's really important to be able to like take back those lanes if you miss with your Professor X. But I think that the Destroyer is probably still underrated after getting the buff. I think that at 616 it probably falls into tier 5. It was really, really hard to find value out of it. But 2 extra points is really, really strong, man. It really gets you over those break points quite well. I think the Destroyer is pretty underrated, but very solid. Devil Dinosaur, 503 power. Or no, 504 power now. Get plus 2 power for every card in your hand. Card's seen better days, man. Devil Dinosaur's seen better days, brother. There have been times where Devil Dinosaur has been a pretty damn powerful card. But I don't think we're really anywhere near that, even with the extra point. You know, I remember 2 years ago on the tier list, I put it at tier 1 2 years ago, and it probably should have been tier 2 back then. And I think last year, I think it was down to like tier 3, maybe tier 4. I think it still goes in tier 4. I do think that Devil Dinosaur still can feel surprisingly powerful in the right situations. I played, there's some I don't know what, if there was a card. Here, let me take a peek at what I'm thinking about. I played a Devil Dinosaur deck somewhat recently, and it felt okay. I'm trying to remember what card got changed that made me want to play it. Oh, with Moira. I played a Devil Dinosaur deck with Moira when it first came out. Just kind of running Moira, Hood, Killmonger is kind of this 3-card package in Devil Dinosaur. And it felt surprisingly pretty solid. But I think it was probably just cope. Like, I did really well with it, if I remember correctly. Like, the stats were good on it, but, you know, small sample size and... I don't know. Dude, actually, the last 2 times I played Devil Dinosaur, the first time I went... What the fuck? I played Devil Dinosaur 3 months ago, and I went 16-5. And then I played Devil Dinosaur last month, and I went 19-7. What the fuck? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Why? What? I don't. Maybe Devil Dinosaur's tier 1. I don't know. So I guess maybe as a surprise card, it's okay. But like, that's fucking weird, man. Doesn't make any fucking sense. I think Devil Dinosaur is maybe slightly underrated compared. Obviously, it's like small sample size, so it's kind of just sometimes things happen. But I think it falls in tier 4. It's weak. You can play a Devil Dinosaur deck and compete. It's just much better than most, or not nearly as good as most things. Dr. Octopus. 4 energy, 8 power. Pull your opponent's lowest power card out. Doc Ock is weird, man. Doc Ock is... It's not to the same level, but I feel like Doc Ock gets played in Clog similarly to how Deathlock gets played in Destroy. Not as much. But I feel like Clog kind of runs Doc Ock for the same reasons. Like, it's just kind of another card that can clog, and you want to have a lot to get consistency and to give yourself the best chance of stopping your opponent. And it's pretty low risk, because if they play a card out, the only big risk that you get from Doc Ock is like if your opponent has goblins, which don't see very much play. Willmeister, thank you so much for the 2 months, Willmeister. I appreciate you. But I feel like 4/8 Doc Ock is just it's just not a very good card. I don't think it's as bad as like in a vacuum Deathlock is. But it's kind of just running Clog because it kind of needs to be. Which is interesting. I'm going to put Doc Ock in tier 4. I think it's an okay Clog card. It's weird. It's like expensive, and it doesn't do nearly as much with other things. Works with Stardust. I mean, yeah. But like usually you're running Doc Ock because you want to pull the card out, right? Like you wouldn't be running... I don't think a vanilla 4/8 would see play, right? Yeah, he's just kind of weird. He's just kind of played in Clog because they need as many Clog things as possible. It's an interesting card. I'm happy they got rid of its old effect. Its old effect was something that was like a lull downside for a long side, and then it was like this despicable card to have in Galactus to just fuck your opponent over. And then it was just kind of like this annoying thing that your opponent could do, and then if they're energy cheating, they could just get around it. Is it exclamation point C? I think exclamation point C, S-E-E. You'll get that one. Oh yeah, yeah. Doc Ock always shang himself. I thought you meant that the person who came in. Don't you see that? Play Doc Ock. You should also play Shang. Don't you see that? That shit was funny. Doctor Strange. Many people are calling it the good cloak. 204 power. Pull your highest power card here. Doctor Strange was released with the exact same effect as a 3-2. Isn't that shit crazy? Yeah, there it is. Doctor Strange was released as a 3-2 with the identical effect that it has now. Pretty wild. Pretty wild that the card has went through such a glow up. And they've found ways to, especially now that like they changed the Human Torch stuff, which I'm gonna guess they're gonna have to take a look at Move again. Move has been very, very powerful. I'm gonna guess that they're gonna have to take a look at Move again, because like people were all, you know, torches and pitchforks when the Move change first happened, and now it's like become kind of a meta menace again almost immediately. And Doctor Strange went from 3-2 to 3-3 to 2-3, I think. I think it skipped 2-2. It was a nerf. I mean, it definitely was a nerf. It's just all the other kind of parts just came together to it. Like, I think that if Human Torch was a 1 cost, that deck would just be better for sure. Still. I guess you just might have to run Kyera. I don't know. Yeah, it's Sparky. I mean, Sparky's an insane move card, right? So Doctor Strange at a 2-4 is very, very strong. I do think it's one of the worst move cards. It's one of the most cuttable move cards for sure. Like, your deck's going to want to have Iron Fist. Your deck's going to want to have Ghost Spider. Your deck's going to want to have Aranya. Your deck's going to want to have Madam Web. Your deck is going to want to have Sparky, usually. All 5 of those cards you'll usually want before Doctor Strange. All 5 of those. In almost any deck. Almost any deck that has Doctor Strange already has those 5 cards, and they need like a 6th one. It's very interesting. I do not think Doctor Strange is obsolete. Doctor Strange sees play in a lot of move decks right now. However, all those move decks already put in Aranya, Iron Fist, Ghost Spider, Madam Web, and Sparky. And it's the 6th one. Yeah, it's sometimes like fights versus Cloak. So it's weird, right? Like, it's a very strong card. It's like at its core, it feels like a strong card, right? It's an overstated card that moves one of your cards, and you get to choose which card it moves. It's interesting, right? It's very interesting. I'm gonna put Doctor Strange in tier 4. And it's not that the decks that he's in aren't that good. I think that him and Cloak are kind of like the 6th and 7th cards that you add to those decks for move stuff. Sometimes even after Hercules, it depends on like really what your vibe is, I would say. Like, Cloak and Doctor Strange really only see play if like you've kind of expended every other move option and you kind of just need another one, which is really interesting. I think maybe Doctor Strange might be a little bit underrated in what it can do, and maybe there is some way to use it in like other things. But yeah, it's just really interesting. Like, these 2 cards are obviously find their way in some of the best decks. But they're only there because there's like 6 cards better than them and they want a 7th, which is really, really an interesting spot to be in. But it's similar to why Deathlock is in tier 5, in my opinion. You know, it's in the most popular deck right now. It's in a deck that's always popular and competitively viable. Oh my fucking God. We're almost 2 hours in and we haven't even hit 50. All right, I need to, Jesus Christ. I need to start going faster. All right, give me a second. I'm going to stretch my legs and I'm going to start powering through this. Holy shit, dude. I don't think it's gonna be a lightning round. I do like having discussions about the cards. I think it's much more. I think it's much more interesting to actually have discussions about the cards. Like, I think it's much better content to actually like give an honest opinion of the cards and talk about like a lot of different things. And I think that's why people like to watch this. But I do have to go a little faster at least. Maybe not reading people things in chats and responding to them and arguing with people. That's probably the biggest thing that's slowing me down right now. Just let people say whatever they want in chat and then just don't say it out loud and then just let it be in chat. I think that'll be my mantra. Because once I start doing that, then people keep doing it and then they try and get me to talk to. It's a whole thing. It's a damn circle that keeps pushing. Domino, 2 energy, 4 power. This card is always drawn on turn 2, never before, never after. Domino at 2/3 would fall here. At 2/4, I'm okay with putting it here. Because at their core, right? In my opinion, I think that some people are, especially with Domino, finding different ways to see value in it. Maybe it's just because I'm an old head. Maybe it's just because, you know, I've been playing this game for so long and I look at percentages in different ways than other people. Whenever I think of Domino and Quicksilver, the only thing I think about is that they are doing the opposite of what Chavez used to do. Like old Chavez that used to be in your deck and you'd only draw in turn 6. Domino and Quicksilver do the opposite. Instead of making all of your cards more likely to be found early, it makes them significantly less likely to be found early and throughout the rest of the game. That's what I'll always come down to. I like having consistency in my deck. I don't really see any reason to run Domino or Quicksilver unless you're setting up Wiccan. And some people disagree with that, and some people find that having Domino, especially now that Domino's a 2/4, because as a 2/3, you're not only are you doing that, but you're also taking a tempo loss. 2/4s are not a tempo loss anymore. 2/4 is a pretty solid card to play on turn 2. But playing a 1/2 on 1 and playing a 2/3 on 2, that's a massive tempo loss. This ain't 2023 anymore. That's not good tempo. That's bad tempo. Now that Domino's 2/4, it's a pretty good tempo card. Like playing a 2/4 on turn 2 is not bad. Especially if you have other cards that take advantage of things like that, like Galactus First Steps or the new Silver Surfer. You can find value out of playing a 2/4 on turn 2. I don't think you can really even find value out of playing a 2/3 on turn 2 most of the time. But Domino is a 2/4. I do think is still a weak card and I still think should only be run because of Wiccan. But I don't think it's actively bad to put in your deck because there are Wiccan decks where it's not actively bad to use Domino or Quicksilver because it gets your Wiccan more consistently. Even though you draw Wiccan slightly less consistently, having that very consistent, if you draw Wiccan, you can pretty much always play it, really helps those decks flourish. When we get to Quicksilver, he's definitely tier 5 because I still think he's just an actively bad card that you're putting in your deck just because you don't want to run 4 1-drops for Wiccan. But I think that Domino is a little bit better at 2/4. At 2/3, I put her in the exact same level. Dracula, 4 energy, 1 power. At the end of your turn, discard a card from your hand, gain power from it. There have been times Dracula has been a tier 1 card, where discard, especially with Apocalypse, has been insanely strong. However, I don't think those times are around anymore. Almost every discard deck that sees any decent amount of play, maybe I'm just completely wrong because the second most popular card deck in the format is discard that has Khonshu and has Dracula. And maybe I'm a little bit off in my assumptions around that. I guess there's a decent chance. I will say I pretty much never see the Apocalypse Dracula package. I very, very rarely feel like I see it. But maybe I'm a little bit biased and I just don't worry about them as much. But then again, I'm pretty sure the two most popular decks are very standard APOC and very standard Destroy. So maybe I'm just a little bit biased and on the wrong end of looking at that. Maybe Dracula APOC is better than I currently think it is. There's definitely a chance that that is. And obviously it's seeing a lot more play than I give it credit for, because it is in the second most popular deck over the last 30 days, top 50% infinite, and the second most popular deck in the same time period. I think that a lot of this was pushed up from the Golden Gauntlet winner who ran the discard deck. I'm pretty sure this is the exact 12 cards that Golden Gauntlet winner played with, the Corvus with the Khonshu backup plan stuff. So maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I guess in my eyes, I just still see them as like pretty weak, sometimes useful cards. I personally find all the other discard decks to feel a lot more oppressive, a lot harder to play against. Maybe that's just my own personal bias. I'm not really sure, but that's why I'm choosing them for tier 4. Drax. 4 energy. What the hell is this card now? What the hell is Drax now? Is it a 4-6 +4 or is it a 4-5 +4? It's 4-5 +4. 4-5 +4. Drax is bad. Drax is a bad card. Drax is a really bad card. I'd rather play Groot than Drax. And Groot sucks ass. Dr. Doom. 6 energy, 5 power. Add 2 5-power Doom bots to your other sides of the board. Dr. Doom used to be one of the most oppressive cards in the game, which is crazy. Dr. Doom used to be one of the most oppressive cards in the game. Just being able to spread out 5 power to all 3 locations to fight for all 3 on the final turn was something that kind of was just a step ahead of most other things. And weirdly, early on, the community took a long time to really like Dr. Doom. I think Dr. Doom was not really looked at as a super powerful card. We have to finish Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom took a while for people to start playing it a lot in beta. We were all bad. We were all learning how the game worked. But then Dr. Doom really became this menace. It was a absolute staple in all of like the Doom Wave, Death Wave stuffs, where you'd basically shut things down and then you'd play Dr. Doom because you're already ahead and you just hit all 3 lanes and your opponent can only attack 1 lane. Now a lot of that stuff is gone. You know, Sandman doesn't work how it used to. Wave doesn't work how it used to. So these kind of like super lockdown strategies don't really exist anymore. And that really made Doom fall off. Doom seems fringe play in like War Machine styled Storm decks. Sometimes it's usually being cut from those nowadays. He's playing Cerebro 5. I mean, it's hard to say, man. I think Doom's a tier 4 card, which is crazy. I think Doom's a tier 4 card, which is fucking crazy to think about. Split me? Also Doom 2099 decks. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not playing those. Those don't really exist. Remember when those were oppressive? That was crazy. Ebony Maw, 1 energy, 7 power. You cannot play this card after turn 3. You cannot play cards here. Pretty much exactly a Sauron card. Exactly a Sauron Surtur card. And a Nightmare card. And a War Machine card, kind of. Yeah, and a War Machine card. So it does see play in War Machine. Please sees play in Nightmare. And it sees play in Surtur Sauron. I'm not gonna lie. I think the fact that it sees play in all 3 of those archetypes pretty consistently. I don't think it's tier 4. I think I'm gonna say it's tier 3. Nah, Doom got changed to the Doombots being 4 power, and then it got changed back. Ebony Maw is, I mean, it's a 1/7. 1/7 is a crazy stat line, right? It needs support, but it's like the only thing that is really just this 1/7 you can like put in your deck. Like there's nothing bigger than a 1/5 you can put in your deck, which generally have pretty big downsides like Martyr and Black Cat, which is a bit more manageable. But the fact that Ebony Maw is a tool you can use in any War Machine deck you'd consider, it's a tool you'd use in any Sauron deck you'd consider, and it's a tool that you'd use in Nightmare decks, even though those are very inconsistent. I think I'm going to put it at tier 3. I think that it's found its way into any deck where you can kind of cheat around its effect. Any deck you want to play zero, or any deck you want to play zero in. It's found its way to be useful in a lot of different archetypes. Which is kind of interesting, because I was thinking definitely tier 4. But like, the more I think about it, like it is this card that like, it's very unique in what it does. And any card that can exploit it, it really likes using it. That's really interesting. I'm going to put it at tier 3. I think that it's like a pretty damn strong and interesting card, and there's a lot of ways to enable it. And even though like those decks aren't super good right now, like there's always times where it kind of like pops up and it's this card that like on turn 6, like if they have War Machine down, you have to think about, they can play a fucking 1/7 from their hand. That's terrifying. I'm going to put it at tier 3. Electro! 3 energy, 4 power. This has caught 2 buffs. Went from 3-2 to 3-3 to 3-4. There's an argument that the 3-3 to 3-4 wasn't that much of a buff, which is kind of weird because it used to be a pretty nice card to curve into Lady Deathstrike, where on turn 3, you just play this where they already have small cards and you could curve into Lady Deathstrike, killing it, getting rid of the effect, and killing their cards. So at 3-4, because this card very rarely stays on the board, right? It's almost always you want to blink it, or sometimes you War Machine and you're okay with it staying on the board. So very interesting that 3-3 to 3-4 was kind of like a lateral move because you got rid of one of the possible synergies in that deck. But in the War Machine deck, it does give you an extra point when you go down the War Machine line with it. Electro, another card that really not many other cards does what it does, you know? It gives you an extra energy. Luna Snow gives you and your opponent an extra energy. Very few cards that just give you an extra energy. Like Corvus is another one, but can have a pretty devastating downside sometimes. It can feel hard to squeeze in. I love Electro in Red Wing decks. I love it in any War Machine deck. I love it in any kind of like bigger deck with Blink. It's super powerful, followed up with Blink. I'm gonna put it in tier 3. It's a powerful card. Red Wing's probably kind of underplayed right now. Those Red Wing decks, I feel like anytime I crack them out, they feel pretty damn powerful. I'm gonna put Electro in tier 3. I think it's pretty darn strong. It has a lot of support. It does something that's very unique and powerful. Maybe you can consider it in tier 4. It's probably fringe. It's probably very fringe. Ebony Maw and this are both very fringe going into tier 3. I'm pretty comfortable putting it there. Electra, 1 energy, 2 power. Destroy a 1-cost card here. Man, this card was ass forever, dude. This card was ass forever. Then it goes up to 1/2. And it's still pretty bad, especially because of a world where Killmonger exists. And then Killmonger went away, and then a lot of people started trying Electra as this like Killmonger style effect. And I think it's persisted. Drax way better than Electro? Yeah, it's probably fair. It's probably fair. I'm gonna move Drac and Apoc up. I think I was maybe a little bit too. I think I was a little bit biased with my own view of what I see in the meta to pull these down. I think both of these deserve to get pushed up. I think that's something I've been thinking about for a while. It's actually these two. After I put the Dracula up and I saw that it's seeing way more play than possible. I like putting these both up here. I think I was probably a little rash. So Electra's kind of persistent. It's been being used in bounce. It's just being used as this like cheap card that you can use to have pretty devastating effects. Electra, I think, was a card that would be tier 5 when it was a 1/1. As a 1/2, it maybe moved up to tier 4. But after people have started using it a little bit more, I'm almost considering putting it in tier 3 here. There are a lot of good players are squeezing Electra into their decks. I'm going to put it in tier 3. I think that Electra is one of these cards that's like pretty damn underrated right now. I think that it does its effect really well. You know, there's some pretty powerful one drops in the meta, like mostly Sunspot. Sunspot's seeing quite a bit of play right now. It's a way to target Aranya's down. It's just like kind of like a surprisingly good card when you don't want to run Killmonger, which is a pretty expensive card to play to fully fight back against one cost decks. But you just wanted to have it as this pocket card that can just kind of creep in. And having those like little one cost cards into your deck is pretty damn good. Enchantress went from 4-4 to 4-6 to 4-5, now a 5-8. And seeing quite a bit of play. Another card that works with Electro, by the way, that I didn't mention. Another card that really benefits Electro was Enchantress getting 2 extra points and moving up to a 5-8. And seeing some of the most play, I think the most play Enchantress saw was the first time it went up to 4-6, which was crazy. The first time it went up to 4-6, I think was pretty crazy. And I think it saw a lot of play because it was just so strong at that level. And then when it went back to 4-6, after going back down to 4-5, it's just power creep. It kind of made it just still feel like a pretty heavy card to play. Also, like the Zabu stuff had kind of been pulled back a little bit. At 5-8, it's kind of found a bit of a cool spot where, you know, these decks that run Electro or run Luna and get ahead of the energy curve like to have the extra power on it. Like 8 power is a very sizable amount to slam down into a lane. I'm gonna put Enchantress up here into tier 3. Might even crack tier 2. I don't think it's at the level of the other cards up there. It's tier 2. I still think it's a pretty fringe tech card. For the most part. But honestly, man, still like a very powerful card. Fits into a lot of archetypes. Very strong. Probably on the higher end of tier 3, honestly. Falcon, 203 power. Scoop your 1-drops into your hand. Another huge fuel for bounce decks. Another big fuel card for bounce decks. Probably the 3rd best bounce card. Toxin is probably a little bit better. However, Falcon can see play in decks that don't fully go into like these bounce type strategies and maybe just want to replay some 1-drops. It's fringe. It doesn't happen that much, but Falcon does have a bit wider of a net of decks it can run into over Beast and Toxin, even though it's fringe. I still think that in general bounce, Toxin's looked at as a little bit better than Falcon for the most part. I'm not a huge bounce player, so I don't have the best like exact look on it. But I think the bounce again has been one of these insanely consistent decks. Falcon also took a big drop. Like Falcon was probably better than Toxin when Human Torch was a one drop, because Falcon was like the card in move bounce. But now that Human Torch isn't a 1-drop, Falcon is much more a lower level supporting card in those. So it's still probably like the 3rd best. It's like there's like Beast, then it's like Toxin, Falcon feel like a step down, but very close. I'm gonna put Falcon up here in tier 2. I think that Falcon's a very competitively strong card. I think that it sees play. It's seen play forever. It's never been changed. If you got rid of Falcon, bounce could still persist, but it would take a massive hit. Like bounce existed before Toxin, right? And obviously like power creep makes it so that all cards kind of need to get a better thing. But Falcon's just a very strong card in bounce, which has been competitively viable kind of forever. Forge. Forge is a... What the hell does Forge do nowadays? Is Forge a 2/2+2 right now? Forge is a 2/2+2, correct? Because Forge was a 2/1+2. Then it was like a 2/1+3. Then it was a 1/1+2. Am I losing my mind? What the fuck does Forge do right now? It's a 2/2 plus 2, right? I'm like 90% sure it's a 2/2 plus 2. Forge is one of those cards that has been very powerful, has seen a lot of changes, and there's been times where it's been one of the best cards in the game, and there's been times where it's just been kind of meh. It kind of falls into that kind of meh category now. It doesn't even see very much play in like any Brood decks. It's very rare to see Forge into Brood anymore. It's just kind of gotten outclassed by a lot of different things. I think they could probably look at Forge to be something that could find some level of adjustment. But I would say that that Forge right now probably lands in tier 4. It's just outclassed by too many other cards. Some decks that want like every way to make cards stronger want to use it, but like even like America Chavez now just feels so much better than Forge. Galactus, a card very dear to my own heart. Galactus is just such a hard card to pull off. This card has been... It has the coolest animation in the game. Moira is close, but I don't know if that's actually like the actual animation that it does. Galactus is an awesome card. I like Galactus so much more now than when it was this very annoying, oppressive checkmate card. I think Galactus as an annoying checkmate card was just kind of like stinky. I think that Galactus, where it's at now, is this like interesting card that you can build around, have some fun with. Like it can feel really strong and oppressive in the right hands. But in general, it's just not that good. We're going to put it in tier 4. I think that Galactus is the pure power that it has keeps it out from me saying it's like even a bad card, but I don't think it's like strong even with full support. But we're going to put it at tier 4. Gambit. Boy, oh boy, man. Gambit has made its way from being a meme card to just being one of these just fucking cards that you just hate to see, man. Just one of these cards that you just hate to see that comes down. It used to see very fringe discard play, especially when it was a 3/1. A 3/1 was really rough. But Gambit at 3/3, especially now that there's so much more discard support, there's so many more cards you're happy to discard. Like now that, like since Proxima Midnight and Scorn came in, there's so many better hits for Gambit. Gambit is just a card that's just a YOLO card that can win you games. Sometimes it feels bad, but boy, oh boy, is this card just a menace in the right hands. I think Gambit goes into tier 2. Gamora. So Gamora is one of the Guardian cards. There's 5 of them. I think that Gamora is the second best Guardian. I think that Rocket Raccoon is undoubtedly the best. Having that same effect on a 1-drop that you can bounce and play over again is really, really good. But Gamora is in many times it's just pretty simply a 5/12. There's very few times that you're playing Gamora that you're getting 8 power. It's very often you kind of know where your opponent's going to play. You could do so with Daredevil, or just because, you know, certain locations ask for it. Sometimes you play it on 6. I think I'm gonna put Gamora in tier 4. I think maybe Star-Lord makes it to tier 4 as well, but probably Groot and Star-Lord make it into tier 5. Gamora sees some very fringe play, gets outclassed by most things, but is overall solid. Ghost. What is Ghost? Is it a 3/4? I never see Ghost get played. Ghost is a 3/4, which removes end of turn cards. So it's a 3/4 Enchantress for end of turn. And it doesn't see play even when end of turn decks are good. Which is kind of surprising. Yeah, Groot is probably... I think Groot is better than Drax, but Groot's very damn close. So Ghost being a tech card that sees almost no play, even when end of turn effects are rather popular, is tough. It might be underrated. Maybe people are just not used to it being this tech card that you can choose to put in your deck. But 3/4s kind of have to win you the game or be very strong. You know, like you're comparing like Mobius to Ghost. Like Ghost hits one deck or maybe like 2 decks because there's more like all in and then there's more Fantasticar end of turn effects. Whereas Mobius hits like 1,000 different cards, or like what, 80 of the cards that we're going to put on this list. So it's just like so hard. Like the meta has to be so dependent or so warped by end of turn stuff. I don't know if Ghost can really be any higher than tier 4. It might be an underrated card right now. Maybe like some people are finding some play with it that's pretty damn good. But yeah, Ghost just does not feel good. Ghost Rider used to be a 3/3, got moved up to a 4/3, now is a 4/5. I don't think Ghost is tier 5. I very strongly disagree with that. I mean, small sample size, it has 0.5% popularity. I did just look this card up just because I wanted to see what it does. It has positive win rate, positive cube rate, like 52% win rate, 0.05 average cubes. Last 7 days, top 50% infinite. I think Ghost is probably a bit underrated, a pretty important stopgap if end of turn decks get to like 20% of the meta. Like Ghost is going to be a great card. But I think maybe a little bit underrated. I don't think it falls in bad card territory at all. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as these. And some people might disagree with Cable. I don't care. I think Cable's trash. Ghost Rider's a 4/5 is really, really powerful. It kind of only sees play in 2 decks. It gets seen play in Hela, and it sees play in Black Knight. And like Agatha, like any Agatha deck will also run it, but especially now that Agatha's 6/12, very rare you're just going to kind of play an Agatha points deck. Black Knight is not very good, but it's still serviceable. And Hela is still pretty damn powerful in the right hands. So Ghost Rider to me is somewhere between tier 2 and tier 3. Like Ghost Rider is a very powerful effect. I don't know if I can put it in tier 2 right now. I think that pre-Agatha nerf, I'd probably put it in tier 2. It's probably a fringe card. We'll put it in tier 3 right now. I think it's a very good card in several good decks, but none of those decks feel as dominant enough to really push it up. Giganto 6/16 can only be played in the left lane. Giganto is a card, one of the few cards that sees more play being res than sees play from hand. It might be like the only one now. It might be the only card right now that sees more play getting rezzed by like Hela or Ghost Rider than actually gets played from hand. It might be the only one. And Giganto is very rarely in those decks anymore. Very, very rarely do you have room for Giganto. Usually it's just thrown into... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's more... Yeah, more than Infinite. People play Infinite from hand. Way more than it gets rezzed, I would say. But Giganto's weird. I think Giganto is a bad card. And it just sees play because it's like one of the biggest available bodies for Hela sometimes. But the card is trash. Card is a trash card. Card you can only put in one lane is trash. Back when it was very consistently in Hela, and not in some Hela decks, and cut from some Hela decks. Probably cut from most Hela decks right now. Let's see what the... I feel like I never see it in Hela anymore. Giganto's in 1.4% of decks. Hela's in 3.3, so it's in about half of Hela decks, because I don't think it's ever seen play outside of a Hela deck. So it's in about half of Hela decks. That used to be higher. It used to be a pretty much a staple card in Hela. But I still think it's just a very bad card, and I don't think I could push it any higher because it just never gets played from hand. It's only sometimes used as a Hela card, and that's bad. Goose. 2 energy, 2 power. Neither you or your opponent can play 4, 5, or 6 cost cards here. Goose pretty much only sees play in C2 from what I see. It's rarely a consideration in Spectrum type decks. Usually those Spectrum decks don't love Goose because they have some 4, 5, or 6 cost cards that they might want to play. Goose seems like one of the most cuttable cards in C2 as well. Goose seems like it's very cuttable in C2. And it's just kind of like a card that's good enough and has 2 power and can limit your opponent in a deck that doesn't run any cards more than 3. And even then, it's still very fringe. I think I'm going to put Goose in tier 4. I think there's definitely an argument for it to be tier 3. I also have a personal bias. I hate playing Goose unless my deck has no cards that are bigger than 3 because I hate that it goes against me. But the fact that C2 is a very solid, viable deck and chooses Goose quite a bit, I think it goes above being in like tier 5 and it has some very fringe use cases. And sometimes even like Agent Venom decks will consider Goose as like a disruptive card. Maybe certain metas, Goose is pretty good. It's not a very good card. I have a personal bias against it. I'm going to put tier 4. Green Goblin, 3, -4. I think Green Goblin's a great card. I think it's a pretty damn strong card, man. A 3/4 that takes up one of your opponent's spaces. It's +2 board space in a lane. Because normally when you play a 3/4 in your lane, you lose 1 board spot. When you play Green Goblin, your opponent loses a board spot and you don't lose 1. So you actually gain 2 board spots in that lane net by losing your opponent 1 and continuing to gain you 1. I think Green Goblin is a really, really strong card. I think that it's still just a tough card to slot into your deck. He's playing Clog. Not all Clog decks run it, but most Clog decks will run it. I would say almost all Clog decks will run Goblin. I think as a 3/3 it was cut in some of them. As a 3/4 or 3 -4, it's very, very strong. I think that Green Goblin is a really good tool, and it's one of the most fair Clog cards, right? Like Green Goblin's a very fair Clog card because there's risk associated with playing it. If it gets in your hand at the end of the game, it could be a disaster to try and play it. I think that Green Goblin is very strong with support. I think it's a good competitive card. I think that a lot of cards, I think that, you know, it can be run in like almost any deck. It's not obviously not the best choice, but it's like just in a nutshell, a pretty damn good card. It can catch your opponent offside, like on the wrong side, and really, really mess with you. I think it fits in tier 3. Brute. So we talked about the list of Guardians cards. I think that Rocket Raccoon is number 1. I think Gamora is number 2. I think that Star-Lord's number 3. Groot's number 4, and Drax is number 5. But there's just no fucking reason to put this card in your deck. Unless you're playing a meme Guardians of the Galaxy deck. There's just simply no reason to put the card in your deck. It's just not good. It's absolutely outclassed by tons of different things. It's a situational 3/7, which, like, for your 3-drop, you're usually getting more than 7 power worth of value out of it, and you have to guess where your opponent's playing. Like, I don't even know how much play a vanilla 3/7 would see right now. I don't think if there was a vanilla card that was a 3/7, I don't even know how much play it would see. Some decks would want it, but I don't even know if a vanilla 3/7 would see play. So a conditional 3/7, it would just absolutely, it's just always bad. Hawkeye. 1/1. If you play a card here next turn, gain plus, it's still at 3 power, right? Am I crazy? Does Hawkeye didn't get stronger, did it? Yeah, plus 3 power. So it's a 1/4, a conditional 1/4. Hawkeye is kind of like the card that bounce players try to play sometimes, but usually gets cut. Almost always gets cut, as a matter of fact. I think that Hawkeye's just interesting. There are some bounce players, especially more old head bounce players, that will just, like, still really like Hawkeye. Well, I mean, I don't consider Mantis one of the Guardian cards, because all the Guardian cards, they have the same effect, right? Mantis is a different card, in my opinion. So I don't consider them in the 5 Guardian cards, even though it's, because it just doesn't get the +4. Hawkeye's weird. Hawkeye's weird. Hawkeye is always the last 1-cost bouncer you will put in a bounce deck. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are bounce players who are better than me who think that it is not like the absolute last one that you would ever add. Or not the absolute last one, but, like, if it's in your deck, it's usually the least important one. Almost always, I think. I could be wrong. I'm not huge on bounce. But it's sometimes useful. I think it fits into tier 4. You can argue maybe it's tier 3. But I think that Hawkeye is generally outclassed by most other cards. You have to play in the same lane. It's the most easy to get countered. I think even Doc Wapo would agree that it's probably the last card that you would add in there most of the time. Like, no matter what, if you look at your bounce deck and Hawkeye's in it, it is the first one that you would cut if you were going to cut one of the 1-cost bouncers, I think. So for that reason, I put it in tier 4. Hazmat. 3 energy, 3 power. Afflict all cards with -1. Hazmat's an interesting card. It was a 2/1, went to 2/2. Had to get nerfed to 3/3. This Afflict was really, really strong for certain parts of the game. Hazmat is unbelievably important in Affliction. If Hazmat didn't exist, Affliction would not exist. I don't think Affliction as an archetype could work without a card like Hazmat that universally hits every card. I really don't think Affliction could ever see play. It'd be very weird. You'd have to find some weird lines, and it'd be so much worse. So for that reason, I think I put it in tier 3. It's a glue card in Affliction that is needed. It makes your Ajax insanely powerful. Afflict is in one of the worst positions I feel like it's been in a really long time. But Hazmat, again, if Hazmat didn't exist, the whole deck archetype would not exist, I don't think. So a lot of times, I think if Afflict was a little stronger right now, I think Hazmat would be... I think it might be the second best Afflict card outside of Ajax. Or maybe like Luke. But Luke's actually just so strong, not just because of its use in Afflict, but its use in Cerebro. I like it in tier 3. You could argue it's tier 2. I'm not quite sure. Heimdall, 6 energy, 10 power. Move all your cards to the left, to the left. Heimdall is a really interesting card. It's one of the early move boss cards. It sees quite a bit of play right now. There are move decks that use like Heimdall and Eliath as these 2-part end of game cards where you kind of have to guess what your opponent's going to do if they're going to play one of them. Really keeps your opponents guessing. Heimdall is one of the highest, like it's a very high skill level card because you have to set up your board the right way. And you have to know when it's right not to play Heimdall. There's like the meme that like move players will just play Heimdall even if it guarantees them a loss. I think that you could even argue Heimdall is like tier 2 right now, but I think I'm going to put Heimdall in tier 3. It's very strong. It's used in not all move decks, but maybe about half of move decks. It's kind of limited in what it's doing. It's a very interesting, powerful move card. It needs all the support that it has. When move is not good, Heimdall is not good at all. You could argue maybe it's at tier 2, especially recently. There's been a lot of people who are using it now a lot more to finish things off. And there's other things that you can find with it. We're going to put Heimdall at tier 3. You could argue it's tier 2 right now. Most move cards are tier 2 or tier 1 probably. That's not how I do my tier lists. But you're always welcome to make your own. Hela! I think you got to say Hela's a meta-defining card. Even though right now, after the Agatha nerf, Hela took a big drop down in popularity, Hela has just been this big, bad deck that pukes points onto the board. That is a card that you always have to think about in metas. Now, there's some few dedicated players like Danish who have always continued to push and evolve the Hela archetype. I think Husky Puppies is another great example of a player who has constantly found ways to develop and push Hela to make it always a meta threat by adjusting how you play the deck based on what other things can do. I think you have to put it in the very highest tier. I think that even though right now, Hela, after the Agatha nerf, isn't as much of a meta threat, I think that it's this always looming card that always is having an impact on the meta. It's just simply always affecting the meta, I feel. There's been very few times in the last couple of years that Hela hasn't been some consideration towards the top of the meta about what you can play. And it's this big stopgap for other point style decks because Hela can almost always do it better. I think that there's definitely an argument that it's down in tier 2 right now, but I think the fact that it's just this long-standing, always relevant, meta-defining card, even if it's in a bit of a low place right now in this local area, I definitely would consider it a meta-defining card all the time, or very often. Helicarrier, bit of a meme card. Friend of the show, Butt Squad, got to show me his pretty awesome Helicarrier deck that he's been playing. And I think that there are some times where Helicarrier can do some really cool and really interesting things. However, it's just, I think the stats have just shown that it's never really been this good of a card. There was a time where there was a, collector Helicarrier discard deck that was seeing quite a bit of play in the meta. But I think there's times where it's been a tier 3 card, maybe even fringe 2 card. But I think that the only time I've ever seen Helicarrier be relevant or seen Helicarrier at all is when Bud is playing. And maybe that's wrong, but I think that there are times where it's been tier 3 and it could be the strong card, but I think I gotta put it in tier 4. It's probably towards the top of tier 4. I think it's better than a lot of these cards, but I think I gotta put it on tier 4. Hellcow! 400G6 power, activate, discard a card. It's just bad. Hellcow is interesting. It's been a menace at times. But right now, a 4/6 to discard one card at the end of the game, like, it's just bad, man. There's just so many better options. There's just so many better options than Hellcow. I hope they take a look at this card, because obviously it was a mistake to make it discard 2 when they first did, and it made Hella unbelievably broken for a time. But I think that right now it's just a pretty actively bad card that's never worth considering in your deck. Maybe some fringe all-in Hella decks will consider it. But I don't know. I just don't love it. Hobgoblin! Hobgoblin, a card after my own heart. I think that Hobgoblin is one of the highest skill, one of the absolute highest, like, skill diff cards in the game. Its stats will always be bad, because to play it and be competitive with it, you have to be very good at a couple of things. One, just reading your opponent. 2 would be, you could play Daredevil, obviously, if you want to run Daredevil. But then sometimes you don't draw Daredevil, and you still have this Hobgoblin in your deck that you have to play. But the most important reason I think that Hobgoblin is such a skill diff card is because knowing when to play it, when it might lose you the game, and it likely will lose you the game, but it can make you come back and win a game that you had no business winning, is a reason why it can still see some fringe play. Woody used to use Hobgoblin in some decks and just get some of the sickest plays and just come from out of nowhere and win. Now, it's still just not that strong, and as a 5 cost, it's mad expensive. So it definitely goes in tier 4. But I think that this card, like, the stats will always be ass on it, because this card is so freaking hard to play, man. This card is so freaking hard to play. If you're a very good player, you can find times where Hobgoblin is just this difference maker. But I think in general, it's just going to be a tier 4 card. And I don't think it's close to tier 5 personally. I think that it is a massive gross card that can win games. Very cool. Hood. 1 -3, give you a 1/6. I mean, talk about a card that has always found a way to be viable. Talk about a card that's always found a way to be viable. Before Destroy got a lot of more tools, like Hood was just using Destroy as this way to get a 1/6. Misery, any deck that runs Misery, you want to consider Hood. Victoria Hand is such a boss-ass Hood card. In the very rare time Patriot sees any play, Hood's a great Patriot card. Works in Clog. I think Hood's a meta-defining card, man. Hood is one of those cards that can just find its way into so many things, man. It's definitely a card that has a lot of skill expression, when to play Hood, where to play Hood, where you're okay with taking the -3 if you don't have an immediate way to get rid of it. When to play the Demon if you have to, like, expect your opponent to play around it or have Killmonger. Hood is just a card that is amazing and finds its way into so many decks all the time. Just a powerful card that finds so many ways to see play. Really awesome cards. He's playing Bounce. Yeah, I didn't even mention Bounce, man. Like, just a menace of a card. Really awesome. I hope they don't change it, because I think Hood is great for the game. It's such a cool way to, like, have risk, have reward. Really awesome card, man. Yeah, Bar with no name. Hood's a fantastic card. Always finds a way to see high-level competitive play. Absolutely a meta-defining card. The Hulk. Card's kind of ass. Even the this card's ass, man. Even obviously we're thinking about the high Evo version. The only time you see Hulk nowadays is when Bruce Banner turns into him, or you have Gamma Labs, right? Like, even the high evolutionary decks, like, Hulk feels like a cuttable card in those decks, which is crazy, because it can get so big. Like, just gets so outclassed by other big cards that you can slot in. I'm going to put it at tier 5, because if you're going to play high Evo, you're often going to still play Hulk. But, like, high Evo is just bad. And, like, Hulk doesn't even see play in all of them. I just think that it's just a card that I honestly think they could probably revert. I think they could fully revert it probably, if I'm being honest with you. And it would probably push it up. It would make high Evo a little better. But yeah, high Evo Hulk just not great. Hulk Buster. 2/3. Merge with the card here. Hulkbuster has seen a lot of different variations of how it was made. It went from, like, I think it started as a 3/4, went to a 3/5, then now it's down to a 2/3. I think in a world where Agony didn't exist, Hulkbuster would see way more play right now. But Agony just tends to feel like a better Hulkbuster almost always. Now, there are still some decks that will like to use it. But it's just really, really hard to fit Hulkbuster in your deck, man. It's really, really hard to want to include Hulkbuster. And any deck that you want to have Hulkbuster in, you're almost assuredly going to have Agony in that deck too. So it's kind of like the second best one. I mean, it's probably better than Penny. I think it's a tier 4 card. I think it's probably pretty high up on tier 4 because it still sees some level of competitive play. But just the fact that Agony came out and it's just like completely erased its existence, it feels like. I don't think I could put it any higher. Yeah, it's not combined. Like I could think about regular Hulk, but like regular Hulk, like none of the vanilla cards see any play. So it's like, I don't know what the reason to mess with those is. Human Torch! Meta defining. A lot of people were mad when it went to 3/3. But it is still just an absolute menace, man. Being able to, with all the move cards, being able to double it 5-6 times while adding power to it. Just still important is the fuel for all the move cards. The fuel for all the move decks. The whole reason the Rube Goldberg Tribunal deck works. Just a meta-defining card right now. You always have to be thinking about it. It's the reason that Shadow King is seeing more play. It's the reason that Ongoing Hate is seeing more play. It's defining the meta right now and has been for a while. Iceman. Iceman is a card that has never changed. It's been a 1/2. Afflict an opposing card with +1 energy. Iceman's interesting. Still see some fringe play and bounce. I think that Iceman, in a game, if Mobius didn't exist, Iceman would probably be a little better as one of the better ways to slow down your opponent. It is just kind of a solid card. If I was doing a draft, I would love to have Iceman in my deck. There's been times where I think early on in the game's lifespan, I think it was close to like a tier 2 card. It was just a really, really good early drop to maybe throw off your opponent's curve. But it stayed the same, and every card gets better. Every other card's gotten better, and Iceman stayed the same. And especially now that, like, you know, Mobius is seeing as much play as it is, there's a good chance it just does nothing. In a world without Mobius, it might be considered a tier 3 and see quite a bit more play. It's just kind of like a one-cost utility card that you can play early and feel all right with it. I think it's in tier 4. The Winfinats. Winfinaut sees play in kind of 3 decks. 4 decks, maybe. Maybe even more. You know, like Red Wing and stuff will use it. Infinaut's a card that's very rarely played out onto the board. It's probably the closest one to Giganto that it gets summoned or turned into another card more than it's actually played. But Infinaut has 4 more power. There are decks like, there are decks, especially now that Warlock is getting some play, that just like to skip turn 5, play Infinaut, play She-Hulk, play some other cards. It's a staple in Hela as just the biggest card, the biggest normal card you can just put into your deck. He's playing War Machine. It's definitely a tier 3. I think it might even be fringe tier 2. Just because it's just like a unique card in the fact that it's just the biggest card that you can have, right? It's just simply the biggest card you can have. You can obviously get other cards bigger through like Galactus First Steps, Red Hulk, High Evo Hulk. Those all take work to get them there. Infinaut's just a 20 power card you can put in your deck. It has a massive downside. But being able to resummon it with Ghost Rider or Hela, being able to pull it from your hand with Red Wing, be able to pull it from your hand with Blink. Any card that runs any card like that is gonna consider Infinaut. I almost want to put it in tier 2, man. I almost want to put it in tier 2. Just because it's such a uniquely powerful thing that no other card can do. It's just be as big as it is. Jubilee, yeah. This might be wrong. I'm going to put it in tier 2. I feel like this card just finds its way into so many decks just because it is the biggest card. Yeah, any Blink deck, any Jubilee deck, any Hela deck, any deck with Ghost Rider stuff, any deck with, you know, there's Dracula decks like that are like dump Dracula decks that want to use it. Red Wing decks. Any deck that cheats out cards considers Infinaut at the very least. At the very least, it considers it. War Machine. Any way that you can cheat it out or get rid of its downside, any deck will consider it. And it's so wide ranging. And even though like the card itself in a draft, this card sucks ass. You don't really want to skip 5 and then play Infinaut. Like your opponent will just be like, how do I win every lane by 1 point? And then their Infinaut loses, you know? Yeah, Nightmare. I don't know if it's that good in Nightmare personally. Just because you usually want to play multiple cards. Playing like a 620 even has a crazy effect. Isn't even that good in Nightmare. I think most, I was gonna say good Nightmare decks, but there's not too many. Infinaut probably looks weird alongside the rest of these cards, because these cards individually in their decks are much better than Infinaut is individually in whatever deck it's in. But the fact that it's so wide ranging, I think puts it in tier 2. Invisible Woman, 2/4 now. Used to be a 2/2, went to 2/3, now a 2/4. Invisible Woman's an interesting card. A very unique effect. Very, very unique. Invisible Woman was seeing decent play. The first wave of the like new Invisible Woman decks as a way to like hide Killmonger or hide Shadow King. Or my favorite play, turn 6, play Invisible Woman Shadow King Grandmaster. That shit was fire, bro. That shit was fire. And right now it's a 2/4. It's a 2/4, which is, you know, seeing a decent amount of play. Yeah, I think that like Sarah decks with Invisible Woman, if Mobius wasn't in 22% of decks or whatever the fuck it's in right now. I guess it's seeing a little bit less play, top 50%. In the top 10% of Infinite, in the top 5,000 ranks, it's seeing 20% of play. So like Sarah is just so fucking hard to play when that's the case. But Invisible Woman will come back. And as a 2/4, it's not a tempo loss. You get to do some amazing things. Eliath soul crushes her. when that super exists in the meta. I'm going to put it at tier 3. I think Invisible Woman is not really seeing much play right now. I think it's something that's probably pretty darn underrated. It's a very unique effect. I think it will see more play. I think it will see more play very soon, especially if a lot more of these like activate type things start happening. I really, really like Invisible Woman. Probably a little bit underplayed. 2/4 is a great stat line. Can do so many amazing things. Is a great way to hide your tech cards and to really mess with your opponents. Really, really cool. Tier 3. Iron Fist. It's always weird thinking about these move cards and thinking about which tiers they come in, because you really have to think about what do they do for the deck. I think Iron Fist is a crazy powerful card. But I don't think it's the best move card. I don't even know if it's the top 3. It's probably the 4th best movement card. Maybe it's the 3rd. Like, I think Aranya and Ghost Spider and Madam Web feel better than Iron Fist. And Sparky, maybe. I do think it's better than Doctor Strange. I think it's a better setup card. And it's 1 cost, which is really nice, especially if you're doing a more bounce style list. So I definitely think that it's above tier 3 where I put Doctor Strange. I don't think this is that close to tier 1. But I do think it's a very competitively strong card that gets seen in every version of move. Almost every single move deck runs Iron Fist. Almost every single one. It's very rare to not see Iron Fist in those decks. It's cheap. It's easy to squeeze it on turns. You can play it a turn ahead of time to get that move effect locked in for the next turn and then still be able to use all your energy the turn after. But I still think it's at the tier 2 level. I think the tier 1 move cards are probably like Ghost Spider. I think Ghost Spider is crazy. Probably Madam Web. Human Torch. I think those are like my tier 1 level of moon cards. Maybe Sparky gets there too. I'm not quite sure. I haven't played enough Sparky or played against enough Sparky to make too good of an assessment on it, I think. Ironheart, 3-0. Give 2 of your cards +3. I think the change to this being 2 cards +3 over 3 cards +2 was pretty significant. I think that it makes it a lot easier to curve out. Now, do you want to curve out this card too much? Usually you want to be doubling it or using this effect many times. I don't know. I think Ironheart could find itself in a meta where it's like a tier 3 level card where it feels very strong or quite strong in certain decks. But I think right now it's just a tier 4 card. It's solid, but you kind of have to be better than solid to be considered. Sometimes seen in any kind of like combo Wong deck, you probably want to have Ironheart as like a decent backup plan. Definitely doesn't fall down to tier 5. Kind of the epitome of a tier 4 card, I would say. Iron Man. Another card that has never changed. Iron Man has been the same forever. Iron Man has been a 5-0, double this lane's power forever. It's the same. Which is really interesting. I think that it is surprising that a card that has this powerful of an effect has never seen any level of change. Iron Man is a staple in Mr. Negative and has been forever. Iron Man is a way that some Moonstone decks can like mystique it to get unbelievable amounts of power in certain lanes. It's been a consideration in a lot of different Bass decks. Consideration in pretty much any Cerebro deck. Very, very wide-ranging card. I personally don't think that Iron Man is tier 1. I think many, many times Iron Man has been a tier 1 deck. I think that tier 1 card, I think right now it's probably at the top of tier 2. A very strong, competitively viable card. It is a unbelievably strong effect. But I don't think you're worrying about Iron Man when you're building your deck too often. Obviously, it's like a huge portion of like tribunal decks. It's one of the reasons that Mr. Negative is as good as it is. It's not even really the best Mr. Negative card anymore. I would say that like Gore is probably now the best Mr. Negative card, and it was for a very long time. I think there's certainly very often, I think every other time I've done this list, I've had Iron Man as a meta-defining card. I think right now it sits at the top of tier 2. I think that there's times, and it could very well go up to tier 1 very quickly, based on a lot of different things. I think right now it feels like it's a card that's at the top of tier 2. A very, very strong, very powerful card, but just not as dominant or as much of a card that you really need to think about as you have in previous times. Jane Foster. Jane Foster goes in like exactly 2 decks. Jane Foster goes in Hammer Bros decks, pull the hammers, and Jane Foster goes in Mr. Negative. Mr. Negative is always viable. It's always a very powerful deck. Even when Mobius is at 20%, Mr. Negative still sees quite a bit of play, which is crazy. But Jane Foster is a huge, huge, huge fuel for that deck. Huge fuel for that deck. Essential to both. I don't know if that's the case anymore. I think that prior to King Eitri coming out, Jane Foster was absolutely essential to both. I think that there are Hammer Bros decks that cut Jane Foster now. It's not often. Most decks will still run it. But you can run Thor Hammer Bros decks with just King Eitri. Because it's kind of rare that you get both. Like, it happens, but it's much less often that you're just like using Jane for one hammer. So King Eitri has replaced Jane Foster. Sometimes you run both still. I think that Jane Foster is still just such a staple. I think it's definitely a tier 2 card. Very, very important for Hammer Bros when it's strong. And a absolutely essential Mr. Negative deck. Mr. Negative would not exist without Jane Foster. Straight up. So absolutely essential Negative. Very, very strong in Hammer Bros, which is a bad deck and is sometimes cuttable in Hammer Bros. Definitely think it's a tier 2. Jessica Jones. Ass. Jubilee. Jubilee's a cool card, man. Another card. Well, I guess it did see one change. It used to pull a random card. Now it pulls the top card of your deck. Wait, does it pull? It pulls the top card of your deck, right? I'm not. Am I losing my fucking mind? You can still use it with Howard, right? Yeah, it's the top card. So it got changed a long time ago from a random card to the top card. And then there was this weird situation where it would like pull Shavas a lot. This is like 3 years old. So like this is like kind of nothing. The fact that it pulls the top card matters very little. Because Howard is just kind of trash. Jubilee is a very important card in certain decks. You can just run it in any deck that has like a lot of big cards. Like Jubilee into Blink is such a devastating pair of cards that can come out. Jubilee feels pretty mid right now. There's been times when Jubilee has felt really, really devastating. I think I put it in tier 3. I think that it still finds its way into most Hella lists. Or quite a few Hella lists to try and thin your deck and pull out more cards. It's a very unique ability. It is kind of like quote unquote a fake draw where you're drawing a card and playing it immediately out of your deck. A very good card. It's strong with the right support, strong in the right decks. Very cool. Juggernauts. I fucking hate this card, man. I fucking hate Juggernaut, man. I fucking hate this card so much. It's more fair as a 4/5 than it was as a 3/3. As a 3/3, Jesus Christ, man, this card just got so fucking degenerate. As a 4/5, at least you like, it's a pretty expensive card to play out. And it's still just such a checkmate card sometimes, man. Just one of those cards where you're like, man, if my opponent's running Juggernaut, I just lose. And then it happens, and you're just like, all right, cool. Very fun. It's tier 1 or tier 2. I think it's tier 1, man. I think it's tier 1 still as a 4/5. Which sucks, dude. I was really hoping that it going to 4/5 would really limit its scope. But God, it just doesn't feel like it did. What a gross card, man. Juggernaut just feels so terrible, man. Juggernaut just feels so terrible to play against. We're going to put it in tier 1, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. Kang! 3/4? Add 3 copies of this with random effects to your deck. An awesome card. Just an absolutely awesome card. Some people hate it, and that's okay. Those people also hate Erisham, and that's also okay. I think Kang is such a cool rework. I'm very, very proud of Second Dinner for finally doing this. I guess I don't know if proud's the right word because it took them way too fucking long. I'm happy they did Kang justice. If it was going to take this long, they made a card that feels very, very thematic to what Kang is. And a card that is someone who likes playing random garbage, and winning with random garbage is just a very fun inclusion in just about any deck. Now, how competitive is it? That's a good question. I feel like Kang felt really strong at first. Now it's kind of come down to earth a little bit. I'm still going to put it at tier 2. That might be too high. I think tier 3 maybe makes more sense. But I do feel like Kang is just, it's just a really, really... Sometimes you just get Kang and it's just, you just get win the game cards. Yeah, it took me a long time, T-Squared. It took me a real long time. It took me a really long time to come around to my hate of Juggernaut, I agree. I think that Kang is awesome. I think that Kang feels really powerful. The stats may say it's closer to tier 3. But boy, oh boy, man. When you play Kang and it feels like... I feel like Kang, you never... I feel like there's times where Kang feels terrible. I just always feel like my deck can be competitive if there's Kang in it. Because I can get those high rolls. I'm going to put it at tier 2. Kazar. Kazar's an interesting card. Kazar has been really strong at times. As a very, very powerful part of Zoo. I want to see Kazar's stats because I'm actually interested. Kazar's in about 1% of decks right now with a 49% win rate, minus 0.09 cubes, top 50% infinite. Basically no play in top 10% infinite. Kazar is like just a Zoo card, right? Kazar sees no play outside of like very pure Zoo style decks. Which are bad right now. I don't think it's a tier 5. I don't think it's a tier 5. I think it's a tier 4 card. I think Zoo wouldn't really be good without Kazar. And I don't think Zoo is very good right now, and I think Zoo needs some help. But I still feel like its effect is quite strong. I don't think it's like a bad effect that kind of does nothing. Zoo doesn't even run him? Is that true? That's not true. Yeah, I think Kazar could use some improvements. I think that they should make some improvements to Zoo in general. But I think Kazar's like just decently like an okay power level card. Like in a draft style format. You have a couple of one costs, like Kazar is just kind of fine. But it's just like it kind of just goes up and down whether or not Zoo is okay. And Zoo is not okay right now. It hasn't been for a while. It's crazy. Even when Killmonger didn't exist, Zoo didn't rise up. Now I think that's because it just can't compete on points to other more combo focused decks that were just gapping it. Yeah, right when Gilgamesh came out, Zoo was feeling really, really good. But then, you know, it just hasn't gotten any more support since, and everything else has gotten stronger. Kind of how it goes. Skillmonger. Skillmonger. Great card. Very important card to always be thinking about. It's definitely tier 2. Is it tier 1 is the question. I'm not sure. I feel like Skillmonger going away and coming back. You definitely see more of it. The fact that Skillmonger is a staple in Destroy, the fact that it is a staple in Surfer, the fact that it is a tech card that you can play just in any deck, I think I have to put it in tier 1. I think I have to put it in tier 1. It's a great card offensively in Destroy. It's sees play in most Surfer decks. And it just sees play as a tech card in other decks. I think it has to be tier 1. I think that this card is just very important. Maybe right now it feels like it's not tier 1. But the fact that it's such a powerful effect, can not only be staple in multiple decks, but also a tech inclusion that can go almost anywhere. I think I have to put it in tier 1. Feels very like a tier 1 card. Kingpin. Kingpin's a weird one, man. Kingpin feels like the worst card in Scream. Kingpin feels like the 12th card that you would add to your Scream deck. Just because it's fine. Scream's also not in a great spot right now. Scream's not seeing too terribly much play. And when it does, it doesn't feel nearly as strong as it used to. In the right hand, Scream is a very terrifying deck. Most of the times I see Scream, I'm not too affected by it. And I tell you what, I sometimes even forget that Kingpin's on the board, man. Kingpin's interesting. I don't think it hits tier 5. I don't think it's that bad, but it's definitely tier 4. I was somewhat considering it in tier 5. I don't think it's that bad. I think being the 12th card in an okay deck, somewhat unique effect. I think there's an argument for putting it in tier 5. I think it's a little step above those. And again, some people might see some cards in tier 5 and be very surprised, like Cloak or Deathlock or Cable. The reason that these cards are down here is because there's just so many cards that do what they do better. There's one card that does what Kingpin's better, and it's way better, which is Scream. Kingpin still finds some use in that deck. I don't think it's at the level of those tier 5 cards. By sub, will you put it in tier 6? No, you should sub just because it's a Bynx-A-Thon. Kitty Pryde. Man, dude, remember Kitty Pryde was like one of the best cards in the game? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Kitty Pryde has had a very weird... Kitty Pryde has had a very weird journey in Snap. It came out in a very, very powerful state.
This is what we got. Everybody's a Bynx fan.
Came out in a very, very powerful state that broke the game. It then got removed from the game for a while. Then got put in a worse state, but still very strong. Yo, Russet, thank you so much for 16 months. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Russet. Kitty Pryde has fallen off like crazy, man. I've always kind of been of the opinion that, like, Kitty Pryde was worse than a lot of people thought it was. For most of the time Kitty Pryde was around. For most of the time that Kitty Pryde was around and popular, I still think that people were overplaying the card. I don't know. I've just felt like a lot of times, like, people will play like Kitty Pryde in a deck just because there's Galacta in it. I've just never really understood it. I feel like Kitty Pryde works when there's a lot of effects that use it. Like if you have Elsa and Hope and Angela and something like Galacta and all these different ways to take advantage of the fact that you can just play this card over and over. I do feel like the card was very, very powerful. But as all those other cards have kind of fallen off, not really been super viable, not really been super strong, I feel like people still have this lingering want to have Kitty Pryde in their deck because they like playing with it, even though it's just not doing nearly enough for them. Again, maybe that's just a personal bias, but I do not think Kitty Pryde is like that good of a card at all. I want to put it in tier 4. I feel like people will get really mad if I put it in tier 4. I just really don't think that Kitty Pryde is like a good card like at all. I've never scared of Kitty Pryde. I'm gonna put it in tier 4. I don't think this card is good. I think that all of its support cards have just gotten to the point where they're not that strong. Also, Gamer, I see that your icon changed, but it didn't pop up. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. I don't like I will never, I very rarely will ever do, and almost never will do, if I sub, will you do this? It's kind of something I've always taken a stance on. And sorry if that came off as annoying when I said that. But I very much appreciate the sub. I appreciate the support. I feel like that probably came off as bad. I'm just, my brain is kind of broken. I've been talking now for three hours straight. I very much appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm going to put it in tier 4. I don't think Kitty Pryde is good. I think that all her support cards are bad. I think that she only works when all of her support cards are decent. Yeah, I appreciate you, Gamer Snap. Claw. Claw was really scary at one point. Claw was very scary at some point. Back when it was +8 for a little bit, it was a pretty menacing card to go against. Went back to +7, which is still a 5/11 that you can target, you can double with things like Onslaught. I feel like Claw might be a little underrated right now. Again, 5-drops are hard to play into your deck. They're very expensive. I want to put it in tier 3. I think it has to be tier 4. I kind of want to put it in tier 3 though. I think it's a little underrated, but like I never consider Claw in any deck, even like ongoing decks. I'll put it in tier 4. Solid card. Solid card, very strong, but just kind of doesn't do what it needs to anymore. A little bit limited in what you can do. There's just better effects than Claw for the most part. Null. Null's a great card, man. Null sees high level play in Mr. Negative, and it sees high level play in Destroy. That's kind of it. Null is also not in every Mr. Negative deck. It's in a lot of them, but it's not in every Mr. Negative deck. I actually want to see. I'm interested. So the top few Mr. Negative decks. Null is not in any of the most played Mr. Negative decks. Null is not in any of the top 4 played Mr. Negative decks. Let's go to last 30 days, get a little bit higher sample size. Yeah, Null is very consistently getting cut from Mr. Negative. Last 30 days, top 50% infinite. Even the Destroy version of Null that uses like Carnage and Kid Omega to try and pop Airwalker still is not seeing play in those decks. It's quite surprising. So maybe Null is being used in Mr. Negative a lot less than I give it credit for. I think if Null was still seeing play in most Mr. Negative lists, I think there's a very strong argument to put it as a tier 1 card. But being a powerful card in Destroy, but not, I think, like the soul of why Destroy is so strong. I don't even know if I would put any Destroy cards in tier 1. I don't even know. They'd have to really be good in a lot of other decks, I feel, like Killmonger. I think I'm going to put Null at tier 2. It's very good in Destroy. The fact that it's getting cut in Mr. Negative lists and it kind of doesn't go in anything outside of Destroy and Mr. Negative. And it's not the best Destroy card. I don't even know if it's probably like the 6th best Destroy card. Like Killmonger, Carnage, Venom, maybe even Deadpool I would put over it. Death is kind of at an even level. I'm going to put Null at tier 2. Korg. Korg's a tough one, man. A card that's never changed. It's been a 1/2 add a rock to your opponent's deck for a long time. It was weirdly a consideration in beta before Darkhawk existed as just some level of disruption. But Korg's a weird card. Korg would see 0 play if Darkhawk didn't exist, right? Korg would see absolutely 0 play if Darkhawk didn't exist. As would any of the cards that adds rocks. Terex, Rock Slide, Korg. Black Widow, for the most part, except for people who think that it works well with Jocasta. So the fact that it is a good supporting card in an okay deck in Darkhawk. It's in pretty much every Darkhawk deck. So it's a weird card to try and fit into somewhere, right? It's only played in Darkhawk decks, but it is played in all of them. And it is a decent card in those decks. It's a 1-drop that you can slot in. I'm between tier 4 and tier 3. Underrated because you don't see the impact. That's fair. Everyone's had them play Korg on turn 1 and draw the rock on turn 2 and be sad. Does hurt. I'm between tier 3 and tier 4 for it. I do think it's the best Darkhawk supporter. I'm going to put it in tier 3 then. I think Darkhawk's consistently been a playable deck. Korg's been in every single one of them pretty much since its existence. So I think it'll go. I think it's okay in tier 3, even though it's like a very limited card that's only goes with one other card. I think that it's the best one. I think it's better than Rockslide. I think it's better than Black Widow. I think it's better than Terex. So I think I'm gonna put it in tier 3. Craven. Craven's a very interesting card because it's a move card that sees play in both Scream and it sees play in some move decks. Sees play in like the Schmoove decks that use like Silk and Hydra Stomper and stuff. Which is decent. I don't know how strong those are right now. They don't feel amazing. They're pretty decent. I've gotten blown up by them quite a bit. I think Craven, if it was just in any one individual deck, it would probably be like a tier 4 card. Because it's like one of the more cuttable cards in like all those decks. But it kind of just persists in a lot of them. It's a pretty powerful effect. You're going to put it as a tier 3. There's even a consideration to like think about it in tier 2 because it does it works in so many things. It's a weird card to think about, but I think tier 3 is fair. Lady Sif. Lady Sif is another very important discard card. Being able to specifically target your highest power card is very, very good in a lot of different discard strategies. It's a huge fuel for Hela. It's a huge fuel for Ghost Rider. It's a huge fuel for Black Knight. And it's one of the better discard cards. I think Blade is the best discard card. I think Lady Sif, Corvus, Colleen Wing. Outside of I guess Bullseye. Like, Bullseye is just different, I guess. At least in my eyes. Maybe not for a lot of people. I think it's kind of in line with Colleen Wing and yeah, it's interesting. And like Corvus. Colleen Wing's a good card, man. 3/5, pretty good tempo. So you don't take a huge tempo loss playing it. I don't know. It's either tier 3 or tier 2. I think I'm going to put it in tier 2. The fact that it works in Black Knight, the fact that it works in traditional discard, the fact that it works in Hela. It's a card that sees play in every single one. It's not at the level of Blade, which I think is like, if Blade didn't exist, I think that all the discard decks would crumble. I think they could get along without Colleen Wing. I think like Black Knight would probably be dead. Hela would be a hell of a lot worse. No pun intended. Actually, I did intend the pun. Never mind. But I don't think it's as backbreaking as it would be to lose Blade. But I think it's very powerful. We'll put it at tier 2. Leader! Card's ass, man. Much as I hate to admit it, this card's ass. I feel like every time I randomly get Leader or I try Leader, I never win when I play it. I feel like I never win when I play Leader. It's so rare. I feel like it's a card that you think will win you the game and then you lose and then you're like, fuck. I think the card's just actively bad. Leech! Dude, remember when Leader and Leech were like the most hated cards and now like... Am I putting them both in tier 6, man? I think Leech goes to tier 5. I think Leech only affecting 6 drops is real rough. I do think they just did want to gut Leech because people have hated it for so long. But I do think there's an argument that like there are certain decks that could rise up and be very strong that Leech would be a tech card you would consider to go against them. Maybe I'm coping. Maybe that's just not something that would ever happen. But I don't think it's like... I think there's an argument that you could find a right deck that Leech would be a card that would help you in certain matchups and would maybe see very fringe play. I don't know if I would put it all the way down to like tier 6, but it's pretty bad. Could be in tier 6 for sure. Lizard. 2/6. Your opponent fills their side. -4 power. Lizards had quite the journey in Snap. It was a 2/4 -3. Then it was a 2/5 -3. Then it was a 2/5 -4. And now it's a 2/6 -4. Lizard is interesting because it does find its way into kind of like a few decks. Cerebro 6, which is kind of a meme, obviously wants it. But like Surtur, like Sauron style decks consider it. Some like decks that have Luke Cage will consider it. I think it's a good card for what it does and where it's at. Like Nightmare will use it. I don't think like you're ever too upset about playing Lizard, even if they knock it down to 2 power. It is 2/6 -1, right? Maybe the fact that I don't know what the fuck I'm like 99. I'm like second guessing myself just because I always think about, yeah, 2. It goes from a 2/6 to a 2/2. Because whenever I start to think about like old versions of the card, it scrambles my brain. I think Lizard's in a weak, but sometimes useful. I think that's a good way of saying it. Luckjaw. I'm not gonna lie, when Luckjaw got switched to 2/2, I thought the card was gonna be really good. I'll admit that. And then we saw it come as a 2/2 and be fine. Kind of bad. And we saw it buff to a 2/3. And then it was just fine. Lockjaw, it gives you a Jubilee style effect whenever you want. You can get rid of cards with downside like Electro. But it's just like when you look at it next to a card like Blink, it's just so hard to feel like it's it has the power that Blink has, where you force it a higher card. There's so many times where you play Lockjaw and you just like switch it with another card that you didn't really want, and then it's just like, why did I put this two power card in my deck? Interesting card. Surprised. It definitely blew my expectations away when I thought the 2/2 version was going to be really good, and now even the 2/3 version isn't that good. I don't think it's like a really bad card that still sees play. Maybe at a 2/2 it was like getting close to there, but I think it's just a tier 4 card. It's weak, sometimes pretty useful. And that's a split. That's a split. All right, chat. We're doing great here. We only have 284 cards to go. Lucas Cage. Oh my god, dude. I have to go so much faster. I need to figure this out. Luke Cage is a very, very powerful, very important card. It sees play in Cerebro 3. It sees play in Cerebro 2. It sees play in Affliction. It sees Fringe play as a tech card. I think even though Luke Cage isn't that powerful right now, the fact that it is in so many competitive decks, and the fact that it's so important in Affliction, and even though Affliction isn't that strong right now, I kind of want to put it in meta defining. You also want the entire VOD on YouTube? It already is. It's being made as we speak. I think I'm going to say Luke Cage is meta defining, which is a little weird. But I don't think that Cerebro 2 or 3 could exist without Luke Cage. I don't think that Affliction, even though some Afflictions decks go no Luke, I don't think the vast majority of Affliction decks would be as viable without Luke Cage, even though Luke Cage is also a counter. I think that Luke Cage just finds his way into so many things. I think it's a meta-defining card. I think it's a card that you always have to think about. This could be wrong. Maybe it's just a tier 2 card. I don't think it's ever lower than tier 2. But I think the fact that it's in so many different competitively viable decks, I like it at meta defining. Magic. Your energy 2 power. Create Limbo. Magic's a really cool card in the game, man. I do think that, especially when Magic first went to 3/2, I think way too many decks were overplaying Luke Cage. Way too many decks were way overplaying Magic. I think that a lot of decks would just play Magic because they're like, oh, I get a turn 7, that's good. The reason that you should play Magic, if you get a turn 7 and that makes it so that you're in a better position than your opponent, by like a pretty sizable amount. Like Magic getting put into combo decks that want more time to draw their combos, because you can kind of look at Magic kind of like a draw card. Magic being put into Mr. Negative to give them more time. Magic being put into Clog because you can take more advantage of the extra turn. Magic's a very, very important tool that has probably historically been one of the most overplayed cards of all time, which is a weird thing to say. But I think that people in general have overplayed Magic pretty significantly. So I'm going to put Magic up at tier 2. There's an argument for, at times, she's been in tier 3. But she is just such a unique card. And even though in certain metas she just gets stomped because Merlin's very popular, it's very good. All right, chat, we just did ads. I need to take a break and take a piss, and then we're going to keep going. I think Magic to 3 costs is the single most meta shifting change they've made to one card. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, 5-3 was really bad. The card also used to be a menace when you could play it on turn 6, but that was a long time ago. All right, Magento, the man with the hat. Very strong card, very strong effect. Kind of doesn't have a place, weirdly. Like, it's not used in Scream. Sometimes it's used in Scream. I think that at the beginning of Scream, Magento was used a little bit more, but I've always not felt like Magento's great in Scream. And just like this big, powerful card that can kind of just like slot its way into certain situations. Magento to 5, that would be no one wants Magento at 5. You would. I think like Magento to 5 to make it like Magento consistently going down on 5 without ramping into it would be not good for the game at all. I would hate it. Magento's really interesting. It just kind of doesn't have a home right now. Even though I think it's strong. I almost consider it the same tier. Like, I don't know. I kind of want to put it at 3 because, like, I feel like it's a card that, like, now you can kind of start running in, like, your Wiccan decks. Like, I've gotten wrecked by Magenta Wiccan so many times recently. It's like this big, nasty card. Like, when you can play it on turn 5, the card feels really strong. Which is kind of interesting why I don't want it to be at turn 5. Because you kind of have to earn playing it on turn 5, in my opinion. I don't know, man. Magenta's in such a weird spot. I kind of want to move Doom and Magento to 3. So I'm looking at all the other cards around Dr. Doom. I feel like Doom doesn't fit in tier 4. Even though it doesn't really have a spot. It's just weird. Is it strictly better than regular Hulk? No. Not strictly better. Most of the time better. I mean, you'd always put it in your deck over Hulk, but it could lose you the game, man. Magento's lost people games all the time. I'm going to move Magento and Doom to... I don't know. Now I don't know. I'm going to move both Magento and Doom to 3. I think Magento and Doom are both very powerful cards that just weirdly don't have a place right now. They feel like the same card to me, or like they feel like they're in the exact same spot. They're these cards that like should be devastating and are very strong. And with the right support, they can feel debilitating. I don't know. So we're going to put them there. Mantis, I would say Mantis is like actively bad. Very similar to what Agent 13, same situation. It doesn't really do what it does better than anything else. Remember this was a 2-2? That shit was hilarious, man. 2-2 Mantis was very funny. Mantis, it's just... By God, just don't put that card in your deck. Maria Hill, my queen. My queen, Maria Hill. I miss you so. Maria Hill. It's a 1-2 that adds a 2-cost card to your hand. It's not a bad card to add cards to your hand. I do think it's better than Agent 13 or Mantis. Sees very, very fringe play in some like Victoria hand decks. Back when the Wiccan meta wasn't to just like go all in on Quicksilver Domino, it saw a lot of play there. I think it's a little bit higher than those. I'm going to put it at bad cards. Still see some very, very fringe play. I think it's decent. Master Mold. Honestly, also in tier 5. Master Mold is terrible. Master Mold is a trash card. It adds 2 2/3s to your opponent's hand. You sometimes can make them skip a draw. And the only reason you'd ever play Master Mold is because of Ronin. The card's ass. The only reason it's not actively bad is because if you have Ronin in your deck, then it makes your deck better. It doesn't automatically make your deck actively bad. Now, you might argue putting Ronin in your deck is actively bad, and that's fair. I think Ronin's probably a tier 4 card, but at the very bottom of tier 4, Ronin's very hard to play. Ronin feels worse than Devil Dinosaur, which might be wrong. Maybe Ronin is a little better than I give it credit for. But Master Mold is just an absolutely trash card that only sees play because you can run Ronin. Now, Maximus, on the other hand, 2/6. Maximus can see some very fringe play in, like, say, obviously, Ronin. You want to run Maximus in any Ronin deck that you have. I think Maximus has a little bit more upside because it has such a high stat line. You could just play it on turn 6 as, like, a decent play. It used to be a lot better. Like, playing a 2/6 used to feel a lot better, like a year ago, but now it feels a lot worse than it did. I don't think it's in the tier of Master Mold, but again, very limited. Pretty much only sees play in like Cerebro 6, which is fake. or Ronin, which is kind of feels middling right now. So I'm going to put it at tier 4. You can find some use cases for it. Like if you randomly generate it, it's like fine if you just hold it till turn 6. M'Baku. Man, my son M'Baku. I wish you were stronger, bud. I gotta say, I think if you put M'Baku in your deck, you're throwing, man. I think if you put M'Baku in your deck, you're throwing. The combo is not comboing no more. M'Baku gets worse and worse the more strong cards get. Having a 1/2 jump out of your deck isn't really going to flip any games. Just a bad card. Just pretty actively bad card. Even in like Arishem where you aren't likely going to draw it, just getting the 2 it just doesn't do anything. I wish you were better in M'Baku. 07s. Medusa. Medusa's a really bad card, man. Medusa's a really bad card. You can only play it in the middle lane. You're only getting a 2. It's still a 2/5, right? It didn't go up to 2/6 ever. It's still in, yeah, it's still in Cerebro 5. Oh yeah, it was a 2/2 that went to a 2/4 before. Ugh. Crazy downside. You have to play it in this specific lane. A 2/5, a vanilla 2/5 probably wouldn't even see play right now. It's kind of only ever used in C5, which is a very okay deck, and it's getting cut from some C5 decks. Bad card, still see some very fringe play when it's needed. Miles Morales. Miles Morales is a weird one, man. Powerful move card. In any of like the Shmove style decks, Miles Morales is a really nice card to just get additional tempo and push it in. But Miles Morales is really kind of ticked off. Like almost no pure move decks, I feel like, play it. I might be wrong. Maybe there's more versions of move that play it than I give it credit for. Most popular move bounce deck isn't playing it. The Rube Goldberg machine obviously isn't playing it. Second most popular move deck isn't playing it. Really where it's seeing play is in some of these weirder move decks. So it's a weird card. It's a weird card. There's sometimes where it feels like it's a very strong deck that helps carry move, but right now it feels like move is just doing stronger things than playing a 1/6. I think I'm going to put it in tier 3. I still do think it's a pretty powerful effect, and any like move style decks with like that are trying to move a lot of things around and use like Hydra Stomper and stuff will still like to have it. And like Scream decks will still like to have it, but it just feels like it's kind of started to fall off. It's kind of started to fall off. Misty Knights. Misty Knight's bad, man. Misty Knight's a really bad card. Just getting +1 on your cards is fine. It's getting cut from most high evolutionary decks. Just doesn't really do anything. I don't know if it's necessarily actively bad, but it's just not a good card. MODOK. MODOK's a weird one, man. MODOK's a weird one. MODOK's a very important discard card. But it's not seeing nearly as much play. Like, MODOK used to kind of be this card that's in, like, every discard style deck. But, like, the Bullseye stuff has kind of overtaken MODOK, but it's still used in most of them. I think I'm going to put MODOK at tier 2. I think that it still props up a lot of discard decks. Still a very strong discard card. But it's just not really where you want to be. Modok is not essential. It's essential in some decks, but there's plenty of decks that run Bullseye and no Modok. Mojo. Mojo's a weird one, man. I think Mojo's tier 5. I think that Mojo saw some fringe play in like Thanos decks. Like Thanos Spectrum decks, Mojo would see some play. In some pure Spectrum decks, it would see play, but it's just kind of fallen off like crazy. I think Mojo, I don't know if it's actively like bad to put Mojo in your deck. Like some decks, it's probably fine in, but it's pretty darn bad. Moon Girl. I'm very high on Moon Girl. I think Moon Girl might be underplayed. I think Moon Girl's underplayed. Maybe it's because I've been on this big like Bastion, Moon Girl, Quinjet kick, where those cards just all seem to work together in such a cool way. But I feel like Moon Girl is very, very underplayed. I think Moon Girl is very, very powerful card. It's like a pseudo draw style effect. It just has such good synergy with Victoria Hand, with Quinjet. It's a very powerful card. I'm going to put it in tier 2. That might surprise people. That might seem too high. But I think that Moon Girl is... I think a lot of decks can turn into Moon Girl style decks. And just no one's doing it. Which could be wrong. Which could be wrong. It could be my own personal biases that I think I've been playing with the card a lot recently, and the card just feels so strong sometimes, man. The card just loads you up on resources. God, the card is so good, man. I think Moon Girl is one of the most underrated cards in the game right now. I'm gonna put it at tier 2. Moon Knight. Moon Knight was a menace when they first changed it to even costed cards. It felt great in a lot of decks. There was like Darkhawk, odd Darkhawk decks that would use Moon Knight as this way to just fight against what your opponent's doing. But it's really, really fallen off. It's really fallen off, it feels like. Going down to 3-3 definitely hurt. But even at 3-4, I don't think it would see very much play right now. Put Moon Knight at tier 4. Morbius. Goddamn, Morbius is a good card, man. Another card that's never seen a change. Very strong card that's been competitively viable, borderline forever, and has never seen a change. Morbius is a fantastic card. I'm even considering putting Morbius in tier 1. Morbius feels like such an important card in discard. Morbius is so fucking good. Morbius is such a fucking powerful card. Even if you get like 5 discards, like the card goes crazy, man. 210. I'm gonna put it at tier 1. I think Morbius is so powerful. I think that I think there's definitely an argument for it to be in tier 2. But boy, oh boy, man. Morbius just feels so powerful. The fact it's not running Hella anymore makes me a little hesitant to put it in tier 1. Like, Morbius used to be running Hella. And maybe it should be running more Hella decks. Maybe there's an argument for that. I'm going to put it at tier 1. Morph! I'm going to say it's tier 5. Morph is a card, like, in certain metas is, like, legitimately worth an inclusion. There was a couple hella metas where, like, Morph was legitimately a card more people should have thought of putting in their deck, I think. When people just had all these giant cards in their hands, and then you could just use Morph to get one of them. There's an argument that it's an actively bad, fully meme card, but I think it's a little bit better than those cards. I think I'd rather put Morph in my deck than any of those cards in tier 6. Mr. F. Mr. F now does +3 to multiple lanes. A couple decks utilize Mr. F. You could run him in just like Spectrumless. You could run him in any deck where you're considering using Moonstone. However, I kind of found when I was like exploring a lot of like Moonstone style decks, especially the Spectrum versions, Mr. F just feels a little too fair, even at +3. There is like a deck that's like running, like trying to do like Wave Onslaught to get multiple either Mr. Fs or multiple Miss Marvels that's decent. I think it's a tier 4 card. I think that when it first got switched, you could argue it was like tier 3. But pretty darn good. Mr. Negative. I think it's hard to not say it's a meta-defining card. It's a card that's always there. It's always been a meta-relevant card forever. For a very long time. I feel like I'm seeing it less in the last couple of months. But it's just always there. It's always a deck you have to play around. It's always a deck you have to learn the risk reward factor of when to retreat and when to feel like you can stay in. I think it's just an insanely relevant card and has been forever. I think it's still it's the closest it's been in a while to not being a meta defining card, but I think it's still there. Mr. Sinister. This card has had quite a bit of a comeback. This card was kind of just always like worst brewed for a long time, but then like as of somewhat recently, people started to use it as a cheaper brood because brood going into 3 spots was not as good, and you get it for 1 cost less. So there's been some very high level competitive decks that Mr. Sinister has been in, which is very interesting. I think that in the past, I've probably been thinking it's like a tier 4 level card, but with all these powerful cards that can, you know, add power to your hand now, I think Mr. Sinister, I think you got to move it up to tier 3. I think surprisingly, I got to move Mr. Sinister up to tier 3. Still not as prevalent as Brood, but a much better card and a much more utilized card than it was a year ago. I think last year I would put it around tier 4, but I think it's up to tier 3 now. Just being able to double power that you can add onto cards is pretty strong as a cheap card. It's definitely found some pretty cool use cases. Multiple Man. The weird move card. Multiple Man was a meta staple when Phoenix Force was popular. And it's seeing a bit of a resurgence. I'm seeing it a little bit more and more in some weird decks that are just trying to buff it and move it quite a bit. Yeah, and it being a staple in C2 is important as well. Multiple Man is a card that I think has been as much as like almost a tier 2 card when Phoenix Force was a very meta relevant card. And it probably fell down to being, like, in my eyes, closer to like a tier 4. But I think I'm going to put it in tier 3. I think utilizing Multiple Man, especially now that we have, you know, Symbiote Spider-Man and Penny and Agony and Hulkbuster. I think there's an argument that multiple man is maybe not being as explored as much because the other move stuff is just a little bit like stronger or quite a bit stronger than it. There's some really funky multiple man stuff that you can do. I think I'm going to move it up to tier 3. I think there's an argument to put it at tier 4 for sure. And even though it doesn't go into those move packages, it creates a lot of other decks that can be really cool. So definitely an argument this could be in tier 4, but I've been seeing some really cool multiple man decks that feel very powerful. And I think that there's some things to be explored with multiple man that haven't really been messed around with as much. Mysterio. Mysterio is a really cool card. In my opinion, perhaps the most complicated card in Snap. I think from a dev perspective, it might be the most complicated card. A lot of very weird interactions, breaks the game constantly. Is used with Squash, is used in any deck that might like consider something like Patriot. Very, very powerful, very interesting card. With a lot of different ways that you can try and use it and abuse it in many ways. I'd say the Mysterio, I think I'm going to put it at tier 3. I think there's might even be an argument. I think at times it's been a tier 2 card. At times it's even been a meta defining card. I think right now Mysterio is at tier 3, probably Fringe tier 2, but a very, very unique, very interesting card that you can find a lot of use cases for. Mystique. Mystique's a very powerful effect. Recently got buffed to 3-1, which was also a stealth nerf to Mr. Negative. Sees a wide range of play in any deck that has, you know, powerful ongoing effects. You can use it to copy your Darkhawk. You can use it to copy your Ronin. You can use it to copy your Devil Dinosaur. You use it to copy your big ongoing card and get an additional effect out of it. You can use it to copy Iron Man, obviously. You can use it to, in weird Fringe cases, copy like a Victoria Hand, or a Quinjet, or a Patriot, or a Sarah, or an Onslaught. Very, very important card. Is it tier 1? Question. I don't know. I don't know that it's a tier 1 card. I think many times it's been a tier 1 card. I think right now it feels more like a tier 2 card. It's a very versatile card. A lot of different decks find use out of it. I don't think right now is a meta-defining card. I think it's kind of sharing the spotlight with Iron Man in that regard. Very, very solid, though. Could definitely make an argument for tier 1 still. Nakia. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad card. Nakia, I mean, especially with like Viv Vision. Like Viv Vision now being the same power as Nakia. Even though Viv Vision can sometimes be a downside when she moves. It's just a real bad card. I don't know if Nakia is actively bad. I think there's cards that will even add Nakia because they're trying to get as many additional power buffs into their hand as possible. I think it's a tier 5. It's a card that is just kind of played sometimes. Ooh, you know what? I am going to move Mystique to tier 1. I wasn't even really considering the fact that she's in pretty much every Cerebro deck. Okay, I will put Mystique in tier 1 because she is in almost every Cerebro deck, sometimes not Cerebro 5. I actually agree with that. I for whatever reason, was not considering the fact that she's a staple in C2 and C3. But you're right. Considering Cerebro decks, I would definitely say Mystique is still tier 1. Great call. What card did I just put up here? I don't even remember. Did I even do it? I don't even remember what card I put up here. Nakia, tier 5. Yeah, trash. Namor, actively bad. Fix it. Negasonic Teenage Whorehead. Very recently, a tier 1 card. Very recently, Negasonic was everywhere. Ate the exact same nerf as Juggernaut, but took it way worse. I think Negasonic was probably pushed back further because of the Fenris nerf. I think if Fenris was still a 2-3, Negasonic would be like a tier 2, maybe even still a tier 1 card. But Negasonic does not feel nearly as strong as she once was. I'm going to put her at tier 3, I think. I think Negasonic is just at 4-5. It's very hard to play. If you whiff with Nakia as playing 4 energy for her, and then they could just play like a 1-drop onto it, it feels terrible. Probably if the Fenris nerf hadn't happened, she'd still be a tier 2 card because she still works great with Fenris. But Fenris going to 3 really neutered the deck. I'm really happy they did that. I think Fenris at 2-3 was crazy. But Negasonic is still something you have to play around. Still something that's strong in decks with the right support, which is not nearly the meta she once was. Ate the same nerf as Juggernaut and took it way worse. Way worse. And Fenris, of course, had a big part of it. Nicholas Fury. 4-6, add 3 6 costs to your hand. Now, let's be honest, man. Like, you ain't ever putting Nick Fury in your deck, brother. You ain't ever putting Nick Fury in your deck, brother. Just ain't happening. Just simply ain't happening. Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler's a weird one. Obviously, a Cerebro 2 staple. The problem is kind of just a Cerebro 2 staple. Does Nightcrawler see any play in any other decks? I feel like it doesn't. Cerebro 2, Cerebro 2, Cerebro 2, Cerebro 2. And a bunch of fake decks. Maybe Zoo? I guess Zoo? My Galactus Cerebro 2 deck is on here. And they call it Cerebro 6 and Untapped. That's very funny. Yeah, I mean, it's good, right? It's a card that can move. It's cheap. It has some level of utility. As a draft card, it's like pretty damn good. I kind of want to put it in tier 3. I think it's very important in Cerebro 2. I think Cerebro 2 would be significantly worse if Nightcrawler didn't exist. Nightcrawler is just a great way to be able to get into different lanes. Solid card. Solid card. Nimrod. Nimrod's weird, man. Nimrod's been up and down quite a bit. No, not really. I just when I say draft, I more just talk about like the card in a vacuum. Like, thing about the card in a vacuum, I think, is like an important distinction to think about. But most of the time, it's not super affecting things. It's more just like letting me work through different things, just like thinking about the card in different ways. Doesn't have a huge impact on the rankings, though, I would say. Nimrod, I'm gonna put it tier 3. I think that Nimrod is just, it's a very frail deck. It's very dependent on Nimrod whenever you're playing it. And it's pretty easy to tech around, especially with Stardust. In a pre-Stardust world, Nimrod was a little better. Like, Nimrod decks, they're still pretty strong. You can still do well with them, especially if you're a skilled player who knows how to do your setups right. But I think that Nimrod's just kind of fallen off as far as being like super viable. But still a solid card. Still a solid card. Just not really hitting the levels it needs to. Nova, man. Nova. Talk about a card that has disappeared, man. Talk about a card that has disappeared. Nova was a staple in Destroy. Nova was used in Surfer with Killmonger. Nova was used in a lot of different decks. I'm going to say it's a bad card that still sees some fringe play. I don't know if I think it's actively bad. I think that Nova's effect is like kind of fine in any deck where you're going to destroy it. But just outclassed by so many cards. Odin. Very powerful card. Very, very important card in the decks that he's in. No, I don't think it could go back to +2. I think +2 Nova would still be really, really strong. You're just doubling the power. Like, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. I don't know if it would be the best card in the game, but like, I don't think we want to live in a +2 Nova world. It'd be interesting to see him try it, but I think the card would be crazy. Like, Killmonger Nova would be in so many decks. Killmonger Nova would be in like every deck if it was +2. Just the easiest 2-card package to delete your opponent's 1-drops and give all your cards +2. Way, way too good. Odin. Odin's a weird card, right? Used in Hela. Used in a lot of Hela decks. Used in pretty much any powerful combo deck. A lot of powerful combo decks. Very, very strong effect. Used in like Hammer Bros decks. Really wide range. I kind of want to put Odin like all the way in tier 2. It's definitely tier 3. So I want to put it in tier 2. Odin's like just such a powerful card. It really, really boosts the top end of decks, especially when used with Wong, like crazy. I think it's not used enough to put it in tier 2. It's right at the top of tier 3 though. Very, very strong. But I think it's just like being a 6-drop and like being so linear. It's just not hitting the level of tier 2 for me. Okoye. Hang out right next to Nakia. I think you could argue Okoye is a tier 4 card. Like at 2-3, give your cards +1 in your deck. It's like fine. But I feel like Okoye and Nakia kind of fit a similar role where like people will try it in buff decks, and then as they refine it, they just cut it. Just not a very good card. Okoye is probably better than Nakia, like by quite a bit, but just doesn't give you enough juice that you need most of the time. Still see some fringe play. Probably better than most of these cards in like as far as what they like can actually do, but yeah, I just don't really see it being much better than tier 5. Omega Red probably also lands in tier 5. Omega Red is a 4/6 that can give you 6 extra power. Is like on paper seems good. It just doesn't really hit as much as you want. And also like 4-drops are just harder and harder to play, especially now that Zabu's bad or worse than it was. I think I'm gonna put it at tier 5 again. It kind of feels like a similar level to Okoye, where like you're not like throwing if you have it in your deck, and maybe you could make it work, but just not really as powerful of effect on a 4-drop that you want. Onslaught. Very, very powerful card. I'm going to put it right next to Odin. A card that in certain metas will absolutely be tier 2 level. A big driver in Tribunal. When like Tribunal type decks are working. Big combo ongoing style decks. But just currently not quite relevant enough. Orca. Fixed it. Patriots. Boy, oh boy, man. I do not see Patriot ever. The last time I tried to make Patriot work was with Mole Man. And it just didn't even feel that good. Patriot's tough, man. I almost want to put it in tier 5. I think I'm going to put it in tier 4. I think you could definitely argue it's a tier 5 card, though. Just like, there's just not enough ways to make it work. Like, not enough cards that work with it. Like, even though they gave it the extra power buff. Just, like, not good. Just doesn't feel like it ever does enough for you to win games. A cool card. Maybe they try and make it like a 3/0 plus 3. Kind of do a similar thing to what they did with... Make a similar thing to what they did with Cerebro. Maybe that makes like Ultron too consistent or strong, but... I don't know if Patriot, even if they made it like a 3/4, would see much competitive play. Polaris! Polaris is a great card, man. In a vacuum, very powerful. If you're in a draft format, Polaris is a wonderful card to have in your deck. Gives you some claw, gives you disruption. Great card in screen. I'm going to say tier 3 for Polaris. Maybe argue it's tier 4 because Scream's in a little bit of a rough spot. I think Polaris is just like, it's just a very strong card. It's a very strong card. One of the best cards in Scream, I would argue. Very, very strong card. Just doesn't have too much of a place right now. But just like a very, very strong card, with especially when it has good support. Professor X, the old Meta Menace. Meta Menace Professor X. You're going to go tier 4 for Professor X. It's still a card that like shocks you sometimes when they'll play Professor X and then just like you lose and you're like, what the hell? Especially if you can get it out on turn 4. Maybe a little underutilized. Maybe there's more use cases for Professor X now, but still just not really where it needs to be. Psylocke. Psylocke's interesting. Psylocke sees very little play. What does Psylocke even see playing? Like sub-negative decks? Some combo decks? Psylocke's weird, man. Psylocke's a weird card. It doesn't even see play in most negative decks. Like, almost all negative decks cut Psylocke and just run Ravona. Unless I'm wrong about that. Let me see. Maybe I'm wrong about that. It isn't the most popular over the last 30 days. Yeah, I guess it still does see play. Most negative players are still running it with Ravona. So it still sees more play in negative than I would expect. I would say it's tier 4. It's probably the most cuttable Mr. Negative card. Like Cass is better than it now as a 2/3 that you can kind of pick when you get it. Especially because it gets the extra power. Interesting. Oh, thank you. The Wolverine chops. Punisher. Punisher's in a vacuum not that bad of a card, right? And Vacuum Punisher is not that bad of a card. But it just doesn't have a place, man. It just doesn't really have a place. I'm going to put it in tier 5. I don't think it's actively bad. I don't think you're like throwing if you put Punisher in your deck. It just doesn't have the sauce, man. It just doesn't have the sauce. See, 0 play, essentially. Some Spectrum decks will try it, but it usually gets cut. Just not a very good card. Sees play at lower levels and low collection levels. But just not strong enough. It's just really not strong enough. Again, like if you're Spectruming it, it's in a non-Spectrum deck, it maxes out at 3/7. It's bad. You know, it's just not a card that you really want to choose to put in your deck. You might choose it in like a Jean Grey deck ever comes back, Punisher is like a potential inclusion in it. Just not a good card. I don't think it's like actively bad. Like I don't think you're fully throwing if you try and like are using a deck with it, but man, just a rough card. Quake has been very, very good sometimes. But right now, can I even put her in tier 3? I think I will put her in tier 3. I think that she's probably like a cool Cube Stealer style card, a cool surprise card. She's probably tier 4, but I just have, I feel like maybe it's an emotional pick to push her up to tier 3. So I think that she still can have some surprise factor. Still slotting her into your decks can be really, really interesting. She's still something that you might consider if you just need like a random 2-drop in your deck. Probably doesn't belong in tier 3, but I'm going to put her there. Quicksilver, the epitome of a bad card that sees play just because of its effect. Quicksilver's ass. It's a dog shit card. No tempo gain. Negative Chavez effect on your deck. The only reason it sees any play is Wiccan. Wiccan doesn't exist. Quicksilver is the worst card in the game. But because Wiccan exists and Quicksilver helps that deck, it's a bad card that sees play just because it's the only thing that can do what it does. Quinjet. I really like Quinjet, man. I can say Quinjet is a competitively strong card. Quinjet sees play in any deck with Bastion, any deck with Moon Girl, any deck with Kang. It's seeing a lot more play in Erisham than it used to. Very, very good discount card. Yeah, pretty much any V hand deck. Very good discount card. It's cheap. Very, very strong. Needs to get held up by a lot of other cards, but just a very, very powerful discounting tool. Red Skull. Red Skull's a weird one, man. Red Skull essentially only sees play in Nightmare and Sauron. But the card's ass. If you've ever had to play a Red Skull that's not zeroed, nightmared, or Sauroned, it feels horrifically bad. I feel like it's a really bad card. It's held up by having a good stat line, but those decks aren't even that good right now. I think you can argue tier 4. I'm going to put it in tier 5. I don't even think it's like the star of those decks that much. It's like the biggest liability in those decks, even though it's very powerful when you get it Sauroned. There's no use case for it outside of Sauroning it or zeroing it. Absolutely none. We're going to go tier 5. Rescue. Hang out with Jessica Jones. Rhino. There are Rhino believers. They exist. I think Rhino's still dog shit. I think Rhino's dog shit, man. I think it's a bad card. 2 board spots for 2 board slots for a 2/5 and a 0 is terrible. Sees some fringe play in Cerebro 5. Or it sees play in Cerebro 5, not fringe play. I would say it does see play in Cerebro 5. Cerebro 5 doesn't mind its effect sometimes, especially because it likes to use the ancient one. But it's still just a bad card. It sees some fringe play. Cerebro didn't exist. This card would see 0 play. Because Cerebro 5 is an okay deck, and it's pretty good in that deck. Like, okay in that deck. Still better than Medusa in that deck, I would argue. Put it at tier 5. C5 Cope is so strong. I mean, it's just like it's a competitively viable deck. Like, you can play C5 and do well. It's worse than C2. It's worse than... It's worse than Cerebro 2. It's worse than Cerebro 3, but it's still a pretty damn good deck, man. Why don't you let me say Cerebro 5? Maybe I'm coping. I could be coping. There's no argument I'm coping. Yeah, the Cerebro 5 is a little bit better with like the Ancient One stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's bad. Rocket Raccoon. The only good Guardian card. I think it's tier 2. You could maybe argue it's tier 1 because it's such a good card in those bounce decks. It's a very good card in like any kind of like Morgan Le Fay's type deck. I think it's one of the best bouncers. But if you're playing this card and not bouncing it, the card's pretty bad. So it's very limited play. You can even argue it's tier 3. But I think it, as being one of the best bouncers in bounce, I like it at tier 2. Best bounce card outside of Beast? Think so? I don't know. I personally don't think so, but you could be right. Rock Slide. Rock Slide's ass, man. Rock Slide's pretty ass. It's almost running no Darkhawk decks. If you're going all in on Darkhawk, you probably still want to include it. I'm going to say it's tier 5. Rouge. I think this card's crazy slept on. I've been including Rouge in some of my decks, and Rouge feels really good. Rouge feels really good. I think this card is one of the most slept on cards right now. I think the way it can flip boards is so strong. With Enchantress being 5 cost, kind of limits some of the decks that can run Enchantress. You kind of want to have a deck that gets extra energy with like things like Luna or like Electro and then Enchantressing it. But Rouge can slot into a lot of things. I'm going to kind of surprise, but I'm going to put Rouge as tier 2. I think Rouge is very, very underappreciated and underplayed right now. I think there's definitely an argument it's tier 3. I would definitely not put it lower than that. I think this card is one of the most overlooked cards right now as a tech option. It's cheap. You can almost always find value with it. Almost every deck is going to have at least one ongoing card that you can target. I think Rouge is very, very... I think it's very, very overlooked right now. I think Rouge is a solid tech card. And I've been very happy every time it's been in my deck recently. Ronin. Look at this, dude. We're accelerating. Every 50, we're getting faster. Ronin's bad, man. Ronin's just not good. feel like Ronin... I feel like it's worse than Devil Dinosaur. Because you have less control. Obviously, it has a little bit of a point bump over Devil Dinosaur. There's a lot less support for it. And usually the cards to buff Ronin are kind of have like a built-in downside where you're like giving your opponent things like Maximus and Master Mold. And Devil Dinosaur is already bad. I think Ronin is a card you can consider, but I don't think that it's very competitively viable. And I don't think it has been for a while. That's a split. That's a split. Sabertooth. Sabertooth's weird, man. I see some people playing Sabertooth. It feels okay when they play it. But it just always feels like if you're doing Sabertooth stuff, you're cutting something that's better in Destroy. I don't know if it's an actively bad card per se. And I think there's some cool things you can do with Sabertooth. I could never see it higher than tier 5. I think there's definitely an argument it's tier 6. But I think Sabertooth, there's something there that's interesting. It's just overshadowed because like so many things you can do in Destroy is just better. I think Miles Morales of Destroy is giving it too much credit. Sandman. I'm going to be honest, man. I think Sandman is just a terrible card. I think Sandman is just an awful card. I don't think it is worth ever putting Sandman in your deck. I feel like it's so hard to mitigate it. Mobius is in 20% of decks. It's a 5/8. The card sucks. I feel like when my opponents play Sandman, I just played way more points on that turn, and then like it kind of affects me, and I just make a slightly worse turn. I think Sandman's dog shit. I think it's ass. Sauron. Sauron's interesting. Sauron's interesting. A 1/3 hits your deck. A pretty important card in its own deck. But is that even that good?
Everybody's a Bynx fan.
Yo, FC, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you. I think Sauron Surtur stuff is not that good. I think it's pretty weak. I feel like the Surtur stuff just isn't that good, and it's like, I don't know, man. Sauron just doesn't like Sauron decks just don't feel that good. You could definitely argue it's tier 3. I feel like every time I go against like a Surtur deck right now, I don't feel like they're putting up the power needed. It just feels like it just doesn't, like the big dumb idiot stuff just doesn't hit. And Sauron just doesn't really do as much as it used to, because you can still just have a bad card in your hand and then you Sauron and it just feels like you're not doing anything. I think you can argue maybe it's tier 3. Maybe I'm underrating those decks. And it's one of the better cards in those decks. I just don't think the deck is good. Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch. If Scarlet Witch didn't exist, Cerebro 3 would be a meme deck. Scarlet Witch is an incredibly important card in Cerebro 3. Scarlet Witch is also like a tech card you can use. And it's seen some play here and there. I think Scarlet Witch is at least tier 3. I don't think it cracks tier 2. I think there's been times where it's been on the level of tier 2. I need to turn that off. Sorry, Fooling, for wasting your points, but that was 2 days ago. Should have turned that off then. The more and more I hate Witch in C3, I wish Rhino was back. Scarlet Witch was always better than Rhino in C3.
This is what we got. Everybody's a Bynx fan.
Scarlet Witch was better than Rhino in Cerebro 3 the whole time. And if you played Rhino over Scarlet Witch in Cerebro 3, you were doing it wrong. Just my opinion. It's fine if you think I'm wrong. I think that Rhino is a 3-3 just destroying a location versus Scarlet Witch is a 2-3 that sometimes had a downside. I don't think it was close. I think if you were ever playing Rhino over Cerebro 3, you were doing it incorrectly. Just my opinion. Could be wrong. I think the stats probably supported me, but I just don't think that spending an extra energy to not give you the potential for a downside was ever correct. Even though it feel bad sometimes, I think like over a large period of time, it was just better. Yo, thank you so much, Pops Game Room, for the Prime. Activating a Hype Train. Sorry, I cannot play the Hype Train song because I cannot think while the Hype Train song is playing most of the time. But you can definitely support the Hype Train if you'd like. Use primes, giant ass emotes, biddies, anything you want. Scorpion 2-3. Give all your opponent's cards -1 power in their hands. An underrated card. I think that Scorpion is a 2-3 in a vacuum. It's just like, it's pretty damn powerful effect. You're usually getting at least 2-5 of value out of it. Pretty much only sees play in Affliction. Allows Affliction, is one of the reasons why Affliction can afford not to play Luke. By having all of these effects that just affect your opponent's cards. Has a varietal of different like use cases. I'm gonna put it in tier 3. I think that Scorpion is quite strong. Some use in Cerebro 3. In a vacuum, an insanely powerful card. Finds use in Affliction. Finds use in a lot of different things. Pretty powerful card. Finds its way into decks all the time. And give it a tier 3 rating. Sentinel. Another, like, just kind of card that's really only sees competitive play in Cerebro 3. There's been some times where Sentinel has seen fringe play in other things, but it kind of has just evolved down to a Cerebro 3 card at this point. And it kind of just gets played to give you a lot of 3-power cards, like an unlimited supply of them. I think it's a tier 4 card. I don't think it's very good. But it kind of just gets played out of necessity in some Cerebro 3 decks and gets caught up on some of them. Probably closing it. We're probably right around half. No, we're not close to halfway. No, we're not halfway. Sentry. 4-9. Add a -9 void to the right lane. I still think that Sentry... should be able to be played in the right lane. I still wish they would make that change. I think you should be able to play Sentry in the right lane. I think it's fine. I don't like that there's an additional downside on the card. I never have really loved it. But the it's still a pretty darn good card. You can support it with Cersei. Usually those decks will run Viper and Annihilus or Cersei and Annihilus. Pretty damn powerful. You know, 4-9 is not a bad stat line at all. I'm gonna put it up at tier 3. I think that it is a good and important card in Cersei decks, which are a bit more memey, but I do still think are quite powerful. It's a very important card in like any Annihilus deck. And it's a very cool card. I quite like Sentry. I think I'm going to put it up to tier 3 there. You can, yeah, with Merlin. Great points. I think you can argue it's a tier 4 and it's kind of just carried by everything else, but I think that the 4-9 body is still really, really nice with it. Sarah. Sarah's in a tough spot right now, man. Top 10% of ladder, 20% of decks play Mobius. So very often you just play Sarah and you get mollywopped and it just fucking sucks. Sarah's a damn good card though, man. Sarah's a damn good card. I don't know if I push it up to tier 2 right now. I think most of the time it's been a tier 2 card. Plenty of times it's been a tier 1 card. I think right now, I don't know. I think there's a very good argument to put it in tier 2. But I think right now, like, almost all Surfer decks have fully cut Sarah. It's very rare to see a Sarah Surfer deck. Like, Tech Sarah doesn't really feel like it exists anymore. Just one of those cards that's so hampered by the fact that they decide, like, that Mobius exists and they decided to buff it. And now it's in 20% of decks. And it just feels like such a losing play if you played on Sarah onto a 3M. You're playing a 5/5. It just feels terrible. It just feels so bad. I think there's definitely an argument you could say it's a tier 2 card. I think in every, like most other metas, it's felt like at least a tier 2 card. Just right now, it just doesn't, it feels like almost every deck that can afford to cut it has cut it. Because it just doesn't feel like it does enough and it's too expensive. Tier 3 for Sarah. Shadow King. 4/3 Shadow King jump scare, by the way. This card got released as a 4/3. How hilarious. Shadow King's a very good card. I'm gonna put it at tier 2. I think as more and more people find move to be one of the strongest card in the deck, or one of the strongest cards in the game, we're gonna see more and more Shadow King. There's even an argument that, you know, at the highest level, it's closing in on a tier 1 card. I actually don't, you know, I'm not at the highest level, so I don't really know what's going on in that like top 1% meta right now. I feel like Shadow King is just a very powerful tech card. Has seen play in so many different things. Is a tech card you can throw in anything because it's cheap. Very powerful card. Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi's ass, man. Actively bad. It's jokes. I think it's tier 3. Shang-Chi has been a meta-defining card for a very long time. I think even before Shang-Chi's nerf to not hit multiple cards, I think Shang-Chi was becoming worse and worse. It's definitely not unplayable. I think Shang-Chi had already dipped down to being a competitively strong card, a tier 2 card. And I think that now that it only hits 1 and you can't get those crazy big swings, I think it's down to a tier 3 card. Card you can consider. It's still a powerful tech card. Still a card that can flip lanes really well. I think one of the biggest things with Shang was the loss of Fenris. Fenris going from 2/3 to 3/4 has lowered its viability a lot. Back when Fenris was a 2/3, Shang just felt like nearly an auto-include. Fenris going to 3/4, which is a very good nerf. That was kind of the starting point of it trickling down a little bit. I think that it's still a very powerful card. I think that if you include it in your decks, you're going to surprise people a lot, and you're going to win some really big games. I think that it's probably at the point where it's underrated at this point. You know, the fact that someone said it's unplayable, I think that just goes to show that it's very underrated. It's absolutely not unplayable. But it's in the weakest spot it's ever been. And it's not even really as much because of the nerf that it doesn't hit multiple cards. It's just more that, you know, so many things have taken away from its power. You know, it was Zabu getting worse and worse. It was Fenris going away and not being this weighted to flip 2 lanes with it. It was just the power level of other cards that weren't hitting that 10 power threshold, making it harder and harder to include as a 4-cost card. A lot of different things have kind of drifted Shang down. It's still a strong card. If you put on your decks, you'll still get some really big wins with it, but it is nowhere near the meta tyrant it once was. Shanna. I think Shanna falls in like tier 5 level. Shanna also released as a 4-2, hilariously. Hilariously, Shanna released as a 4-2. Shanna sees fringe play in like exactly Zoo, which is bad. And fringe play in like Marvel Boy decks. But just a bad card. I don't think it's throwing to have it in your deck necessarily. Like Shanna can still give you like quite a lot of power for a 3-drop. Just the unpredictability of the cards that you get. It's the amount of board space it takes up. It's the fact that it gets shredded apart by Skillmonger. It's a bad card. She-Hulk. She-Hulk's a great card, man. She-Hulk's a really good card. I want to put She-Hulk in competitively strong. Because I think that any of the Infinite Warlock stuff, any of the stuff that uses She-Hulk, She-Hulk is the linchpin of why those things are so powerful. She-Hulk is insanely strong in the right situations. Like Moon Girl She-Hulk decks are really, really strong when they work out. Again, it's a card that's very limited by how much Mobius is around. But I think that like She-Hulk is carrying so many like mid-tier decks on her back. I think if She-Hulk was gone, all of those decks would evaporate. Absolutely evaporate. It's absolutely like the card that is for dear life holding those cards into relevancy. She is so powerful in those decks, and she is the only reason that those decks are competitively viable. And even though she's like, those decks aren't as strong right now, and it's countered by Mobius, I still think that she's still like the only reason any of those decks are even like considered is because She-Hulk has such a powerful effect, especially if you double her. She'd be really, really strong. So I definitely think she's a competitively strong deck, and she is for dear life clinging so many decks to relevancy, which is really interesting. Shocker. Terrible, no bad, very, very bad. Shuri. Shuri's an interesting one. 4/3. Double the next card. An important card in Nimrod. One of the most important cards in Nimrod. Works in some like cool combo decks. Nowhere near the meta tyrant she once was when she would do it anywhere. But maybe a little bit undervalued. I think that Shuri like comes off as a pretty cool card. I think that she's kind of in a weird spot because I think like from a power level perspective, like a 4/3 that doubles your next card you play here is like a damn powerful effect. And especially with Shang not being nearly as relevant in the meta, she might be like a little underplayed. I'm going to put her at a tier 3, I think.
Sure everybody's a Bynx fan.
Sino, just Simo. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I super appreciate it. I'm going to put Shuri up at tier 3, which might be a little too high. I definitely don't think she pushes into tier 2. I might be rating her higher than some other cards, but I think that she's maybe a bit underexplored right now, especially because Shang's not as viable or not as around. She does some really powerful, really cool stuff. So it might be just a bit of an over push to put her into tier 3. With her not being as viable right now. But goddamn, man, the card can still be really, really strong in the right situations. Silver Surfer. Silver Surfer, I believe, has been tier 1 in every other tier list I've put him in. As just kind of this always viable deck. But I will say it feels right now that Surfer's having a bit of an identity crisis. It kind of is just not keeping up in a lot of regards. Maybe it's a little underplayed right now. I'm going to look up Surfer stats. I'm kind of interested. I feel like Surfer's having an identity crisis. I've seen so much Wiccan Surfer, which I think is crazy. I've seen so much Wiccan Surfer, and I don't understand those decks really. It just seems like you're just, I don't know. It feels like there's just a weird identity crisis going on for Silver Surfer. So in the last 30 days, top 50% of Infinite. Most popular Silver Surfer deck is Cube Negative, 49% win rate. The second most popular Silver Surfer deck is very Cube Negative, negative 1.12 cubes per game, 47% win rate. And then there's some that barely get over, that feel like decent, that seem kind of decent. Surprisingly, maybe I'm crazy, man. Maybe the Quicksilver Domino one has some of the better stats. Just feels like Silver Surfer's in a weird spot. It's tier 2. I definitely don't think that it's anywhere under tier 2. I'm more considering tier 2 versus tier 1. However, I don't think that Silver Surfer has the meta impact of these cards that I'm seeing on top of it. I think that forever Silver Surfer, they've kind of like tried to like almost make 3-drops less strong because Silver Surfer exists. And we've seen it with like Viv Vision coming out underpowered and now being, I think, decent. I think Viv Vision's a good card. I don't think Viv Vision's broken by any means. Like you see it very often that 3-drops come out and they're like underwhelming at first. So I think that in most other cases, Silver Surfer's been a meta-defining card. I think right now it doesn't quite hit that threshold. At least for me. And it can come back. You know, there could be a meta where Silver Surfer comes back and is fantastic. But I don't know. We'll see. Spectrum. Spectrum's a damn good card, man. I think Spectrum lands between tier 3 and tier 4 right now. I think my love for like the Moon Girl Spectrum list, Bastion list, that I feel is really good, and maybe like Thanos Spectrum seeing a little bit being a bit underplayed, wants me in my heart to push it up to tier 2. I think it's still fringe. I think it's still a mid-tier inclusion. I feel like Spectrum still feels really hard to play on turn 6. Even in that deck, I rarely play it. It's very important in some games, but in some games it feels like I just don't even want to play it. And that's still a pretty fringe deck that doesn't see very much play. I think Spectrum is in a pretty good spot right now as far as what it can do. And obviously it's still very good if you're low collection level. In my heart, I want to push it up to tier 2, but I think realistically it's a tier 3 card. It supports some decent mid-level decks and can feel really good sometimes. But I think in general, there's just better options than Spectrum. I would love to see them try Spectrum as a +3. I think it would be really cool to see what would happen. Like bring her down to like a 6/4 +3. I think that could be cool. I don't know if they'll ever do it. But pretty solid card. Pretty solid card, I would say. 4/3 Spider-Man jump scare, by the way. Spider-Man 2/4. Weirdly, I feel like Uncle Ben might see more play than Spider-Man right now, which is kind of funny. Spider-Man, it's good in Scream. And that's it. And Scream's pretty mid. feel like in its vacuum, it's like an okay card. I don't think it's tier 5, but I think it's like tier 4. It's like a good card. But like Scream just doesn't feel that good right now. C4. Very real deck C4. I don't know. I just think that Spider-Man just, yeah, it fits in Scream and nothing else. And Scream is mid, and it's like a mid-level card in Scream. It's not even like the best card in Scream. I don't think in a vacuum it's like as good as a card as Polaris is, which I think that, you know, could find more play outside of decks. I think Spider-Man's just fine. Tier 4. Spider-Woman. I'm gonna put it at tier 5. I mean, it's probably between tier 6 and tier 5. I just think Spider-Woman is just a bad affliction card. In a vacuum, it's like not too terrible of a card. It does some cool things, but just not really strong enough. See some fringe play, seems some low CL play. I think it's better than on like pretty much any of these cards in tier 6. It just doesn't, you know, again, 5 drops just had to be really, really strong. Spider-Woman just isn't up to par. Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl's a weird one, man. I think Squirrel Girl's in tier 5 as well. I think Squirrel Girl is just not a good card. Like, spreading a bunch of tiny cards across your board is not good. But the fact that Squirrel Girl can do it for 1, like put 3 1-drops out, makes it useful in like zoo decks. Makes it useful in a bunch of different things. No way Spider-Woman's above Sandman. I'd rather have Spider-Woman in my deck than Sandman 10 times out of 10, brother. 10 times out of 10, I'd rather have Spider-Woman in my deck than Sandman. Like, Squirrel Girl just doesn't, I don't know. Squirrel Girl just doesn't feel like it really does very much. Like, Zoo is bad, and it's like a necessary inclusion in Zoo that you don't feel good about putting in. Squirrel Girl is just like clogging yourself, right? Is what it feels like, because the cards just, they don't even end up being that good almost ever. Squirrel Girl is just kind of like a bad card that sees play because it's a 1-cost card that can spread points. It's not very good. Star-Lord. Star-Lord's tough. I'm going to put Star-Lord in actively bad, I think. I think I'm going to put Star-Lord in actively bad. I think that Star-Lord... I just think that Star-Lord just did not good. I think it's just really bad. It's a great voice line. Fantastic voice line. I think that Star-Lord, it just doesn't keep up. Like, Rocket Raccoon can, like, bounce and do some things. He's the 3rd best Guardian. He is. He's better than Groot and Drax. He is the 3rd best Guardian. I just think he's just actively bad. I think there's very, very few chances that he's worth putting in your deck. I know there's that meme, like Galactus Destroy deck that sometimes he gets used in. I don't even know if he's that good in it personally. But it's just really bad, man. Stature. God damn, Stature's a bad card, man. Stature's a really bad card. I want to put it in the same tier. I want to put it in tier 6, but I guess I'll put it in tier 5. It's just like Stature Black Bolt just feels so awful. Like, it's just not a good payoff. They gotta... Wait, is Stature a 5/7 again? Am I crazy? It's still a 5/6, right? Is it a 5/7 again? It is a 5/7 again. Oh, God. And it's still just so bad. When did that even happen? Stature's a great card, just bad enablers. I mean, I guess you can look at it like that. Like, if it was very easy to discard a card from your opponent's hand, I guess it would be good. I didn't even know it was back to 5/7. That's crazy. Yeah, stature's just rough. It's just like that whole stuff just doesn't work. It just doesn't really work anymore. It's crazy it got nerfed and then got back and it's just still really rough. Yeah, really tough. I wish I don't know. It's interesting. I like the hand disruption stuff, but it's very meh. Storm. Storm's a really powerful effect, man. I could put Storm at tier 2. Storm, Storm is a very important card in Cerebro 2. One of the most important cards in Cerebro 2. If Storm didn't exist, Cerebro 2 probably wouldn't exist, or would be very bad. I think we saw that for a time. Like, didn't when Storm was gone, didn't Cerebro 2 just like disappear essentially? Storm's rough, man. Storm's a very annoying card. It's a game warping card. Not only does it play in C2, it sees play in like lockout decks, control style decks. You could even make an argument it's tier 1. I think it was tier 1 for quite some time. But I think with those lockout decks not being nearly as strong as they were, I think you see Storm in tier 2. Very strong card, very good location change card, a game warping card. Not quite meta defining enough, I think, to push up to tier 1. A very, very solid card. Strong Guy. Boy, oh boy, man. This card was a 4/4. Isn't that funny? This card was a 4/4 that your hand had to be empty to get the +6. Then it went to a 3/3 with the same effect, and then it gave the one card layover. I don't know if Strong Guy is actively bad. I have found some use in Strong Guy decks in the past, specifically in like Dracula Dump, and then some like weird fringe, like Surfer discard decks Strong Guy has felt pretty good in. There's definitely an argument he's in tier 6. I think like sometimes he could be way better than you think. I'm going to put him in tier 5. I think you can argue he's tier 6. Sees very little play, but I think that he's like, as a cool enough effect, it's easier to set up than it used to be. I think we'll go tier 5. Sunspots. This is an interesting one. Sunspot is weird. When I was playing around with like Warlock She-Hulk stuff, I cut Sunspot from the deck because I feel like at 1/0, even if you're full passing turn 5, it's just okay. Unless you're doubling it with Invisible Woman. So I actually think Sunspot's weirdly overplayed in like those Infinite style decks. I don't even think it's good in those. I don't think it's good in any deck that doesn't have Invisible Woman first steps. I think it's fine, but I don't think it's, I think it's cuttable in those decks, I guess is how I'll say it. Back when it was 1/1, it could get up to a 1/6. It gives you that extra level of floor that I think was good, but once they moved it back to a 1/0, I think he kept getting played in a lot of decks that were just skipping him on turn 5. I don't even think it was worthwhile then, which is interesting. Just because of how the game has gone up. I'm gonna put Sunspot at tier 3. I think if it was a 1/1, I would put it at tier 2. But this card is like, I'm fairly certain this card is cuttable in any deck that doesn't have Invisible Woman first steps. And I could be incorrect about that. But I feel like as a 1/0, even if you're skipping turn 5 and you get Sunspot down and you get a 1/5, that's just fine. And that's the best case scenario. Because sometimes in those decks, you don't get your setup where you want to skip turn 5. Or you draw it on turn 5 or 6. or a litany of other reasons that could make it not feel that good. And when you're like ceiling is a 1/5, like why are you even putting it in your deck? So I think as a 1/1, it's not cuttable in those decks, and the floor makes it like hit the threshold in my opinion. But as a 1/0, I think that it's pretty much only good as, and I guess Fantasticar, it is a good Fantasticar card, but in pretty much every Fantasticar deck, you're going to be running Invisible in first steps, right? So it's kind of like this cat and mouse thing. So interesting. I think that a lot of people would look at it maybe as a little bit stronger with how much it's been getting played. But I think it's a tier 3 card. I think it's probably overplayed in some decks right now. Super Scroll. I fucking hate this card. This card is so fucking degenerate, dude. Super Scroll is it's the same style of card as Mobius, where it is this crazy effect that does nothing or wins you the game. It's like Super Scroll, but the downside is way worse and the upside is way higher. It's like Mobius. Super Scroll is Mobius, but the downside's way worse because it's a 4/2. And in a bunch of matchups, it does nothing. But the upside is way higher, where it could just be worth like 1,000,000 points. I fucking hate the design of this card. I think this card should be thrown into fire. And I think it's weird. A lot of people hear me say that and they think it's weird, because the card's not that good. But I just hate like bullshit degenerate cards. Like what really radicalized me against this card was the Grand Arena. I was seeing play all the time in the Grand Arena, and you just realize how degenerate and bullshit of a card it is. Where it's just like this garbage card, even like 70% of the time, and then it's okay 20% of the time, and then it's the best card in the game by 1,000,000,000 in the 10%. And that's just so degenerate and shitty, and I hate it. I'm gonna put it in tier 4. This card is terrible design, trash, hate it, burn it in a fire. I know it's not that good. I hate it despite it not being good. Swarm. Swarm is a damn good card, man. Swarm is a really strong card. It enables a lot of the like Dakin discard type stuffs. It can just work in like normal discard. It does have some anti-synergy with like the Dracula type things, but can still be used in those. I think you can argue it's a tier 2 card. But I think that even a lot of the like Bullseye style decks are kind of going away from like the Swarm Collector stuff and going a lot more towards Frigga, multiple Dakin type things. I think that Swarm also gets dumpstered by Mobius, which hurts, especially when Mobius is seeing so much play right now. I think there's times where it's felt like a tier 1 card, even where it's like meta defining, when a lot of that like Swarm stuff was like really, really strong. Been tier 2 for quite a while in certain parts when it was really good part of the discard package. It feels very cuttable in a lot of discard decks right now, and a lot of them are moving away from it. It's still a very strong card in the right hands, and can do some really, really cool things. I don't think it quite ticks over the top of tier 2, just because it's feeling like a lot of those decks are going away from the swarm stuff. So argument for tier 2 or tier 3. I kind of like it at tier 3. Swordmaster. I have never seen someone seriously like play Swordmaster in their deck, I feel, ever. I feel like there's no use case for this card. I'm just going to put it in actively bad. I feel like there's no use case for Swordmaster. There's not really good cards you want to target with Swordmaster. The card is just bad. There's like no use case for it. I think it's actively bad to put Swordmaster in your deck. Taskmaster. 6-0. Copy the last card you played. Sees play in negative. Sees some fringe backup play in the Rube Goldberg Tribunal deck. I got smashed with someone playing this as a backup to Tribunal. Because I snapped when they discarded Tribunal and then they played Taskmaster on me and fucking wrecked me. I was not expecting it. C7 Bynx, you don't know? I don't think you know that the card is 7 power now. That's how Little Swordmaster gets played. You don't even know what the actual power of the card, man. That's crazy. Taskmaster is a very solid card. It's either tier 3 or tier 2. I think it might be underplayed. I think like a lot of these like crazy move decks should probably be playing this card and aren't. And it's like a really nasty card in negative. You're getting trolled? The Swordmaster's a 3/7, no? Am I crazy? No, it's a 3/6. Wait, when was it a 3/7? When did they nerf it? Why did they nerf it? What the fuck? Did they nerf it in like the Hella era? That's craziness. It was a 3/7 at one point for sure. That's crazy that they nerfed it back to a 3/6. I still thought the card was a 3/7 if I could be so honest with you. Same OTA as Hellcow losing a discard. Ah, yeah. Clearly Swordmaster needed to get hit there too. It definitely wasn't just the one problem card. That makes sense. That's very funny. That's quite funny. That's quite funny. My card's date is old. Thank you. I'm going to put Taskmaster at tier 2. It's a very important card in negative. I think it's probably underplayed in those like Human Torch decks right now. I think that it has some other cool viabilities that maybe aren't as explored. Maybe a little bit too high. Maybe it should be tier 3. I'm going to say it's tier 2. Thanos. Thanos is in a weird spot, man. Thanos, after it got hit with the doesn't start in your hand anymore, just completely kind of fell off. People are still running it in like Erisham, and I don't even think it's good in Erisham at all, personally. I think that the whole point of why it was so strong in Erisham was because it started in your hand. I'm gonna put it as tier 4. Maybe tier 3. I don't know. I'm gonna put it in tier 3. I think it's a level above a lot of these cards. We'll put it at tier 3. The Collector. I'm gonna put it right next to Swarm. I think it's kind of in the same vein. I think Collector and Swarm has been a really powerful combo, but again, there are quite a few Bullseye decks that are just opting out of that Swarm Collector side of it and just really digging into the Dakin side. Really interesting stuff. But Collector, every time I've tried to like use Collector in a deck that's not doing the Swarm stuff, it just feels not strong enough. I had it in my Necrobouncer deck, and like it was definitely like the 12th card in that deck and probably should have been cut at some point. I just think Collector, like, it's pretty limited in range. It's like, you know, cards that like just adding cards to your hand just doesn't really make Collector that good anymore. Realistically, you need to get it to like a 2/7 to feel like you're getting value out of it, because you have to do a lot of setup stuff. The only real way you're doing that is with like multiple swarms or like going really hard on the discard side of things. It's getting cut from a lot of discard decks. I think it sits at tier 3. It's still worthwhile in some collector decks. Like, I don't know. I feel like all these, like, APOC, Dracula, they're strong, but I feel like there's better discard stuff that's getting explored and they're getting cut. The Thing, trash. Thor. Thor's weird, man. Thor's very limited. Thor's very limited. Thor feels like the only reason I can see play is because it has good... Is the fact that Beta Ray Bill exists. Like, before Beta Ray Bill exists, Thor would just not see any play. And then when Beta Ray Bill exists and there's that level of having multiple outs and being able to do multiple things, I think that made Thor a little bit, you know, better once there was that redundancy. I think I'm going to put Thor at tier 4. I'm probably going to put Beta Ray Bill at like tier 3. Because like Thor is like one of the worst cards in the deck, but it just has like the fact that they all work together is like what elevates it, I would say. Titania. I think I'm also going to put Titania at tier 3. A solid clog card. Just used in some decks as like a final turn dump. Kind of a surprising like 1/5 that you can have in certain decks. Sometimes using like things like Cerebro 5. Really annoying clog card. I think tier 3 makes sense. Typhoid Mary. Typhoid Mary's a bad card, man. Typhoid Mary's a really bad card. I think it fits in tier 5, right next to Red Skull. Like if Surtur and Scar didn't exist, the card would see 0 play. Like, just you can't just like use Sauron with this. Like, there's so many cards in the deck. Like Typhoid Mary's like feels cuttable even in like Surtur and stuff. It's just kind of like another card that's like a 4/10 that you can kind of slot in. This is really, really not great card. It's very iffy. Okay in Nightmare. It's probably, you probably want other 4/10s in Nightmare over it. It's like the 4th best 4/10. Maybe it's better than Atuma. Just a trash card. Uatu. It should probably be tier 6. I don't know, man. Like, it's weird because it's like you're not putting this in your deck. Like you'll maybe have some okay level of cube efficiency. No card does what it does, so it is unique. But it just doesn't see play. Just no one sees it. It just sees none play, man. It's just real bad. I'll put it in actively bad. Maybe you could argue it's tier 5, but it's just like you don't even think about the card, right? Ultron. Ultron's interesting. I'm gonna put Ultron up at tier 3, which might be a little bit too high. Like Ultron is a very powerful effect. It kind of has its own archetype that is quite bad right now and has usually been bad. It's still like just like a very, in a nutshell, pretty damn powerful card. Like just be able to, at the end of the turn, just end of the game, to spread a lot of power. Probably be pushed down to tier 4. It's just weird. Like I feel like Ultron will kind of just like pop in and like be okay every once in a while. I'm gonna put it at tier 3. That might be an over push, but I think Ultron might be a little underplayed or underthought about. Valkyrie. Valkyrie's a weird one. Very high skill card. You have to be very good to get value out of Valkyrie. You have to set up your lanes really well. You have to decide when to play it on 5 or when to play it, hold it up for 6. You have to decide when not to play it. Some Cerebro 3 decks play it. But it's very, very hard to play in those decks. Some control decks play it. It's tier 5 or tier 4. I'm going to put her at tier 4, I guess. Just because she's seeing some play in Cerebro 3. Pretty damn good. Venom. Venom's weird, man. Venom's a very powerful card. Venom and Carnage, I feel like, are right on the same level. There's an argument Venom could be a meta-defining card. Because I feel like there's more you can do with Venom than Carnage. Venom can set some very interesting things up. But I don't think it cracks into meta-defining right now. I think Killmonger is probably the only destroy card I would consider meta-defining. Just because, like, destroy is so weird because it's just all the same package and it is very competitively viable. It's played a lot. Venom might be the only one that I consider would tick over. Null could maybe also tick over if it was a staple and negative still, which it's not really as much anymore. But I'm going to put Venom at tier 2. Very, very strong destroy card. One of the most powerful destroy cards. Can be used in a lot of different decks. Is used in weird combo decks and off-meta things. Very, very cool card. Viper. Viper's a really good Clog card. Viper's a real good Clog card. Does it crack into tier 2? I think it does. I think it does. Viper's very strong. Viper, when it was a random card, was not nearly as powerful. Viper, now that it always targets your lowest card, I think it's one of the reasons why Clog is viable. Viper is just such a good on-rate card. Unbelievable synergy with just Hood. Viper maybe, like, underplayed. Like, maybe more non-all-in Clog decks should consider Viper as just a way to, like, I don't know, send some just, like, early game, just, like, 1-1s or, like, things like that, or, like, 1-2s that you play over to clear board space. Viper's just such a good card. It's the reason why, it's one of the reasons why Clog is so powerful almost ever. Like, Clog is a deck you can kind of always play, and I feel like Viper has been one of the reasons for it. It's also good in, like, the Annihilus Clog version, a very good card in that deck. Viper's a fantastic card. Vision. I think Vision to me falls in tier 4, tier 5. Vision took a nerf. Remember that? Vision was a 5'9" for a while. Was Vision a 5'9"? Or did Vision go to 5'8", back to 5'7", back to 5'8"? Does anyone know? So it was a 5'7", and then it moved up to 5'8", and then I think it went back to 5'7", and then I think it went back to 5'8". Vision's tough, man. Vision's tough. It's a bad card. You just need more out of your cards. I'm going to put it at 5. It still sees fringe play. You can still consider it in some decks. There was a time this card was like a meta menace, which was crazy in like the Elsa days, which is wild. Released at 5/7, moves to 5/8, but it took another nerf. Vision got nerfed at one point. I think it went from 7 to 8, back to 7, back to 8. Or did I just make that shit up? Didn't Vision catch a nerf? Or am I just making that shit up? No, Vision was never a 4 cost. I think Vision might have went from 5/7 to 5/8 to 5/7 to 5/8. I think that's probably how it happened. No, they were just both 5 costs. Yeah, I think it was 5/7, 5/8, 5/7, 5/8. Vision's just not good enough. All the support cards that made Vision okay are just nowhere near good enough anymore. Still can see some fringe play. Maybe in like some kind of ramp deck you're okay with having it. Probably not an actively bad card to put in your deck, but almost never good. Vulture. I feel like I want to put Vulture... Where do I want to put Vulture, man? I feel like I want to put Vulture in tier 3. I feel like Vulture also feels like one of those cards that's in move, and it just feels insanely cuttable. It just kind of feels like it's in there for some level of redundancy that it doesn't really need. You feel like you never feel good like when you're playing move using Vulture, but it's just kind of like you want another thing that can move for certain reasons. I don't know. Maybe I'm being crazy by saying that. I'm going to put Doctor Strange up to tier 3, by the way. I think Doctor Strange at tier 2 isn't, or tier 4 was probably unfair. That was very early on. I also think I'll move Cloak up to tier 4 too. I think I probably did some underrating on the move stuff. I think I'm going to put Vulture at tier 3. It feels like one of the worst cards in move most of the time. I don't feel like Vulture feels like a strong card. I feel like it's a card that is in a very strong deck. It is kind of just there because you want another move enabler. Like, whereas like Human Torch is like the king of that deck and Dagger feels really good. Like Vulture's just kind of this like, all right, I guess I'll put Vulture in. Could be wrong, but I feel like it's really just propped up by the rest of the cards as opposed to being good on its own. Rogers, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Warpath, one of the worst cards in the game. They fucking really need to fix this. Change this card in somehow, some way, man. Just completely rework this card. It'll never be good. Wasp. Jesus, when was the last time I've seen Wasp? Wasp, the only vanilla card that doesn't only see play in high evolutionary, which is cool. You say Wasp is like a bad card that still see plays just because it's one of the only 0-cost cards in the game. It's just not good. Weird. Wave. I think Wave's bad, man. I guess I'll put it up to tier 4. But like people were running Wave and Agatha, I think was wrong. I don't think like waving out Agatha is good. I think Wave is just like not good, man. Like the fact that it's like it affects both players. It's just not a good ramp card. It just feels real bad. I think it's a tier 4. White Queen. I'm gonna put it at tier 5. I don't think it's like an actively terrible card. I still think it's way better than like Mantis or Agent 13. You just never really include it. It's like, I don't know, man. It's just like weird. I don't think it's like actively terrible to have like White Queen in your deck. I think like if you play it, like sometimes you can get some good value out of it. It gets the biggest card in your deck. There's no other, or biggest card in your opponent's deck, and there's no other card that really does that. I'm gonna say it's tier 5. White Tiger. I think White Tiger is really underrated. I think White Tiger is like ludicrously underrated, I feel. I feel like White Tiger, like getting a 9 power card, like even just Odining in this feels pretty powerful. White Tiger's like really strong. Like I feel like Wong Tiger Odin like can beat almost any deck. But it's just a little frail and it can get countered. I think White Tiger is maybe underutilized. I think it's a very, very powerful card. Maybe you can find some more play in like Merlin or Cersei style decks. I don't know. White Queen or White Tiger feels very, very strong whenever I play it. I feel like the 9 power Tigers are really good. It used to be 7, then it went to 8. Now it's up to 9. That's pretty damn strong. Wolfsbane. I didn't get Sage in. I didn't get Sage when it was available, so now I play Wolfsbane. I don't think it's actively bad. I think that it's just overshadowed by Sage. I think like Wolfsbane like feels okay, especially now at 3-2. You can feel okay having Wolfsbane in your deck. Sage is practically always better. And there might be some consideration where some deck will want both. But I don't think it's like that bad of a card. It's just so overshadowed by Sage. Wolverine. What are the worst destroy cards? What are the destroy cards that feels the most cuttable, I would say? I can say it's tier 3. All right, y'all, we're getting through that break. Don't see the magic pay $6. Check to see if you have a Twitch Prime subscription available by clicking the subscribe button. Use the little Prime toggle. Watching on YouTube, make sure to like, subscribe. Watching on Twitch, make sure to follow. See you in 3 minutes. Wong. I'm gonna put Wong right next to White Tiger. A very powerful effect, very strong card. Just too easily countered, too predictable. Odin, White Tiger, Wong, you know, like these all kind of feel like in the same tier. Yellow Jackets. Same thing as Wasp. Only sees play because it's the 0 cost. Wolf's decks are now running Dormammu just to get the 0 cost on reveal instead of playing Yellow Jacket or playing Wolf, which I think is funny. Very interesting stuff. Split me. Oh god, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here forever, chat. All right, I'm taking a break. I'll be back in a bit. I'm back, but I realized I gotta take my dog outside. So I'm gonna be back in like 2 more minutes. Oh, you wanna go outside? We love Saul. Yes, we do, folks. If there's one thing I'm gonna take from this so far is if I do this again next year, do not put it on day 8. Do not fucking put it on day 8. Cause like I'm starting to feel like my vocal cords hurt from just constantly talking. Oh man, need a little camera refresh. There's one thing I'm gonna take from this is to never do this at the end of the Bynx. Like, do it at day 3, man. Woo! Thank you all so much for sticking around through this. It's a damn I tell you what, it's a damn marathon. Yondu, actively bad. One of the worst cards in the game. Zabu. Thank you for thinning. Anytime someone plays Yondu against you, say thank you for thinning my deck. Zabu. Zabu has been an absolute menace at certain points. He's an absolute menace in this game for certain points, and it's just been slowly but surely nerfed down to be what I think to be a very fair card. A 1/1, so a pretty big tempo loss to discount 4-cost cards. I'm really happy they've continued to take this card down because I think it was homogenizing decks too much when it was very powerful. So kudos to Second Dinner for that. I think at this point it's still a pretty strong card. It's still a pretty strong card in the right decks. In the right decks, if you have 4 4-drops, you absolutely want Zabu. So if you already want 4 4-drops in your deck, you're always going to want Zabu. If you have 3 4-drops, you sometimes want Zabu. Still a very strong card with the right support around it, but not this card that you build towards, a card that you add in if you already want X amount of 4-drops, I feel. Zero. Zero is interesting. I'm going to put Zero above this tier. Where I put a lot of like the Zero targets, like Red Skull. I can put Zero in weak, but it's sometimes useful. It's a pretty big downside effect, but it enables a lot of different cards. You know, just playing Zabu into Maw, I think, is like pretty powerful. A lot of different things that you can do with 0. 1-3, pretty good tempo when you play it out. So like when you're playing one of those decks, being able to turn off one of your cards while gaining tempo, I think is generally pretty good. Pretty cool stuff. I think that 0 is decent. There were points when it was very strong, but like Sauron and 0 have just kind of slowly fallen off, I feel. Abomination. I feel like Abomination is better than the Hulk. I feel like it's a decent card. I feel like it's one of the better high Evo cards, but again, high Evo is just not in a good spot. I think I'm going to put it at tier 4. It's weak. It's pretty good within support. Maybe I put it up where Cyclops is. Did I put Cyclops up here? I don't remember. I think it might be tied with Cyclops for the best high Evo card, but a high Evo is just not in a very good place, I would say. Absorbing Man. I think Absorbing Man's pretty good. Doesn't see very much play, but can find use cases in a lot of different things. I kind of want to put it up into 3, which might be a bit of a stretch. But I really like what Absorbing Man can do for different decks. I think that it has a lot of different use cases. It's probably a bit underexplored in decks. Quite a powerful effect. Does some very cool things. As a 4/5 can be really, really strong. I feel like Frigga steps on Absman. They're completely different cards. Hope that helps. Frigga is much better than Absman, but I don't think they do like the same thing at all. I didn't even put them in the same bucket. Absorbing Man does a lot of cool things. It's probably a little bit underexplored. As a 4/5, I think it could do a lot of things pretty well. Do things in some interesting ways. It sneaks its way as like into a lot of weird little off-meta decks. I quite like Absorbing Man. I'm probably overrating it a little bit, but I think that Absorbing Man is probably a bit underutilized or underexplored and has a lot of upside. Adam Warlock. I think I kind of like Adam Warlock where he's at right now. I'm going to put him above Crystal, I think. I think I'm also going to put Adam Warlock up to 3. This might be wrong, but Adam Warlock, I think the changes they made to him were really cool. I think it really explores how to make draw like work pretty well. I think it explores how card draw can work in Snap in a cool way. Could maybe be down to 4, but like any card that wants card draw, you want guaranteed card draw, you do want Crystal. I think Adam Warlock can see some play in like the end of turn stuff. It's a little bit cheaper. It's a little bit easier to sneak into different things. I like Adam Warlock at 3. Arrow. Arrow's weird. I think that Arrow kind of only goes in Scream. It's not even one of the better Scream cards. Again, Arrow kind of falls into that 5-cost trap where it's like a powerful 5-cost card, but it's not powerful enough to warrant a deck slot. When I'm playing Arisham and I get Arrow, I'm pretty stoked. It feels like a good card. But Arrow just doesn't feel like it has the Arrow doesn't feel like it has the upside to be used in other decks. I'm gonna put Arrow at a tier 4. I feel like Arrow could find its way to being okay again, but it's kind of just a screen card that gets cut from screen decks. And it kind of just falls into that 5-cost trap. Agatha! Agatha is a very unique effect. Agatha's not really a meme card anymore. And it just took a 2-point nerf. I feel like Agatha was definitely up there at like tier 2 recently. I'm gonna put Agatha at tier 3. That might be an overshot. But I think that the fact that Agatha still gives your deck a crazy amount of consistency. It basically gives your deck the Chavez effect with a pretty big downside of what Agatha does. But especially with Redshift around, it obviously warranted a decent-sized nerf. You could probably have it at tier 4 right now. I think it was up at tier 2 pre-nerf. I think it probably dropped down to tier 3. Still sees some play, still feels really good, gives your deck more consistency. And the downside's way easier mitigated now that Redshift is around. I'll put it at tier 3. Hit Monkey. Hit Monkey's a good card. Remember 2-0 Hit Monkey? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I can put Hit Monkey at tier 2. Hit Monkey is a card that you build around. Like, Hit Monkey is a card that enables decks. It holds, much like She-Hulk, it kind of like holds up and enables decks. There's been plenty of times where it's been a like meta-defining card. And there's been some times where it hasn't felt up to tier 2 standards. But Hit Monkey is a card that like you build around and holds up its own archetypes in really cool ways. I think that Hit Monkey's very, very solid. I feel like Hit Monkey's probably underutilized by sometimes. But a very, very strong card that holds up its archetypes. Hey, Jeff. Man, remember when Jeff was like one of the meta-defining cards? That's crazy. I think Jeff falls into tier 4 right now. Jeff was very, very strong as a way to get into different lanes that didn't get Killmongered, and as a way to both enable and battle against Professor X. I think that now that Professor X has gone to the wayside, as has Jeff. I think that 2-4 Jeff would be too strong, which is weird. He's kind of in a weird spot where you can't really buff him. So I think a 2-4 Jeff would be very annoying and very strong. But a 2-3 Jeff has kind of found itself as being only a Cerebro 3 card. So I don't know, man. Maybe 3-5 Jeff could be interesting. I think that you could put Nocturne back to 3-5 as well. But at a 2-3, Jeff just doesn't really do as much and doesn't really have as many use cases in the meta. I'm gonna put him at tier 4. Snow Guard. Snow Guard is one of the best cards at adding cards to your hand in the entire game. However, adding cards into your hand isn't that good. I believe that when Snow Guard added the two 2-3s to your hand, I think it was maybe like the best card in the game. And I think that's might be a little bit of an overshot, but I think that anyone who says that Snow Guard should go back to the 2-3s, they thought that it was just a Loki card when that happened, but it was absolutely busted and insane. Right now, it sees very little play, but I think that it is powerful. I just don't think that like its supporter cards really exist. I don't know. I'm going to put it up to tier 3, which might be an overshot. But I think that this card is like, I think what it does is really good. It gives you a lot of tools in your hand. I think it does a lot of things. I think it's just missing like one more piece to the puzzle for this card to be like really good. It just doesn't really have the support. But I think like in a nutshell, the card is pretty damn strong. So I'm gonna put it in tier 3. Stegron. I'm also gonna put Stegron in tier 3. It's a 4/7 with a pretty powerful ability. I think it's right on par with like Polaris. But like, I don't think if Stegron and Polaris were like weaker, I don't think Scream would work at all. I think that Stegron and Polaris being these cards that enable Scream, give you some good clogging and good disruption, and also have good stat lines. I think they're the reason that the Scream archetype is even like viable still. I think they're a lot better than most of the other move cards. Like the only move card that's better than those two, I would say, is Cannonball. Very, very like underused cards. They kind of just have to fit into Scream because even though in like a vacuum, they're very powerful, they need that support to be viable in a competitive sense. But I think that these two cards are the reason why Scream is like even viable at all anymore. They're quite powerful. Howard the Duck. Actively bad. Just kind of does nothing. It just kind of does nothing, honestly. It doesn't work in like anything. Just bad. Iron Lad. Iron Lad's so weird, man. Iron Lad is a card that when it came out, people were screaming for it to get nerfed and it felt so powerful. And it's just kind of slowly trickled down. It obviously was a card that as Zabu got worse, it got worse. But I don't think it's, I think it's like still tier 3. I feel like Iron Lad, it kind of falls in the same way that I feel about Snow Guard. But like, I feel like this card is very powerful and can do a lot of things. It's just kind of missing a piece of the puzzle to keep up. I'm going to put it at tier 3. The Living Tribunal. I'm going to put it at tier 2. The Living Tribunal is a crazy card. It did get released as, I think it got released as a 6. 6? Is that right? I think it's on here as a 6/4. I don't even, was this card ever a 6/4? I think it got changed to a 6/6 before release, if I'm not mistaken. And then it got up to a 6/9. Obviously when that like Rube Goldberg machine Living Tribunal deck, when there was no tech, was very popular. It felt very, very suffocating. But I still think it's a very fragile card. I think that it obviously creates multiple archetypes of its own. I think that if 3 weeks ago you would have asked me, I would say it was probably meta defining. But now it's still a little bit more niche, but still is the whole reason its archetype exists and creates new decks. A very cool card. It's competitively strong. Good players can use it. Very fun. Nebula, man, one of the cards that I have always loved. But just has kind of fallen off the wayside. I'm gonna put Nebula at tier 3. I think it kind of falls in line with like these ones where it's kind of like just missing a piece of the puzzle, man. Like when like control decks or like storm decks are good, Nebula feels really, really solid. I think that in a vacuum, it's still a very, very strong and very, very game warping card when it comes down on turn 1. But just doesn't have the support around it to make a very good competitive deck. And will pop up, I think, in the future as just a very, very good one drop to go along with certain archetypes. High Evolutionary. I'm going to put it at tier 4 right now. I think the High Evolutionary package just needs a lot of help. When it first came out, it felt very strong. When it first came out, all the cards were really good. And that was a while ago, and everything's gotten better, and High Evolutionary has felt like it just has mostly stayed the same. Just really, really probably need to like revert the Hulk nerf. and maybe revert the Wasp nerf, and then maybe High Evolutionary becomes a competitively viable deck. But even with like Warlock coming in and all these other cards coming in, High Evolutionary just feels very, very weak. Spider-Man 2099. I'm going to put it at tier 5. I think people are exploring with this card and trying to make it work more. I just think that Spider-Man 2099 it just doesn't have the sauce. It's too expensive. The effect sometimes does nothing. It just doesn't feel like an impactful card. I don't think it's necessarily actively bad. I think it's like okay in like some off-meta move decks, but it just doesn't have the sauce. Spider-Ham. A card that's changed a lot. Was very, very, very annoying at first. Turned into kind of a bad card. Now I think it sits at like a tier 3. Like Spider-Ham's a very annoying card to go against. It's a 1/2 now. You can activate it. You kind of make your opponent play weird when Spider-Ham comes down. Sometimes you force them to play like inaccurately just because of the fear of Spider-Ham hitting like their key piece. Maybe even underplayed right now. A powerful card. Silk. Silk's interesting. I think that Silk has been quite good at certain times, has been very good at certain times. It's been meta defining at certain times. It's just kind of fallen off the wayside a little bit. Move does different things. It's still very important in certain move decks. I think I'm going to put it at 3. Still a good on-rate card. Can really help support certain strategies and archetypes. Hello? Okay. Froze up for a second. Got me a little scared. We're going to put it at tier 3. I think it's a strong card. I don't think it props up its archetype. I think like Sam Wilson and Batrock kind of do that. But it's still a very, very good supporting card in those decks. Ghost Spider. One of the best cards in the game. One of the absolute best cards in the game. One of the absolute best move cards. Can be used in literally any deck, in my opinion. You can put this card in any deck and it's very strong. It's just a surprise way to move some power around. 1/3, great on rate, great in move. Unbelievably strong card. Very, very important move card. Fantastic, fantastic card. Well designed. Very, very good meta-defining card. Legion. Legion's going to go up in tier 2. Many times it's been meta-defining. I don't think we're at one of those times where it's like fully meta-defining right now. But sees play in a lot of different decks. Sees play in Hela. He's decking like every Erishim type deck. A lot of Thanos decks. Always pops up. Probably close to being tier 1, but right now it's just a little bit pulled back. One of the cards that will always remind you that us as a community are really bad at assessing cards, because I think almost everyone thought Legion was going to be shit when it came out. And it became just this menace of a card that's kind of everywhere. Very, very powerful. Very, very cool card in the game. Sitting soundly at tier 2. Phoenix Force. I think I'm going to put it up in tier 3. Phoenix Force is a very powerful effect. I think like the Elixir Phoenix Force stuff is probably underplayed right now. It's probably still pretty good, but it's just kind of fallen off the wayside a little bit. I think that this is a card that will always pop up. There's always people who love Phoenix Force, who will always try and make it work. A very interesting card. I really, really like this card. I think that it'll shine and it'll be a very meta-relevant card at some point as well. Echo. Echo's weird. Echo is just this card that is really bad sometimes and is really good sometimes. Cerebro 2 uses it most of the time. Some Cerebro 2 decks don't run it anymore. Trying to decide between tier 4 and tier 3. I'm going to say tier 4. It's really only used in Cerebro 2. Very rarely combo decks will use it as a counter to Cosmo. You can very easily say this is a tier 3 card. Has the hidden ability Echo Blindness. Very true. Just very solid. Could probably argue it's tier 3, but I'm going to call it tier 4. Jean Grey. Another example of the community thinking a card was going to be busted, and it's just fine. Weirdly not as disruptive as you'd think it would be. Just not very good. It just doesn't have the effect that you want it to for a 3-drop. It hurts you as well. Maybe it'll rise up again, but they've tried to buff it multiple times, and it's just still not super viable. So tier 5. X23. X23 is a weird one. I almost want to put it at tier 4. I'm going to put it at tier 3. I think X23... It's weird. I feel like it's one of the worst destroy cards. But it also is really good at enabling certain things with destroy. It's very limited to only like the pure destroy deck. I could definitely argue that it's like tier 2. I don't know. It just feels weird. It never gets used in discard. Maybe I underrated a little bit as someone who doesn't really play destroy too terribly much. But I think I'm going to put it as at tier 3. I think it's a solid card. It helps out destroy, but it's definitely not one of like the best destroy cards. I think there could come a point where enough destroy cards come in that it starts getting cut from destroy. But maybe that's just my own bias that I don't play destroy very much. Interesting. Dakin. I think Dakin's a meta-defining card. I think Dakin has worked its way into being like a very important piece in discard decks. Discard decks have warped around Dakin to start using like Frigga on it. Maybe like right now it's closer to tier 2, but I think that Dakin is really like a super powerful enabler in discard that has really warped the discard archetype and really changed how it gets played. I definitely think Dakin's a card you have to look out for. Dakin is getting added in small packages to certain decks, just with like Dakin Bullseye Frigga. I think it's definitely a very powerful card. I think it's a card that you always have to think about. It's a card that you have to understand how to play around properly. Very strong card. I'm going to call it meta-defining. Lady Deathstrike. I can say Lady Deathstrike's tier 4. Lady Deathstrike has been a very good tech card at certain points, but it's just kind of like slowly gotten worse and worse. The cards that it goes after aren't as relevant in the meta anymore. It doesn't feel like it's getting nearly as many good hits as it used to. Isn't getting used in Electro deck since it went up to 4. A surprise card that can really flip games, but just not strong enough to really carry or be as much of a consideration as it once was. Ravonna Renslayer. We're going to say Ravonna Renslayer's tier 2. Very important card in Mr. Negative. A very important card in just like any deck that's like plays quite a few somewhat low power cards. It's a little bit overshadowed nowadays by like a lot of those decks are more going in like the Bast Agent Venom package when they do it. Ravonna's great in C2. Just a really just solid card for discounting certain cards. That's a consideration in a lot of different decks. Very strong card. Mobius. Any card that's getting played in 20% of the top meta-defining card. It defines the meta to be worse, unfortunately, but it is indeed a meta-defining card. Loki, How the Mighty Has Fallen. Loki has been through a bunch of different changes. Started as a 3/5, was one of the most broken cards. Went to a 4/5, was still very broken. Went back to a 3/5 that only changed the deck and drew you a card, was still crazy broken. And they finally brought it down to just changing the deck and not giving you the draw as a 2/2 where it was really bad. And now as a 1/2 is a card that you can still, you know, play. Feels pretty good. Just solid. Maybe a little underplayed as like a tech card in certain metas. Maybe not as explored. Still relatively weak, but a cool inclusion. Eliath. Eliath's a powerhouse. On release was one of the most broken cards they've ever released. Just destroying, just disappearing all of your cards is crazy. Has seen a varying wave of being very strong, a varying wave of not being that strong. Right now, I think it sits in tier 2. It's still very, very viable in competitive decks as this top end to shut a lot of things down. Just very, very strong. I don't get as tilted as Eliath as I once did. I think that it's in a rather fair place, but still a very powerful card that you always have to think about. Nico Minoru. I'm not sure if it's meta defining anymore, but the fact that Nico can just fit into almost any deck is just such a wild thing. I underrated this card on release. I underrated this card much after release. I've come around to it a lot. I think that Nico is just a super, super powerful card. Enables a lot of archetypes, sees play everywhere. You see this card all the time. It pops up in so many competitive decks. Very similar, I feel like, to how Hood is just this card that just finds its way everywhere and is just super, super popular. A card that you always have to think about. A card you always have to consider in almost every single deck. Very, very fantastic card. Tier 1 meta-defining card. Black Knight. Black Knight's a very strong card. I'm going to put it in tier 3. I think there's been times where it's been a meta-defining card. There's times where it's been a very strong competitive card. It's kind of fallen off a little bit. It's waved a little bit back when, when there was a big resurgence of Agatha. It's a very good Agatha card to get out early. Very good card to push out there. I really, really like Black Knight. I think it's well designed. I think it's good for the discard archetype. I think they could probably revert the negative power, like unable to lose power effect of it. Doesn't seem that crazy. I still think it's still very strong in its own right. Still finds its way into discard decks. Still a consideration in a lot of different like Hela type decks. Very solid card. Elsa Bloodstone. I don't think this card's very good right now. I think Elsa on release was super, super broken. Unbelievably broken on release. It's just kind of gotten to the point. It kind of falls into the same thing as, like, I feel like Angela and, that whole card with, like, Kitty and everything. Just doesn't feel like it works nearly how it did. You don't feel like you get the upside that you used to. I don't know, just not a very, very strong card. Still see some play. Some people still really like it. I think it's pretty bad. Man Thing. Man-Thing's a really strong card. I think Man-Thing's definitely tier 3. I think you could even argue that Man-Thing's like a tier 2 card. I feel like Man-Thing is like the best affliction card. Or one of the best affliction cards. Man-Thing just stomps out certain decks. Like playing Man-Thing in a lane can just obliterate the lane and win it by itself. I think Man-Thing is a big reason why affliction decks see any play anymore. I'm gonna put it in tier 2. That might sound crazy. It might be wrong. But I feel like Man-Thing is such a powerful affliction card. It's a 4/7, which is really well statted. I feel like it's better than US Agent is now. I feel like it's better than Hazmat. Man-Thing is just this absolute monster of a card, no pun intended. And really one of the reasons why Affliction wins games. Like Man-Thing is really like, I think props up the Affliction archetype almost as much as Ajax. That might be an overpush. There's a very good chance it's an overpush. Like, I really think that Man-Thing is, like, better. Like, it's weird. Hazmat might be more important for the Affliction archetype as a whole, but I feel like Man-Thing adds more power to the Affliction archetype than Hazmat does. Which is weird, but in my mind, it kind of makes sense. I think Man-Thing is like the reason why Affliction decks are viable. And they're not super viable, but I tell you what, if they didn't have Man-Thing, it definitely wouldn't be. So I'm gonna put it at tier 2. It might be an overshot. Mirage. I really like Mirage. I think Mirage is a absolutely fantastic card. Definitely think it's a tier 3 card. I also want to consider this for tier 2. I think it's just such a good hand. It's such a good card for just getting cheap resources. As a 2/3, it's crazy. I'm drinking a White Claw right now. I grabbed it. I think that Mirage is a tier 2 card. I think Mirage is just unbelievably powerful. It's good in any Vic hand deck. It's very, very strong. You can throw it in any deck, to be honest. Very, very powerful in a vacuum card and just in a lot of decks. It just does a lot of great things. Mirage is a fantastic card. Miss Schmarvel. Was one of the best cards in the game at one point. Fallen off quite a bit. I'm going to put it at tier 3. Could maybe argue it's tier 4. I think Miss Marvel's probably a bit underplayed. Kind of ran into the same things that a lot of 4-drops did. When Sabu is not nearly as powerful, a lot of the 4-drops feel like they're not nearly as powerful. I think Miss Marvel is like the only reason why C5 is even viable. Very, very powerful effects. Will probably find more play eventually. But very, very strong. Just doesn't really have as much support as it needs right now. Werewolf by Night. Very good card. Very good card. But is it meta-defining is the question. I have to say that I think that Werewolf by Night, I think it is a meta-defining card. I think that even though it's not seeing as much play anymore, I think that Werewolf by Night always just rises up and pulls up its own archetype. And there's a lot of dedicated players that love Werewolf by Night and will continue to play it. And just the power level of the card in of itself keeps the archetype alive. Just having this driving force behind a deck of moving around this power and getting more value of your own reveals. You could probably argue it's not tier 1, but I think enough people play it at a high level and have continued to play it and have continued to evolve it and make it better. I think you got to consider it a tier 1 card. Annihilus. Now this is interesting. I think it falls between tier 3 and tier 2. I think there's been a lot of times where Annihilus has felt like a tier 2 card. A lot of times Annihilus has been a meta-defining card. I think right now Annihilus is not in that good of a spot. You don't see it very much anymore. You're not really seeing Clog with Annihilus. Clog is almost always without Annihilus. It's just kind of fallen off a little bit. I think that Annihilus will rise up again during certain metas. I don't think Annihilus has enough play right now and feels strong enough to consider it a tier 2 card. Potentially, but I'm going to put it at tier 3. Gladiator. Good card. It's a 3/8, which is very powerful. Back when Fenris Wolf was around, it was just an incredible part of that Fenris Wolf, Negasonic, you know, Shang, Gladiator package, Cannonball Mercury that was plaguing the ladder. I believe this card is probably overrated right now. I think that people are so conditioned to think that this card is so good. And again, people think that it's an upside still, which is crazy. People play every time Kamar-Taj is available. My opponent plays this card on Kamar-Taj, and I'll never understand. It's crazy to me. But still is a 3/8. It's still very strong. It's like the highest, just 4 points, 3-drop you can play directly from hand. I think it's I'm probably lower on this card than a lot of people are. I almost want to put it in tier 4 because I think it's way overrated now that Fenris Wolf is not nearly as good. But still as being a 3/8, even if you just play it at the end of the game and it's on a full lane, it'd still be really strong. Put it at tier 3. Martyr. Tier 5. Pretty much only sees play in like Nightmare and Cerebro 5, and it's just like the most cuttable card. I don't know if it's actively bad. I think like with zero stuff, you can still make some use of it. It's not a very good card. Bad card. Still see some play because you can cheese it to be stronger. Celine. I think Celine's tier 4. Celine might be a little underplayed. I think a 1/2 that afflicts your opponent's side. You don't really see the upside of Celine. I think Celine's relatively underrated because you don't see what it does. It's kind of like Iceman in that regard. Or I feel like Iceman, you don't really see the effect. I think Celine's the same way. You don't really see that your opponent generally doesn't play the card that you afflict with -3. Kind of have to run it with goblins. Can be a little bit weird. I think Celine's probably quite underrated, but still not quite strong enough to push any higher. Sebastian Shaw. I'm gonna put Sebastian Shaw at tier 2. Staple in just about any Surfer deck. A staple in any deck where you're trying to add points to your hand. A huge surprise card. How many times have you thought you for sure going to win and then at 18 power? Jay Walla, question. When Rhino was available, I don't know how much C3 you played when Rhino was available. If you were playing C3, would you rather play Rhino or would you rather play Scarlet Witch? Rhino is a 3/3 that just destroys the location, or Scarlet Witch is a 2/3 that changes it. Interested to hear your feedback on this. I'm very opinionated on this. Yeah, I agree. And I think that I got a lot of shit for this for a very long time because I was always saying that, like, I think that playing Rhino is throwing, even though it gives you more consistency, it's just the extra point is just not, the extra point energy is just not worth it. It is a sad card to play, and it makes you sad sometimes. But I think that Scarlet Witch was just always better than Rhino, in my opinion. I'm happy that you agree. That makes me happy. Smash and Straw is really, really good. Fits into a lot of archetypes, has been meta defining many times. I think when Surfer is a little bit better, it probably fits into that meta defining tier as well. Blob. Does any deck play Blob? Why the fuck is it 6/4? This card wasn't released as 6/4, right? Yeah, just airish him sometimes. I gotta put it in 5. I think the Blob has just kind of gotten nerfed into obscurity. I personally don't even think it's good in Airisham. I think that you're better off just playing a more consistent 6-drop that gives you some powerful effects than running Blob that is like a 6/13 through 16. Maybe I underrated a little bit because I definitely have my opponents play like 24 power Blobs and you're just like, all right, cool, I lose. There's a chance.
This is what we got. Everybody's a Bynx fan.
I think that Blob just kind of died for Arisham's sins when Arisham was too overtuned at release. I think that its original release date, a lot of people thought that this card would be bad. I was screaming from the rooftops that this card was crazy when it was getting released. I'm happy that they changed it from being able to just eat your whole deck, which was absolutely ludicrous. But right now, you know, having a minimum of 13 power and then, I don't know. I just don't think it's very good. I think that you can get a lot more. It's way too easily to counter. It's countered by Cosmo, countered by Shadow King, countered by Shang. I just think there's a lot better choices to run in most decks, but still does see some play. Cozy Key, thanks so much for the Primarino. Appreciate ya. Havoc. Poor Havoc, man. Died for Invisible Woman's sins. I really liked Havoc as a card. I think Havoc was a very awesome card as a 2/0 that got +4. As a 2/1 that gets +3, it's so hard to play in any other deck other than Invisible Woman, which sucks. Because I really, really liked it in like in the Bast Agent Venom decks as like this card that you kind of had like, you would skill diff with this card a lot by like choosing to play it on 4 or sometimes even choosing to play it on 3. But now that I got hit with 2/1, it's just rough. It's still a very key card in those Invisible Woman First Steps decks. Still feels pretty strong with support. You could maybe argue it's tier 4 still and just kind of propped up by other things, but I'm just going to give it a tier 3 out of my love for it. Beta Ray Bill. I say Beta Ray Bill's tier 3. I think the Hammer Bro stuff is pretty good, and it's because of Beta Ray Bill. The Hammer being 0/3 is pretty schnasty. I like Beta Ray Bill. I like running those like Hammer style decks. I think it's the whole reason those work at all. I think it's like a very good, fair card. Another card that kind of like felt stronger before Zabu got snipped up. But very fun, very cool card. I think it's strong. I think that it gets more support. It could definitely be a meta-defining card at some point. But very, very cool card. Kyera. Kyera is weird, man. Kyera is a weird card. I'm going to put Kyera at tier 4. Kyera is one of these cards that, like, it's just almost never worth it to play. Like, it just feels so bad to have to feel like you have to run Kyera in your deck. It's just one of those, like, necessary cards sometimes if Killmonger's a lot in the, like, around in the meta a lot. And it's just a tough card to feel like you have to, like, stuff into your deck. It just never really feels good. But it's just kind of a necessary card certain times. It's just a weak card that sometimes is necessary. Meek. Meek's weird, man. I almost want to put Meek in tier 4. I feel like a lot of discard decks like cut Meek. Just doesn't feel as strong as like so many of the other options. Meek is kind of just a card that gets thrown into discard like for contingency. It never feels great in discard that much. I could be underrating it a little bit. It could definitely be a tier 3 card. It could, you know, maybe some people think it's higher than that. But I feel like Meek just never feels super strong when I play it. I'm going to put it in tier 4. I feel like it's really propped up by the fact that discard is just good, and it's just kind of thrown into discard decks as like a deck is like because it kind of fits in. I think Meek is a rather weak card that is used in powerful archetypes just because there's no better option. I'm going to put it at tier 4. Grandmaster, or Randmaster, as this says. Randmast. I'm going to put, you know, I have always underrated Grandmaster. I've always been bad at using it. I'm going to put it at tier 2. Grandmaster squeaks its way into so many decks. It squeaks its way into Dakin. It squeaks its way into discard. It squeaks its way into like Sarah Tech. It just squeaks its way into all these different decks. It has a strong effect. It's a massive skill diff card. You have to be good at using Grandmaster. You have to set it up multiple turns ahead. It's sometimes used in bounce. I think it's rare in bounce, but it's sometimes used. Grandmaster is just one of those cards that squeaks its way into a lot of decks, and really good players find ways to use it effectively. I have a hard time using it. I always have. But it's just really good. It's competitively strong. It finds its way into a lot of different decks. It's a cool card. It got released as a 2-0. It's all the way up to a 2-3 now. It's one of the very good skill expression card. Very, very strong. I'm going to put it in tier 2. And that's a split. For the record, that's a split. Every split has gotten faster, for the record. Let's see. The first split was an hour 48. The second split was like a little under an hour and a half. I guess the one split. So we're getting faster. We're getting there. 134 cards left, 250 down. Hercules. I'm going to put Hercules in tier 4. That might surprise you because it is in some very strong decks right now. But Hercules has this effect that's just kind of like nothing or incredibly unfair. Hercules is kind of finding like ways to fit into these move decks as just them needing another move. I think it's one of the weakest move cards. But like that Tribunal Rube Goldberg machine has been pretty strong. The Tribunal deck sees some play in like other move decks, but I think it's one of the weakest move cards. I think it's just a card that gets thrown into move when you just want to throw every move card in a deck. I definitely feel like it's quite weak compared to most of the other ones. It's very propped up by a lot of those other cards. It's better than it once was when it was hitting your opponent's side, or when it was a 4-6. Jesus Christ. But I definitely feel like the strength of move isn't from Hercules. Hercules is just kind of like added into those decks as just kind of like a weird necessary inclusion towards the end. So I could be wrong. Maybe people who are stronger on move or like move a lot more would say it's a much better card. Maybe some people even say it's up into like tier 2. But I think it's kind of one of these cards that's completely carried by the power of the rest of the deck and is just kind of there because they need another card that moves things and they want every card possible to do it. Scar. Scar's weird. Scar's felt really powerful at certain points. Scar feels like it's being cut from Hellaless at a pretty rapid rate. see how many holodecks still run Scar. The second most popular holodeck runs Scar. The fourth most popular holodeck still runs Scar. It's at about, it looks like it's at about half, I think about half of the holo lists that are getting played. I'm going to put Scar in tier 3. I think it's an interesting card. It's one of the only reasons why Surtur is still even viable very much at all, it feels like. It still finds value just at being one of the only 7-cost cards in the game for Hela. Interesting card. I think that it could come out and be very popular again, especially now that Shang is seeing less and less play. But I'm going to put it at tier 3. Black Swan. Black Swan's a really interesting one. Because I feel like there's people who really like Black Swan and still fit into a lot of lists, and there's people who don't like Black Swan and cut it from a lot of lists. Black Swan 2/3. Activate next turn. Your 1 cost 0. See some fringe play and bounce. See some fringe play and like Morgan Le Fay type stuff. See some fringe play and werewolf stuff. I think the fact that so many top players are like undecided on if Black Swan is good in certain decks or not makes me not want to put it any higher. I think it's a strong card. I think that it is always a consideration in certain decks. Like, I feel like it's a very, some people hate it, some people love it. It's got value in certain ways, and sometimes it's moved around. I'm gonna put it at tier 3. Corvus Glaive. Moving on up the list. Corvus Glaive. Corvus Glaive is tier 2 or tier 3 or tier 1. I think I'm gonna opt to put it to tier 1. I think that there was a long time where Hela players were back and forth on whether Corvus was the way to go. And I think that Corvus has shown that it is one of the best cards in Hela. And I think that a lot of discard decks are changing up how they play, using Conchu and Glaive as this way to power up and then have backup plans. I think Corvus is really, really powerful and a really important card in discard. Gives you extra energy, which allows you to use your mana a lot more efficiently and get more big, powerful cards out. It gives you backup plans if you don't hit Hela because you're already just above the curve and you can find these other ways to win. I think it's really, really a card that's super, super important in discard. And one of the reasons why it's so strong in so many different ways that you can use discard right now. Coal Obsidian. I'm going to put Coal Obsidian at tier 3. Coal Obsidian's kind of this weird orphan card right now. That's not really seeing much play. But I think that Coal Obsidian is, at its core, a very powerful card. And just because it doesn't necessarily have a home right now, I don't think I would say it's a weak card by any means. Like, 410 is a fantastic stat line. And you have to consider in a lot of decks. I think like Zoo decks with it are a lot stronger than people give it credit for. I really liked when I used to run it in Zoo. I think that it's good in, you know, it's one of the best cards in Surtur. I think that it's a great Thanos card, even though it's not finding as much play in those decks. I think Coal's probably a very underrated card right now. And then just a 410 stat line is pretty monstrous. We're going to call it tier 3. Proxima Midnight. Another very interesting card. I think Proxima Midnight, you'd have to consider it's between tier 2 and tier 3. Like Proxima Midnight at its, like when you look at it in a vacuum, like it's a 4-7, which is already pretty good stats for cost. Like 4-7 is not a bad stat line at all. And it's free when you discard it. I think that it's weird because it's not in too, like, here, let me, see here. I'm interested to see how many, like, discard decks don't run Proxima. There's quite a few, but it's usually, like, Proxima kind of falls into, like, the more traditional version of discard, it seems like, the Apocalypse stuff. Whereas things that go more towards Dakin tend to cut it. But I think it might even be underrated in a lot of different decks. I feel like Proxima is just a very, very singularly powerful card. I think a lot of decks that cut Proxima maybe shouldn't be, or maybe are doing it a little bit too... Like just overthinking, like getting rid of it a little bit too much to make space. I think Proxima is a really, really strong card, man. I think it's probably underrated in discard because it's not seeing play in too many discard decks. It's kind of surprising. The most played discard deck it's in, but then a lot of the other decks are cutting it just in favor of going all in on the deck and stuff, doing Bastion things. I think that Proxima is like probably a little underrated in discard and maybe something that people are overlooking adding in discard a little bit. I'm going to call it a tier 2 card. I think it's probably not used in enough discard decks. Very, very strong card. Can get you into locations you can't get into normally. Used to be better. Now that the way it works, where it won't go out if it can't go into the location that's the smallest, be it by locations or different things like that. I think it's probably, it got worse when that change happened. But I think that Proxima is a very, very powerful card. Super Giants. What are the consistently one of the most underrated cards in the game, man. Consistently one of the most underrated cards in the game. I'm really surprised that people aren't playing Super Giant like more. I'm always surprised by it. I'm going to put it in tier 2, honestly. I think that Super Giant is crazy, crazy overlooked. I think it's Super Giant. When Invisible One First Steps was super popular, I feel like Super Giant was criminally underplayed, even just in any deck. Like any deck, you could use it as a tech card to just really dumpster those decks. It's being played right now. I haven't played. I didn't play much at all yesterday. I haven't played today. So I probably, I'm guessing Super Giant is seeing a bit of a resurgence because a lot of Jocasta stuff is coming. But this card has just been, once it went to 4-7, it has just been one of the most underplayed cards. A huge skill diff card. Knowing how to play with Super Giant active is very important. Knowing how to order. A lot of people don't know how to play around the cards still. I think it's a very, very strong card and should be played a lot more. Give me 1 second. War Machine. War Machine's a really cool card, man. War Machine is a card a lot of people were really scared of when it came out as an on-reveal, and then it kind of flopped. But as an ongoing, it's really found a lot of play in a lot of different decks. It's great in just control with like Storm. It's great in like kind of like Surtur style decks, like using it to get out Infinite or trying to cheat out big cards. I really like it in like Red Wing. So I put it in tier 2. I don't know if I can put it in tier 2 right now. It just doesn't feel like it's getting played nearly enough. which might just be the community underrating it a little bit. Might just be people exploring different decks a little bit more. But I find it hard to want to push it into tier 2 right now, just because I very, very rarely see it. I think it's a card that has a lot of potential. I think it's an underexplored card still. I think you can absolutely make an argument that it's tier 2, but I think it's probably right at the top of tier 3. Mockingbird. I think that if Mockingbird, if you look at it in any one deck, it's not quite the menace that it once was. This shit was released as a... Was it released as a 5/10 or some shit? Is it like released as a... I think it was released as a 5/10. Am I crazy, or was it a 5/9, then a 6/10, then a 6/9? It's released as a 5/9, then a 6/10, then a 6/9. I think that the fact that Mockingbird is such a good card in any Thanos deck, even though Thanos isn't very strong right now. It's an auto-include in any Erisham deck. It's a consideration in a few other decks. I kind of want to put it at tier 1. Come as a nerf so it could get cheated. That's... You're just making shit up. I want to put it at tier 1, but it's just the decks that it's in aren't good enough, I don't think, to put it in tier 1 right now. I don't think the decks are good enough to... I don't think the decks that it's in, I don't think Erisham's good enough. I don't think Thanos is good enough to put it into tier 1. But it is always a card that will always see play. Fantastic card. Really, really good card. It held Thanos up for... It's still the only... I feel like if this card didn't exist, Thanos would see 0 play. I struggle not to put it in tier 1, but I just think that Thanos is in a pretty rough spot and Erisham is in a pretty rough spot right now. I'm going to keep it in tier 2. Cannonball! It was an incredible card. One of the best cards in Scream. An unbelievably powerful 2-card combo with Mercury. Fits into a lot of different decks. Even after Fenris got nerfed, even after tanking a 2-power nerf, I think you could still argue it's a meta-defining card. I think you still have to think about Cannonball so much. Even though it's seeing a pretty big chunk down in play than it was, I'm still going to call it a meta-defining card. I think the threat of Cannonball is still this big, terrifying, looming thing that is just very, very scary. Always a card you have to consider. It is propping up Scream, I feel like. It's still just really, really strong in that deck. Just an absolute menace of a card, even as a 5/6, even with Fenris nerfed. Still think it's a meta-defining card that you're always thinking about and you're always worried about on turn 6. Pixie! I think that Pixie... I am a Pixie non-believer. I always have been. Yeah, good in Clog. Yeah, amazing in Clog. Yeah. I'm a Pixie non-believer. I think the Pixie... I don't think that Pixie... I think the Pixie is not nearly as good as some people think it is. I hate playing Pixie. Like an insane amount. I absolutely hate playing Pixie. It might be the fact that I have to run more Mobius in my deck. But even in like the Bastion Spectrum deck where I run Mobius to discount the Bastion cards. I don't know. I really don't think... I think that Pixie is overrated. I feel like there's been time where Pixie is tier 2. But I really think that Pixie is just not... I really don't think it's that good of a card. I think that most decks that run this like Pixie line would just be better suited doing something else. Could be a personal bias. I'm going to put Pixie in tier 3. I don't think it cracks tier 2. Hope Summers. Dude, I don't think this card is good, man. I think Hope Summers is tier 4. I think this was like one of the cards last year that I put in like the same tier as I put it in now. And people freaked out about it, saying I was wrong. And just the play rate has just dipped over and over and over again. She just has no home. Like all the Pixie, all the Hope Summers, Elsa, Angela, all the stuff, it's just not that good. Kitty is not good, man. She hasn't been for some time. I think Hope Summers is good in certain decks. I think she's just way overclassed by Luna. It's just a consistent way to get it. I think the Hope Summers is just not a card with a home and not a card that's super powerful. Baron Zemo. Baron Zemo's weird. I think on rate, Baron Zemo's like a pretty powerful card. Like it's a 3/5, pretty good stats. And you get a card from your opponent, which is usually a pretty good card. Does take up 2 board slots. I think it is one of the sole reasons that people think that Mill is good, is because Baron Zemo is just a damn good card in that list. I think I'm going to put Baron Zemo in tier 3. I think like just like in a vacuum, it's a damn strong card. Like in a draft format, Baron Zemo is a crazy card to have in your deck. Baron Zemo has tricked mill players for over a year into thinking the archetype's good. Just because Baron Zemo does some pretty good things. It's kind of a card that doesn't have a home. It's kind of a card that doesn't have support because like the actual milling aspect isn't that good. But I really do think that like Baron Zemo itself is like a pretty damn good card. That probably only gets seized play in mill, but maybe should get used in other things. I don't really know. I don't know. Baron Zemo was a weird card to me. I'm gonna put it in tier 3. I feel like it's just from a just in a vacuum perspective, it's quite strong. I think it's held back by mill players putting in too much other mill shit. I don't know. Valentina. I like Valentina a lot. I think it's a surprisingly like underplayed card. I think as far as like cards that can add random things to your hand, it's one of the stronger ones. It adds a pretty powerful resource that can be absolutely game warping. It's one of the best. It's one of the best Airstream cards you can add. Playing her on 2 into whatever card you get on 4 is really strong, or on 3. I'm gonna also put her up in tier 3. I think that like if hand type stuff had more support and it wasn't as focused on little things with Victoria, I think this card would see a lot more play. I think it's holds up Airshim. I think it's one of the reasons that Airshim is still even like feeling viable. Very, very strong in a vacuum card. I think it's in tier 3. Red Hulk. Red Hulk's a weird one, man. Because Red Hulk just is like a big power card to drop down. It's strong, but it feels like right now it's kind of just outclassed by Galactus First Steps. Whereas Galactus First Steps gives you a little bit more consistency, a little more control. They get to a similar level usually. I don't know. I think it's weird. I feel like they're like very, very similar cards, but it feels like Galactus First Steps is just edging it out just slightly. I think I'm going to put it at tier 3. U.S. Agents. You could put U.S. Agent at tier 3 as well. It might even go down to tier 4. U.S. Agent just doesn't feel that good. When it was -4, it was crazy. But at -3, it was still seeing a lot of play, but Affliction has just kind of fallen off. I feel like it's a pretty strong Affliction card, but it always feels tough to play for me. I think it definitely could be tier 4. I don't know. I like it at tier 3. I still think it's pretty damn strong. As a 2/3, it could still give you a lot of impact. Still see some weird play in like some Bast and like Agent Venom style decks. The fact that it sees some play outside of just Afflict pushes me away from tier 4 because there is some use case for it outside of it, and it does still see some play. Now, whether that's the right decision or not, I definitely think that it's at the level of a tier 3 card. White Widow. Between tier 6 and tier 5. Which is weird. I hate that the only stream that I've gotten hungry on stream is the one where I have to be constantly talking the whole time. Every other stream, the last 7 days, I've never felt like I've had to eat while I'm streaming. I'm incredibly hungry and I can't eat because I have to talk the whole time and I want to get this goddamn thing over with. Maybe next ad break I'll just smash some shit. I'll just smash these 2 Uncrustables. We'll see. I feel like White Widow, I'm just gonna put it at actively bad. I think the White Widow, if there's ever a deck that already wants to run both armor and Red Guardian, I feel like you'd want White Widow in that deck. If there's ever a deck that wants to run both armor and Red Guardian, I feel like White Widow will be sick. But I don't think that's ever happened. But I do think if ever a deck wants both those cards already, I think White Widow would slot in great with that. I think you need both. I don't think you just need one or the other. But I think right now she's just actively bad. I just don't think she's ever worth it. This card used to be the fucking most evil card in the game, man. Crazy. Ajax! I could put Ajax as competitively strong. I think that Man-Thing and Ajax are the reason why Affliction sees any play anymore. I think that these 2 cards are so powerful that they're the only reason that you would want to play Affliction anymore. I even this might sound crazy to people. I think that Man Thing is more important to making Affliction viable. It's like weird. It's like it's stronger than Hazmat and Affliction, even though like Hazmat's maybe more necessary. But I feel like these two cards are just so powerful that it's the reason that Affliction still sees any play whatsoever. I think that even though Affliction isn't in a great spot, it's all on the backs of Ajax and Man-Thing. He's just insanely powerful, win a lane style cards that are just so hard to beat. It's so hard to get over top of an Ajax lane. It's so hard to get over top of a Man-Thing that was played in the right lane. So hard, man. I think that that these are the two cards that are just really just holding on for Affliction to be good, and like Luke Cage, which I did put at meta defining just because it also is so good in Cerebro 2 and 3. I feel like they're trying so hard to keep the archetype alive, even though it just doesn't feel great, and it hasn't for a while. I'm gonna put it at number 2 or tier 2. Ereshkigal. For once, Ereshkigal is not a meta-defining card. Ereshkigal has been meta-defining card, I think, since its inception. I think maybe around 6 months ago. It's really where Ereshkigal just really started to feel like it wasn't really a meta menace anymore, and it's not that scary of a thing to match into. I think especially the Thanos nerf, like Thanos and Ereshkigal felt so crazy strong because you'd have that card that you could, that 12 power card you could play on turn 5 whenever you wanted. But Ereshkigal is still a competitively viable card, and Ereshkigal is the whole reason it is. You know, if you are someone who is like me and just likes to play with random garbage, throw pretty much anything in an Ereshkigal deck and still be able to compete. Some people hate that for the game. I love it for the game. Ereshkigal is a tier 2 card. Blink. Blink's a fantastic card. Absolutely fantastic card. I'm gonna put Blink at tier 2. I think that Blink makes a lot of... Blink really helps glue together a lot of archetypes. I think Blink is the reason why Hela is still so good. Being able to... like, be able to blink into these cards and being able to use these cards and flip into it. Blink is the only reason why Electro is viable at all, because Blink carries that archetype up. Blink is such a powerful card, probably underused. Blink could probably find its way into more decks. But Blink is just such a glue card to so many different archetypes. Very, very strong, very fun card to play. Very, very powerful card. There's been times where Blink has been meta defining. I don't think it's quite there right now. Blink, very, very strong. Copycat. Copycat's weird, man. Copycat is one of those cards that just kind of gets forgotten about. And then it just feels really, really good. I think I'm going to put Copycat in tier 2 as well. I think that, I think Copycat is a meta-dependent card where you can't just throw Copycat whenever. I think it really depends on what people are playing. There are times when Copycat, certain metas where Copycat feels backbreakingly powerful. There are times when Copycat feels fine. Copycat is just a damn good card. Can slot into a lot of different decks. 3-5 is a great stat line. Get you some information on a card that your opponent won't draw unless they shuffle their deck. Very, very solid card. Fit into a lot of different things. Makari. Makari's a really good card, man. I'm going to slot it up at tier 3. See some play in Cerebro 3. Sees play in decks that like to use Fantasticar. Sees some play in like some Moon Girl style decks that like to mitigate hand space issues. Sees play in Surfer. I don't quite think that she feels powerful enough that she's really bringing up these archetypes. But she's just kind of a good enough card that you get for free, that if you can get additional use cases for her, she slots really well in. So she's all about the support that's on her. I don't think she can throw it in anything. I think it needs to have some other reason why it's good. Be that for mitigating hand space, be that for being a Surfer deck that can give it extra power, or a Fantasticar deck that can give it extra power. I think the Makari is just a really good card that finds its way into a lot of different decks. Marvel Boy. I think Marvel Boy finds its way into tier 3 as well. I think it does see play in some higher level decks. But I do think that in general, like Marvel Boy tries to pull out some shit archetypes. Like Marvel Boy is really trying to keep Zoo alive. Marvel Boy is sometimes like sees play in some end of turn decks. Sometimes it doesn't. Depends really on what they set up. Kind of depends on the meta. But I think Marvel Boy at its core is like if you can get Marvel Boy down on 3 and have it hit a 1-drop, like 3 1-drops every turn, it's like a 3/14, right? Which is pretty crazy. The problem is that it really is dependent on getting those 1-drops out. So sometimes you have to play shitty cards like Squirrel Girl. Or sometimes you have to, you know, play shitty cards like Shanna, like Zoo does, to feel like Marvel Boy's worth it. But even when it's not hitting that high end, still a pretty solid card. With enough support, it can definitely find its way to be a very, very strong card. And what a meta-defining card in the future. Namora. I think Namora is a tier 4 card. Namora is just way too hard to make work. It gets dumpstered by Clog. It's very, very obvious what you're doing when you're trying to set up a Namora line. And it can be very powerful, but it just doesn't feel like all the pieces ever really get put together. I just really don't think it can ever, it will ever get put together with the effect that it is. I think that it can sometimes feel really strong, and there's sometimes like some people that can make it work. But honestly, I think it's, I just think it's very meh. I think Ghost might be underrated right now. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Ghost is just a tech card that people, it's like still new and people don't know how to use it. The reason I think that I just think it's like okay and like just no one's using it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Fastos. I've come around to Fastos a lot. I just think Fastos was pretty weak. I think as a 3/3 it was pretty weak. It's a pretty damn big like tempo loss. As a 3/4 it feels quite a bit better. Gives you some lopsided information. Ghost is bad. She would legit be better if she... I gotta stop reading. You just keep trying to bait me into talking to you, Lanoom. I just gotta stop reading your stuff. Fastos... Fastos is a lot better than I gave it credit for. I used to really dislike Fastos and not think that it's good. I think that Fastos as a 3/4, I think that it works well, a lot better in decks than I gave it credit for. I'm going to put it at tier 3. I think that it's a good inclusion in any deck that's doing like buffing kind of stuff. And the fact that you can get the discounts can be really, really strong. I think that Fastos, I really hated on this card for a while, and I think it's better than I gave it credit for. Tier 3. Sage. I'm gonna put Sage at tier 1. I think Sage has found a way to be in so many different decks. It's a staple in negative. It's used in bounce. It's used in any Bast Agent Venom deck. It's like the reason those decks are playable. A super, super versatile card. Sees high level play in a ton of different decks. Very, very strong ability. The card, one of the cards I really thought this card was not going to be that good. When it came out, boy, oh boy, was I wrong. Sage is super, super powerful. Goes in tons of different decks. Very, very strong. Amazing card. Meta-defining card. Squash! Squash is an interesting one. I think there's an argument to put it in tier 3. I think there's an argument to even move it up to tier 2. I think that Squash is a card that really works with cards like Hitmonkey and Mysterio. They have a lot of cool synergy with each other. I'm not sure if it sees enough play to see it in tier 2. I'm not sure. Squash is really strong. Squash is really, really strong. It's kind of like helps allow some of those werewolf decks to be as strong as they are. It makes a lot of Hitmonkey decks as strong as they should be. And there's an argument to put it in tier 2. I'm going to put it in tier 2. Might be a little over. I think it's fringe. I think that Squash really, really helps fuel a lot of those decks, make them good. It finds its way in some bounce lists, some werewolf lists. Most decks that run Hitmonkey also like running Squash. I think it does a lot of really, really cool things. Cersei. I think Cersei is criminally underrated. I think Cersei is very powerful. My heart wants me to put it in tier 2, but I don't think that's fair. I'm going to say it's tier 3. I think that it's very, very good as a way to get rid of Sentry. I think that's very, very good to go and have these other things. I think even tier 3 might be an overcommit, but I would never put her lower. I think Cersei's such an awesome chaos, crazy card. Very, very fun. I think there's probably an argument that she shouldn't be played as much and that the randomness is not as good. Boy, oh boy, do I love Cersei. Tier 3. Speed. I am Speed. Speed is boring as shit. This card is boring as shit. But it is a card that should probably be in way more decks. Speed is one of those cards that is boring as shit, and people don't play it because it's boring as shit. Like, so many of like the ongoing decks that I've played, I should probably be playing Speed, but I literally just don't because I just find this card boring as shit. It's very good in like any Wiccan deck. It's just a big hunk of stats that's just very solid. Very often you're getting as a 3/8. Sometimes you're getting as a 3/9. Can work in any Spectrum deck. Work in like any Surfer deck, but it just doesn't really see play because it's boring. It does see play, but it doesn't see as much play as it should just because it's a fucking boring just stats card. Criminally underrated by myself all the time. Don't get me, I like, so many times people are like, why isn't speed in this deck? I'm just like, fuck, I didn't even think about putting this fucking card in my deck. It is way better than like 3 of these other cards in the deck. Speed is just a fucking real good card that is underplayed because it's boring and is very, very good. Thana! I'm gonna say Thana's tier 3. Thana has been a absolutely meta-defining card at points. Thana has been a absolute menace. I feel like right now, Thana's kind of only played in like Agent Venom Bass stuff. And in the Invisible Woman First Step stuff. And she's kind of like a bit of an afterthought. I think that there will be a meta where Thana will go back up to tier 2 and find her way into a lot more decks. The fact that she feels limited and she does not feel like she's the reason those decks are good. I think right now I'm going to put her in tier 3, probably fringe tier 2. She's better than a lot of these other deck cards in tier 3 by like quite a bit. But I just don't think Thana's a reason to play any deck right now. And even though she's still pretty strong in the decks that she's in, I just don't see her as being like as good. I don't think she's like the reason to play any deck, and she's not, you don't play a deck because of Thana anymore. So I'm going to keep her in tier 3. Wiccan! Any card that tricks the Marvel Snap community into thinking Quicksilver and Domino are a good card. That's a meta-defining card right there. Thrillgamesh. Thrillgamesh, I'm going to put it in tier 3. And this might seem weird. Because these two cards are like, they hold up so much shit on their backs by being these incredibly broken cards that just all the support for it is ass. All the rest of the support for like the Zoo type archetype and like Blue Marvel type stuff is just kind of ass. And even these two cards coming in couldn't raise it up. Marvel Boy, Gilgamesh, like very powerful in a nutshell cards. Like if the support for what they do is strong enough, like Gilgamesh like is fucking terrifying when it comes down, man, because you have no fucking clue how big it's gonna be. Zoo is really bad, and Zoo would be non-existent if these two cards didn't come in to just try their very, very best to keep it strong. Gilgamesh, if it had more support and if it had better cards that would like raise the power level of your cards to make Gilgamesh like as consistently like a 5/17, this card feels crazy broken sometimes, but the support is just not there no matter how hard it tries. A very strong card just doesn't have the support. Gwenpool. Gwenpool. 4/6 Gwenpool, the easiest meta-defining card of all time. 4/5 Gwenpool still might be a meta-defining card. Gwenpool still sees so much play, not only in Surfer, not only in hand-based decks, like just buff-style decks, but also in like Hitmonkey Mysterio stuff. It's still just, even with new cards coming in, like Viv Vision, still just the premier hand buffing card in the game. I think if it was as limited into certain decks as some of those other cards, I would say it's still tier 2. And even though the power level is quite a bit lower at a 4.5 from a 4.6. And even with power creep coming up the last year that it's been around, trying to push it down, the fact that it still sees play in so many different decks, I think it's still a meta-defining card. I just think it's still a meta-defining card. Big surprise factor. Just any deck that needs one card that can buff cards, it's always Gwenpool. I think for that reason, I still keep her at tier 1. Hulkling. If this was a Conquest tier list, Hulkling's probably tier 3. Just because it's like a literal Conquest tech card that people use and bring to tournaments. People say that Hulkling, like, I don't know. I was always so confused when like Hulkling came out and people were saying it was one of the worst cards they've ever released. I just don't think that's true at all. I think that Hulkling is like in a nutshell, like in a vacuum, a crazy strong card. The problem is it just doesn't have a home. There's no deck that really is like the best card to add as Hulkling. Hulkling is generally a card that rather good players will put in as this surprise card to give them an advantage either on ladder if they're facing the same opponent multiple times to add this level of unpredictability, or in like Conquest or tournaments to make it so that they can't know what they have to play around a lot. So I think that Hulkling is a powerful card. I would still like it to be a 5/10. I think 5/10 Hulkling would be very interesting. But I don't think that it's like a bad card. I think that it's rather weak just because it doesn't really have a home that like wants it. But the way that it can be used to give you a competitive advantage and like give you this level, like air of unpredictability, I think makes it very unique, and I'm going to put it at tier 4. Hi, Duration Robert. I think you got to still put Hydro Bob at tier 2. I think Hydro Bob is just a very good competitive card still at 1/4, still a competitive card. I think that a lot of decks can consider it. I think that its downside is often an upside. It's great with Fantasticar. It's a card that, very similar to Black Cat, it just kind of gets splashed into just about anything. I think it's really strong. I think that it's a tier 2, a very competitively viable card. It's never the reason to play any deck. It can be used in a lot of different things. Tier 2. Kate Bishop. I like Kate Bishop a lot. I think that Kate Bishop is overlooked a lot. I think Kate Bishop is fantastic. I think there's been large periods where Kate Bishop has been meta-defining. She sees utility in tons of different decks. She's a great card in Clog. She's a card that you can put in anything and just get some small resources to be able to use towards different things in the game. I consider her at a pretty similar level to Mirage. I think when Mirage was a 2/2, I think Kate Bishop clearly gapped her. I think Kate Bishop's still better than Mirage. And better in more decks. But I don't think she's a tier 1 card anymore. I think that enough cards have come around and power creep has happened. Where I don't think she's a tier 1 card anymore. I absolutely think she's a competitively strong card. She goes into a lot of different decks. You're never unhappy having Kate Bishop in your deck. Very, very solid. Probably close to a tier 1 card, but I don't think she's at that level anymore. And they both have bow and arrows. Look at that. How synergistic. Aranya. Where'd you go? I've been thinking about how many move cards belong in tier 1. Because it's hard, right? Like, I don't think like throwing like every card in like the move decks that are really strong should happen. I think it really all just comes down to is like what cards are like the real imperative cards for move to function as it does and to be as good as it feels right now. And some cards pass that threshold. So far we have Ghost Spider and Human Torch. I guess Beast if you count move bounce. I think Aranya passes that threshold. I think Aranya is a meta-defining card. I think Aranya is such an important piece to making the move deck work as is. I think it's more important than Sparky. Because it really gets everything going. And it's just a card that you can very easily play out. It's so cheap. It's, I really want to finish that sandwich, but I can't stop talking. I think it's really one of the reasons to, like, why move is so good is because Aranya is such a powerful card that you can play out at any point, get a ton of value out of it. I think Aranya definitely passes that threshold. It's one of the reasons why move and move bounce are both so incredibly powerful. Meta-defining card. Speaking of, Madam Web. I think I'm also putting Madam Web in meta-defining. I think these are the 4 move cards that I'm going to have in meta-defining. I think everything else doesn't quite hit the threshold of why the deck functions as powerfully as it does. I think Madam Web is a very, very important piece of the puzzle. Just being able to move all of your cards, giving that level of ambiguity. I think Madam Web's better in non-move decks than people give it credit for. I really loved playing Madam Web and like Bass Stage and Venom stuff. Yeah, Madam Web was a huge turning point for... Madam Web and Aranya came out almost at the same time. A huge turning point for move was adding those 2 cards. I think that it's a meta-defining card, a card that is warping and very, very hard to deal with. Very strong card. Scarlet Spider. I think it's tier 3. I think Scarlet Spider is a card that has kind of waxed and waned as far as how strong it is. I think that people have been finding really good ways to just use Scarlet Spider. It's kind of similarly to how like Mr. Sinister has found some like cool ways to find some value. I think Scarlet Spider is a really, really interesting like case of that, of a card that felt kind of bad at first and no one really knew how to use it, and then people have come around to liking it. I still really like almost never use this card. I think that in a nutshell, it's just strong enough. I'm going to put it at tier 3. Silver Sable. Now, someone said Rocket Raccoon is the best bounce card. If it's me, I'm saying Silver Sable is the best bounce card. I think Silver Sable was very important in being added to bounce, a card that came in that allowed bounce to stay as strong as it was. Another card where you don't really see all the benefit that you get out of playing it, but just an absolute menace of a bounce card. I think it is the best bounce card. I think it's better than Rocket Raccoon. People who play bounce all the time might say that I'm wrong and that it's not as good as Rocket Raccoon, and that's fine. I think from my experience, whenever I do bounce style decks, I feel like Silver Sable is just this uber consistent, you know, you don't have to guess. You're getting the same amount of points as Rocket Raccoon, but guaranteed. And afflicting your opponent's cards. Sometimes the affliction gets doubled. As a 1/1, the card was crazy and should have been everywhere. And not only that, but I think that Silver Sable is unbelievably powerful in Bast and Agent Venom, and actually sees play outside of just bounce. It finds play in affliction decks. It finds play in Bast and Agent Venom. I'm gonna put Silver Sable as a tier 1 card, and some people might think that that's crazy compared to some of these other cards up here. But I think that Silver Sable is such a powerful piece in not only bounce, but also in these other archetypes, in Afflict, in Bast Agent Venom style decks. It's like such a good card in those decks. I think that not only is it just good in a vacuum and in of itself, but has found ways to be very useful in multiple archetypes. I think it's a very, very strong card. I think it's much better in bounce than people give it credit for. And I'm going to call it a tier 1 card. Symbiote Spider-Man. Symbiote Spider-Man's a really good card. Splat has been using Symbiote Spider-Man in some of the most diabolical, psychotic ways I've ever seen. I played 2 games against Splat, I think 2 days ago. In one game, he Aranya'd a Brood into a Symbiote Spider-Man to make 3 10-power Broods and destroy me. In the next game I played against him, he used Jocasta Aranya and Symbiote Spider-Man Iron Fist to make a Human Torch move 4 times in one turn and blow me out. I feel like Splat has single-handedly made me completely rethink how powerful I think Symbiote Spider-Man is. I think that Symbiote Spider-Man is crazy from the perspective of just how many decks it can be used in. It's the whole reason that Fallen One is even like a off-meta fun deck to play, is because of its ability with Symbiote Spider-Man. It's a way to play Galactus that's pretty gross. It is a way to like use multiple mana in funky ways. This card is really, really, really interesting, and I think underutilized. I think Splat completely broke my brain into the ways that like Symbiote Spider-Man is such a crazy card that can do so many different things. I'm actually going to put it into tier 2. And this could be wrong, and it could just be because Splat is a fucking genius. But I think this card is probably underexplored by like a lot. And there's so many cool ways that we can use Symbiote Spider-Man that as a community we're not... Yeah, Nimrod. This card has just found its way to be pretty good in so many decks. I'm going to put it in tier 2. Agent Venom. I feel like when Agent Venom first came around, I felt like it felt really strong, and now I've kind of come around to like it's quite good, but I don't think it's as good as I originally thought. I think that it's very good in the Afflict archetype, but it really doesn't see play in other archetypes, even though it kind of feels like it should. I think it's a very strong card, and I think it's a card that will, when there's some other support cards that can make anti-venom, I think when there's other support cards that can make anti-venom feel better, I feel like this card might be more of a menace. But I personally don't really feel like it's the reason that Afflict is quite strong. I think that I used to think this card was better than it is, and now I don't think it's as good as I used to. Which could just be a personal bias. But I think it's a very strong card, and I think that it's a card that will get better over time. I think Anti-Venom is very, very solid. I'm talking about Anti-Venom, not Age of Venom, sorry. Now we'll talk about Age of Venom. Age of Venom was diabolical when it first came out. Setting cards cost to 4. Small soldier style stuff was just absolutely disgusting. Just playing all these cards, getting them really strong. Tons of synergies. Now that it's just used with Bast, I think it's quite good. But I don't think I'm going to put it at tier 2 because it's much more limited than Bast is. Bast sees play in Cerebro 3, and it's a very important key piece in Cerebro 3. And it sees play in pretty much all the Agent Venom's decks, whereas Agent Venom's a little bit more limited. I think it's a very, very strong card. And I think that it could be a menace again in the future if the more cards that work with that Bast Agent Venom line work. I think right now I'll put it in tier 3. Scream. Scream's tough. Scream has felt like an absolute meta at points. But I feel like Scream is not in a great spot right now. It doesn't feel that scary to go up against. I still think I'm going to put it in tier 2. Because it raises up all of these cards that are just kind of dog shit into like a functional, competitively viable deck. And it's all centered around the power of Scream. So I think that even though Scream decks maybe aren't like super competitively viable right now and aren't really the best choice, I think that it's all on the back of Scream, and Scream is using her fucking hair to pull a lot of these cards that are pretty bad up as much as possible with her. Even though her decks aren't very strong and she can be better, I still think she's tier 2. Misery. Oh, the misery. Misery's tier 2. I think there's an argument to say there's been times where Misery's felt meta-defining. I think Misery's a bit limited in the decks that it gets used in right now. And I don't think it's in... I don't think it's a meta-defining card. I think that it's a very good support card in certain decks. It might be a card that's underexplored. It might be a card that will rise up to be just an absolute meta menace again. Right now it feels a little limited in decks that it goes in. And hopefully that changes, because I think Misery is a very interesting and unique card. But I think right now it's tier 2. I think it's right now it's tier 2. Scored. I think Scorn, again, sits pretty solidly in tier 2. I think that Scorn was huge for discard. I don't think Scorn is at the level of Corvus or Blade or Morbius as far as what they do for the discard archetype to really elevate it. Scorn's just kind of this glue card that is very, very solid in like every discard deck, it feels like. I don't necessarily consider Scorn a meta-defining card. I think that the very powerful strength of other discard cards are really what makes it amazing. I think it's maybe one of the most versatile discard cards, but I don't think it's really where the power of discard comes from. So I'm going to put it at tier 2. Toxin. I'm going to put Toxin at tier 2. Very, very powerful. Bounce card. Really helped elevate the bounce archetype. Very, very strong. I don't think it's at the level of Beast. I definitely think it's a very powerful tier 2 card. Surtur. Surtur's tier 3. Surtur's a card that when released was insanely powerful. But I think they brought down the power level to a pretty fair amount. And now I think it's kind of just been power crept. I think that Surtur does pull up a lot of pretty dog shit cards into a decent archetype. But I don't think it's really at the power level that it was when it first came out. And maybe when it was first nerfed, it was still at that, like, really high level, like, tier 2 level. But I think right now it sits at tier 3. Zorn. I'm also going to put Zorn at tier 3. I think this is a very underexplored card. I think Zorn is very underexplored, both from an offensive and a defensive standpoint. I think that Zorn is a very, very interesting... Oh, thank you so much, Mango, for passing it forward and gifting a tier 1 to the community. I super appreciate it, my dude. Thank you, thank you. I think that Zorn is a very unique card. I think that its defensive capabilities are really underexplored. Like, using it as a way to, like, try and fight off or, like, use to, like, disrupt your opponent in cool ways. Really only used offensively. I think it's a really underexplored card. I think this card will age like fine wine and find its way into more move decks and maybe find its way as, like, a tech counter in certain metas. But I'm really excited for the future of Zorn. I think it's a really cool card. Cobra! Better than you think. Cobra's better than you think. Cobra's not actively bad. I think that Cobra is a lot better than people give it credit for. And Accord is a very interesting card in certain metas when there's a lot of Airshim, when Kang's around, and there's a lot of Frigga stuff. I think Cobra is very, very underappreciated. I still think it's bad, but I think it's still underrated. I think people think, like, Cobra's the worst card in the game. I think Cobra is gonna find a time where people are gonna start playing it and people are gonna wake up that the card has some juice in it. All right, and that's a split. That was a long split. Son of a bitch. I guess I did take a pretty long break between. Just like I'm going to take now. We're going to get a 3-minute ad break. Don't want to see the ads. Pay $6. Check see if you have a Twitch Prime subscription available by clicking the subscribe and use the little Prime toggle. Watching on YouTube, make sure to like, subscribe. Watching on Twitch, make sure to follow. See you in 3 minutes. I'm going to take a real break. I'm going to eat these Uncrustables. I'm going to say hi to my roommate. Be back. Who is the king of mid? Many people are saying this. All right, let's get back to it. Agamotto. I feel like Agamotto wants a very much a meta-defining card. It's probably underplayed right now. I feel like Agamotto is one of those cards that I feel like has just kind of fallen out of favor with a lot of people. And even just like pure only using Agamotto decks just don't really exist right now. And I feel like Agamotto is a lot stronger than how often that I see it. I still feel like all the cards you get with Agamotto are very powerful. I feel like Agamotto functions in a really solid way. But you just don't really see it that much. I feel like Agamotto is probably quite underplayed. I feel like it's still a very, very strong card. And even though I don't see it too terribly much, I would still say it's a tier 2. It's a competitive, it's a strong card. It's just in a vacuum, very strong. Still gets played a decent amount with Erisham. I think that Agamotto is probably one of those cards that is going to kind of fall under the wayside, and then a couple people are going to like start having a ton of success with Agamotto, and then we're going to see another really big wave of it. So really excited to see what happens with Agamotto, and I think that this card is probably criminally underrated right now, and might even be at the level where it could be a meta-defining card. People just have to find the right exact way to make the deck. Ares. Ares is an interesting one. 4/6. You have more if the top 3 cards are bigger than your opponent's top 3 cards, plus 6 power. Ares is another one of those cards that's like clearly pretty strong, but kind of just doesn't have a home right now. It really only sees play in like Surtur. And like, I don't know. It feels like it's just one of those cards that should be better, right? I feel like this is a card that should find more ways to see play outside of like just that specific deck that's not very good right now. I'm gonna put it up in tier 3. I feel like, again, probably a bit of an underexplored card. I feel like maybe some people have to like think about the math of trying to find ways to feel like you're gonna have a deck that 80% of the time is gonna win this and get you a 4/12, because like a 4/12 is really strong. Interested to see what happens with Ares. I really think that this card is probably underexplored, just because it kind of got slotted into Surtur like right away, because Surtur was one of the best decks when it came out. It hasn't really been explored in other decks. I'm really interested to see if this card can do other things. Astral Projection. World's biggest Astral Projection hater here. I think this card is insane bait. I think that I just really don't think that Astral Projection is a very good card. Now, I do understand I have my own personal bias against it because I don't like having a card that I don't really have control over. And Astral Projection just fits that mold very much. I think that there are people who are really big Astral Projection believers who thinks it's a lot stronger and can fit into a lot of things. I just really think that Astral Projection is bait. I feel like it's overused. I feel like it just isn't nearly as consistent as people think it is. Like, I feel like people, when they're deck building, like, don't really incorporate the fact that, like, if you're like using Astral Projection for like one good on reveal card that you have, then you have to have that card in your hand already, and you have to have Astral Projection, and then you can't really run other on reveal cards. I just think it's way too narrow. I think it's way too inconsistent. I think that I think that it's bait. I think this is an insane bait card. Putting it at tier 4. Batroc. What a crazy Series 4 card that came out, huh? Batroc, like, breathed so much new life into the Hydra Stompers decks when it, I don't even think I would do that personally, Atticus, but again, that's the reason why I don't run it in that deck, because I just don't agree that it's good. Like, why wouldn't you just play, I don't know. Batroc, 102 power. Moves when another card moves and gains +2 power. What a, like, a surprise card that just came out and really breathed new life into Sam Wilson and like Hydra Stomper style decks and Shmoove style decks. I'm gonna put it in tier 2. I don't think it's meta defining. I think there's been times where it's been in like a meta defining card, like right when it came out, it was like everywhere. Now it's kind of died down. It's seen in some Scream decks. It has some use in some other decks, like Smooth style decks. We're using like Kraven and Hydra Stomper. A very, very powerful card that just really opened up a lot of really cool synergies that I think a lot of people really like. Generally well-respected card. I think a very, very strong card that could be one of the strongest cards in the meta at some point again. Bruce Banner. I tell you what, when this card came out, at 25% chance, the card was really bad. I thought it was just gonna be absolutely dog shit, and it was. It was just really, really bad at 25% chance. Going up to 33% chance, I think it started to become rather viable, and, you know, definitely an include in any, or at least a thought to include in any high evolutionary decks. And I also think that this card was very, very solid in Invisible Woman First Steps. Not a lot of people were using it because it's a little bit inconsistent, but when you get like multiple triggers of it happening all at the same time, the amount of times that it actually goes off gets very, very high. You know, if you got 4 instances of it, I think it got up to like 80%. Got 6, it was like over 90. I think it was a little bit underutilized in those decks. I think that this card might even be tier 3 level, but I think the inconsistency and the narrow scope keeps it in tier 4. Bullseye. I think the Bullseye is either tier 2 or tier 1. I think the Bullseye is unbelievably powerful at the right times. I think that it's the whole reason that Dakin really came back and started to become a meta-defining card, is being able to put a card down that's not relying on MODOK, that you can activate later and put some things down. It might even be meta-defining. I'm going to put it in meta-defining. I think that this card is really, really powerful. I think that it is the whole reason that the Swarm Collector stuff works. I think that it's the whole reason why Dakin's so powerful. You can even find fringe cases in Morgan Le Fay decks, which I think is really, really amazing. A very, very powerful card. You have to like consider it all the time in the meta. Very, very strong. Very cool card they added to the game. Tier 1. Captain Carter. Captain Carter is very strong. Very, very strong. When it was released as a 4-3, it just didn't really have much juice. But as a 3-2, being very powerful in Spectrum, being very powerful in Surfer, seeing weird use cases in Cerebro 2 because of how like the ongoing effects work is really interesting. I think the fact that it's not just like one of the best Surfer cards, but also just one of the best ongoing cards for like any kind of Spectrum deck. I think it's an incredible Bastion card. I think I'm going to put it up to tier 2. I think Captain Carter is a really, really strong card. A card that with more support or if there's other ways that it's going to find support, I think it is just so warping, just an insanely powerful card. Super, super fun. Gets used in like Moonstone decks really, really well. I think its versatility into a lot of different decks, being a powerful anchor to all those, puts it up to tier 2. Clea. I think this card's insane bait. I think Clea is insane bait. I think that Clea... I was excited for Clea. I thought that there was going to be some really cool things that Clea could do. The problem with Clea is that it just ends up being too much setup, not enough payoff. Like, you kind of want to burst all the cards down on the final turn, but then, like, it's... Like, the cards don't take up a board space, but they do when you play them on your turn, right? So like Clea, it's like there's so many things about Clea that seems like it has like these amazing synergies and it does all this cool stuff with Wolf and it could do all these crazy things, but like when you actually play the card, it just feels so clunky, man. So clunky. Insanely clunky to try and make Clea work. Every time I've ever tried to make it work. I think this is a bait card. I think that adding it into your deck kind of actively pulls it down. Still fun and still can find some good use, but I just think it's bait. Diamondback. I think Diamondback is another card you can consider for tier 2. It's obviously a really good card in Affliction. It sees some play in some Cerebro 3 decks that use things like Scorpion to afflict your opponent's side. I think Diamondback's really, really powerful. I think it's right now just held down a little bit because Affliction's just not in the best spot. I don't think it's as powerful of a card as I like look at like Ajax or Man-Thing and just like pushing it over the top and its limited scope. I think we're going to settle in tier 3. Doom 2099. Honestly, card's just bad, man. They, I don't know. They got to figure out what the fuck to do with this card. I wonder if you could even just put Doom 2099 back to exactly how it was and if it would be okay. I don't know. It's just a weird, man. Doom 2099 is just... It was this crazy oppressive card, and then they just beat the living shit out of it, and now it's just absolute dog shit. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know, man. They need to figure it out. They need to figure out what it is that they do type beat. Dormammu. Now up to 12 power and seeing multiple buffs. I think Dormammu's a tier 3 card. I think that it's a cool new flavor of Destroy. I really like using it in Morgan Le Fay Airwalker stuff. What's really cool right now is people basically using it just to get the 0 cost and the 1 cost spell for Wolf, which I think is really interesting. Underexplored card. I think that Dormammu, like, there's still some cool things you can do with Dormammu that the community still really hasn't found. I think that eventually this could be a tier 2 card, but I think right now it's a pretty damn strong card and it does some really, really cool things. Elixir. Elixir's weird. Elixir came out. It felt really bad. Everyone kind of told it off. And then people started to find this like interesting Misery, Cass, Phoenix Force, weird, funky Elixir stuff. And then I feel like that shit just like disappeared and it's been gone since. I don't know if that was just a flash in the pan where like that kind of stuff just kind of worked in the meta. I don't know if maybe it's still good and people just aren't doing that shit. But I think the fact that it kind of just had one flash in the pan of feeling like a competitively viable card and then it's kind of just gone by the wayside. Maybe I'm really underrating it. I'm going to put it at tier 4. Esme Cuckoo. I'm going to put Esme Cuckoo at tier 4. It is a bad card that has some weird, really niche, powerful use cases. It's really good at negative, which is interesting. It kind of just gives you another shot at negative for 4. But it just feels bad in almost every other circumstance. I'd really like to see them try and adjust this card. I think that there might be something there, but it just feels like as far as like adding a card to a hand, it's okay. Now it has seen some high level play in specifically negative as just like a decent way to get some other cards. But I think overall it's a tier 4 card. It's a weak card that finds some niche use cases. Isan Ultima. I'm going to say tier 4 as well. You might even consider this tier 5. Isan is just one of those cards that when it was like looked at, it seemed really strong. A lot of people were thinking about putting it in like every Erisham deck. A lot of people were thinking about like using it in all these different ways. But then in practice, it just feels really clunky. It was really awkward, especially if you can't get it out before turn 6. Like you just feel like you have to take a big risk. Just a card where like it fills your lane and then it just kind of sits there. A weird card, some niche use cases, maybe underexplored, but just as a 6-drop, just hard to get use out of. Fan Faye, the fan favorite. I think I'm going to put it in the same tier, tier 4. A weak card that's sometimes useful. I think this card is also very underexplored. I think the fact that it just costs 4 makes it pretty tough to get like setups going. But like it's just awkward. Like as a 4/7 stat line, I think it could do some really cool things, and I think it's a really interesting card. Probably a little bit underexplored. I was a lot more excited about it when it first came out than I am now. And just in general, just again, like the 10th best move card. Very hard to find use with. I think there's some cool people who are great deck builders who can find cool uses for it. Just very, very hard, very niche, somewhat weak, but pretty fun. Fantastica. They released this card as a 4/7. I have a personal gripe against Fantasticar. It still kind of pisses me off what they did with the whole Super Season Pass. I'm glad they pulled back on a lot of their choices with that, but in general, I think that I just really hate it. Why is Sauron so low? Sauron's tier 2 at least for all the Sauron decks I face on ladder. All these times I have to fight Sauron decks. All these competitively strong Sauron decks I have to battle against. Fantasticar got a 2-point nerf, but then Jocasta came out and now the card just feels crazy. I kind of have a hard time, like, because I only played the first day that Jocasta came out, but it felt like by far the best Jocasta card. And it feels like there's just a lot of different ways to play against it. I think that you'd call it meta defining right now. I think those end of turn things, and obviously I don't really know what's happened the last couple of days. It's probably just tier 1. It might just be tier 2. It felt really, really good the first day. I don't know how much it's still getting played. I don't know how good that deck feels right now. But being able to double its ability if you have like 3 or 4 cards in the field just feels absolutely ludicrous. Maybe it's only tier 2. I'm going to put it tier 1. Fenris Wolf. Thank God they nerfed this. Fenris Wolf. Thank God they nerfed this card, man. Before they nerfed this card, like, everyone was always talking about how Cannonball was this big problem and how much they hated the Negasonic. And I was just like, dude, it's this card. This is the problem card, man. This card was such a problem. It was always going to be a problem. A 2/3 with one of the most insane abilities you've ever fucking seen, man. Absolutely insane that this card stayed as a 2/3 for as long as it did. Huge problem card. As a 3/4, it feels way worse. I still think it's quite a strong card as a 3/4. I think it's probably being underplayed just because it feels so much worse than it was at a 2/3. I think that in a few months, it might start to creep up and feel like not a great card again. I'm going to put it at tier 3. I think you can very much argue it's at tier 4 right now because it's seeing very little play. But I really do think that it's just one of those cards where as more support comes in, or maybe like there's other cards that end up destroying things, or maybe opposing hand discard comes in, or maybe Hela becomes a bigger problem, and then people are running discard and Fenris. People are like running Fenris and the Fenris package just because it also just nukes Hela. I think there's going to be something to Fenris. I think that it's stronger than people give it credit for, even after the nerf. I think that it's very, very happy they nerfed the card. It was absolutely broken. Firehair. Fire is an interesting one. Firehair is probably underexplored. There's so many cool things that Firehair does. I really liked Firehair and like Destroy Thanos lists. There's that really cool like Galactus Firehair deck that I played a little bit of during the Bynx-A-Thon. There's a lot of different things that Firehair does. I'm going to put her at 3. I don't think she's a super competitively like useful card. I think like sometimes she's good, but she's just a really underexplored card. She does a lot of really interesting things. She's a card that's going to, I think, age well, and she's going to get better and better over time. And just let people like develop and understand how to play her. Like, there's just so many cool things that Firehair can do. I think I'll put her at tier 3. She might even be better than that, but just interesting. Frigga. Talk about a card Bynx-A was wrong about, man. I thought Frigga was ass. I think you gotta call Frigga a meta-defining card. She's one of the best cards in Move Bounce. She's the reason those Dakin decks work. She's the reason the Invisible First Steps decks work. Frigga's a crazy powerful card, man. Crazy, crazy powerful. She raises up and sees so many plays. Yeah, Victoria Hand. So many play, like so much play in so many decks. Incredible card. I was completely wrong about her when she came out. Meta-defining card. Galacta. Jesus, dude, they released Galacta as a 4/6 that gave +3. What the fuck were they thinking? Galacta. I almost want to put her in tier 3. But I think that's just because I'm looking at how unbelievably powerful she was at first and now where she's at. I think she's definitely still tier 2. I don't think she's a meta-defining card anymore. I think tier 3 is probably not the smartest thing to even think about. She's a crazy enabler. Super, super strong. Not nearly as strong as she once was, but still a glue card in plenty of different decks. Still a consideration in a lot of different things. Very, very strong card. Tier 2. Goliath. People don't talk about Goliath, dude. Goliath saved ongoing. I feel like if Goliath didn't come out, ongoing would be fucking cooked. Goliath is a crazy strong card. I almost want to put it at tier 1, but I don't know if it's enough. Goliath can fit in so many different like mid-range decks. Like Goliath is such a strong card, man. Goliath is such a strong card. Unbelievable Moonstone synergy. Just unbelievably powerful. Just does so much, man. I think that like if the rest of the ongoing cards weren't good, like Goliath, everyone would fucking hate Goliath. No one gives a shit about Goliath, dude. No one's ever mad at Goliath because so many of the other ongoing cards are just fucking washed as hell. But Goliath just came and brought all of them up. I'm gonna put him in tier 1. I don't give a whatever. This might be not even make sense as much. This card is so much fucking better than like every other ongoing card. Like this, even though it is like the only reason any ongoing deck can function. It is so powerful. It's crazy. Now putting this at tier 1 might be wrong, and that's okay. I just think that the more that I think about it, the amount that is elevated like ongoing cards compared to the amount that any of these other cards raise their archetype. Goliath is like the Cleveland Cavaliers LeBron James, right? He's not going to win a championship, but by God, he's going to fucking try as hard as he can to. By God, he's going to try as hard as he can. I'm going to put it in tier 1. It probably is wrong. I don't give a shit. I've been doing this for 8 hours. I think Goliath, just the amount that it does for ongoing, it's such an MVP. I'm gonna move it up to tier 1 despite it not really being as much of a meta presence. Just because what it does for its archetype, like it probably does more than almost any other card for its archetype. Gorgonzola. I think Gorgon is tier 3. I think Gorgon came out, people thought it was ass. I think that Gorgon, especially now that Kang is around, and I think that people just started to realize that Gorgon's just annoying for a lot of different things. It's a really good Dakin counter. It's a crazy, crazy good Dakin counter. Gorgon is... It's a boring card. It's a very boring card. I don't like Gorgon. I never run Gorgon. It's in that same tier as like you know, Mobius. I just don't like cards like this. kind of just no fun allowed cards. It's a much fairer Mobius, though, in my opinion. Like, Mobius can make your cards cost 5 more than they should. Like, Gorgon can only do 1 more. I think it's strong. I don't think it's something that's, like, super high. I think it's always a consideration. But I think it's pretty solid. 4. I think that Gore is on the fringe of tier 1 and tier 2. I think Gore is the reason why Mr. Negative is the menace it is today. I think that Gore is very good in, like, Conchu. I think I'm going to put it in tier 1. I think that Gore is just so terrifying. Gore's probably underplayed in certain decks. Gore is just crazy, crazy, crazy powerful. The cap of how big this card can get feels unlimited. Just insane. I think the Gore is so strong. It's like, it's the whole reason that Conchu, like, focus decks can even see play. It's the whole reason Mr. Negative, like, was able to come back with such a vengeance. Like, if it was just a Mr. Negative card, it probably would be in tier 2, but the fact that it's, like, probably underplayed in a lot of other things, I think it's just a tier 1 card. Just an absolute monstrosity of a card. Hellion. Hellion's a great card. I think with Hellion, I'm a bit torn between tier 3 and tier 2. But I think I'm going to go with tier 2. Reason being is I think, like, the Hellion versions of Move are only not played as much because there's so many other powerful versions of Move. I think there's so many different flavors of Move that's the only reason why it doesn't feel like the Hellion version of Move is as good, is because there's all these other ways that you can use it that are at a similar power level. I am going to put it at tier 2. The Herbler. I think Herbie's criminally underrated. I even want to put him in tier 2. I think that Herbie is criminally underrated. And I think there's a very specific reason why Herbie is so underrated. Is because Herbie was released when 2-2 Mr. Fantastic and 2-2 Surge existed. And then immediately after, Surge got nerfed and Mr. F went up to 3-4. Because Herbie was just kind of looked at as this just generically very strong 2-drop that is just not as good as Surge or Mr. F, I think it just got overlooked like crazy. I kind of want to put this card in tier 2, but I just don't think it sees enough play for me to feel comfortable doing that. So I'm going to keep it in tier 3. I think that if you have Herbie, try playing it in more decks. You'll be very surprised at how powerful this card is. Human Torch First Steps. I think I'm also going to put that at tier 3. It's cool that Human Torch First... it might even be tier 4. I would say it's tier 3. I think Human Torch First Steps is generically strong enough to put it in tier 3. It's kind of found its way into end of turn archetypes. It's found its way into Surfer. It gets overlooked, I think, a little bit to some of the other cards in the same area, but just a very, very sound, kind of boring good card that can give you some surprising amount of power. Hydration Stomper. I also like Hydra Stomper in tier 3. I think that in like that schmoove style deck with Sam Wilson, I don't think that this is like the reason to play that deck, but it's like maybe like the top 4 card in that deck. It feels strong. It feels like it needs a lot of support to make it work. If there weren't all these really, really powerful cards like Captain Sam and Batroc, like Hydra Stomper would see very little play. But I really like Hydra Stomper. Tier 3. Infinity Ultron. You know, I think I have a bias towards this card. I don't play it. But I'll be honest, anytime I see my opponents play it, I don't feel like it's that good. I just don't think it's a card that, like, the variance of it makes it worth a board slot. Committing your whole turn 5 to get a random roll on 2 cards, some of which might not be that good for you. Feels really hard card to build around. There's a chance I'm overlooking it. There's a chance the community's overlooking at it. There's a chance that, especially with the changes they made to it, it could be good. But I personally don't really see it. I think it's tier 4. Invisible Woman, First Steps. It's a meta defining card if I've ever seen one. Very rarely has a card came in and just like absolutely fucking warped the meta like this card did, dude. Holy shit, man. This card showed up and like I feel like I had to fucking rethink how I was playing against everything, man. Like this card was so meta warping when it came out. It just felt like it was so hard to get more points than it, especially when they were doing like the Prodigy stuff on top of it. Or the Frigga, or both. Really, really strong card. I think it's gotten hemmed in a little bit with like Havoc not being as powerful with it. But in general, man, holy moly. What a crazy card. Iron Patriots. I think that Iron Patriot is probably underplayed. I think the problem with Iron Patriot right now and why so many people don't want to play it is the problem with a lot of fucking cards, and that's Mobius. I think that a lot of people, I think that even if like this card might be the better option than other cards in the slot, I feel like the horrible feeling of like you playing this, them ignoring the lane and playing Mobius on turn 4, on turn 3 just makes you feel like a fucking idiot. It's weird because like I feel like Iron Patriot should be higher. I think the -4 to -3 was a bigger impact than it seemed, because like getting a free 4-drop was crazy. Like sometimes even getting like a 3-cost 6-drop doesn't feel great, as weird as that sounds. Like investing all of this to get like what, like a 3/9 sometimes you would get. It's like that's a great card, but then like I also like just pushed all of my, I don't know. I think it might be underplayed. I think if Mobius gets nerfed to hell, which hopefully it'll happen. I think that it'll see a lot more play. I think it's kind of kept in check by Mobius and kind of kept in check by, you know, Mirage, Hawkeye being a little bit better options. Kind of kept in check by like adding smaller cards to your hand, just feeling a little better than just like a big card. But we'll put it at 3 for now. Jennifer Kale. I think this card's kind of underrated. I'm gonna put it at tier 3 as well. I think that Jennifer Kale did so much for the game when it came out. And in like a weird way. Not for the highest level of the competitive meta. But Jennifer Kale did a lot for combo decks. And a lot of like weird mid-rangey decks that just kind of wanted an extra energy in like the mid game. I think Jennifer Kale is a really, really interesting card. And I think it's probably still underrated. I think it's a 2/3 that you can just get a little bit of extra energy. Like, I really love Jennifer Kale and Super Giant. Be able to play a 6-drop on my Super Giant turn. Being able to ramp out and play 2 6-drops without having to play like Psylocke the turn before feels really good. I think that this card is a great addition to Snap. And probably overlooked because it's so simple and doesn't seem that good. Whereas I think that it can help out a lot more decks. I'm going to put it at tier 3. Joaquin Torres. It's just kind of weak. I love my Joaquin Torres stuff. I love playing Hood Misery on Joaquin Torres, getting in many demons. I love having many demons. I tell you what, I love having many demons. I think that this card is very limited in scope. This card is kind of clunky and weird to play. I like this card a lot. I think it's weak. Weak, but it's fun. Very cool. Kahori. Hot damn, man. Kahori's a weird one. Kahori's one of them cards that always feels like the worst card in your deck. And I don't really... It doesn't seem like it should be. On paper, Kahori seems like a crazy card. Like, even if you're not building around it, like... A 4/6 that gives you 3 random points of energy. Or if like a full hand, it's like a 4/12 that puts a bunch of energy all over the place. Seems like it could be crazy with Clea. Kahori just never feels good. Now, it might be the fact that like Devil Dinosaur isn't good. Like maybe if they buff Devil Dinosaur to be like a +3 and maybe it's something that... Oh, what's up, Beta Ray Bill lover? Thank you so much for asking where I put Beta Ray Bill. I put Beta Ray Bill in tier 3, which is the strong tier. I honestly, like, weirdly, I'm going to put Kahori in tier 4. Kahori just never... Kahori's just so weird, man. Kahori's just so weird. Kahori just never feels good whenever I play her in a deck, even when I build a deck around her. Just never feels right. I wish she was better. I don't know what the fuck they have to do to make her better. I don't know if they can. I don't know. Kahori just feels bad every time I play her. She always feels like, why the fuck do I have this card in my deck? Might be the 4-cost problem. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Khonshu. Khonshu's a tough card. I feel like dedicated Khonshu decks aren't great. Khonshu has kind of come up as this like backup plan style cards. It's like this weird backup plan style card Where I think that when Khonshu originally came out, people were trying to like build around Khonshu and trying to get Khonshu to 12 and then trying to get like Khonshu to like play a 12 power card and go crazy. But then people have kind of found that Khonshu is just like this card. It's almost like a Corvus enabler is what it feels like. It's like a card that makes Corvus feel less bad because it gives you these backup plans to replay cards. I don't know. I don't know if Khonshu should go in tier 2. It's obviously in competitive decks. It's obviously strong. But it kind of feels like it's playing a very supporting role in those decks, and it's kind of like there to be a supporter for the cards that actually make the deck good. Which could be wrong, but I think it's a tier 3 card. Kid Bro Mega, the most expensive card you've ever seen. I'm going to put Kid Omega in tier 2. There's a few reasons why. I think you can play Kid Omega in... I think you can play Kid Omega in like a pretty traditional style of Destroy, and it's pretty good. I feel like you can use Kid Omega in Nimrod. It's a fantastic Nimrod card. I feel like you can use like Kid Omega in like Morgan Le Fay style decks. I feel like you can use Kid Omega as a weird way to like get out Mr. Negative that people have been using. And I think that the fact that Kid Omega has found its way to be used in all these different decks outside of just Destroy, even though it's not really being used in the most popular or maybe what you would consider the best Destroy decks, I think that its versatility and being able to be used in a lot of different decks, even like kind of non-Destroy feeling decks, is really, really cool. And I feel like it pushes it up into tier 2, being able to enable and be able to be used in a lot of other things. So no Kid Omega out of principle? That's fine. King Eitri. I think King Eitri falls into tier 3. I think King Eitri has found use as a way to find Kang. It's found use in like Agamotto style decks. And then obviously you can use it in like Hammers Brothers style stuff. I don't think it's good in Arishem. But I think that it's a pretty versatile card. It never feels amazing, but it always kind of feels like it's a pretty good glue card that can help out with a lot of things. I think that if it was limited to just Hammers Bros decks, I'd probably put it in like tier 4 with Thor. But I think in tier 3, I think that it has enough versatility. I also feel like Kahori should be a good card, but every time I use it, it feels bad, which is why I put it there. Lasher. Lasher's weird, man. Because Lasher is a big part of, I feel like, why Cerebro 2 has felt a lot stronger. But like it's bad everywhere else. And maybe I'm wrong. Nomura 2? Talk about real decks. I feel like I don't know. Lasher's interesting because I feel like Lasher is just like I'm gonna put it at 3. I do think this has potential, right? I feel like this is definitely a card with potential. Like when you look at this card, it can be absolutely gross. It's even just like a 2/2 as a base. And when Lasher came out, it was kind of like one of these cards where it's like, man, like Lasher, it like seems like it's good, but then it like just didn't really see much play outside of C2, and it's kind of just always been like that. Yo, thank you so much, Tango A. I feel like Lasher's maybe a card that will find more decks and more use cases. I really think it kind of is only a Cerebro 2 card right now. I guess Nomura if you count that. But like, I don't know. Lasher's one of these cards where like I feel like it should be stronger than it is, and I just don't see it. We'll call it tier 3. Laufey. I'm gonna put Laufey up here. I think I was maybe. I think I'm gonna put Laufey up here with like Ajax Man Thing. Like now it's like I feel so weird like having these 3 Affliction cards up here in tier 2, and like Affliction doesn't even really feel super competitively viable. These three cards are fucking ridiculous, man. Laufey's a crazy card. Laufey's absolutely insane. Laufey can like afflict your cards, and you can just remove the affliction with Luke, so you just get like extra juice out of your cards. Just a crazy powerful card. Yeah, I gotta put it up there. Luna Snow. Luna Snow's fucking crazy, man. I think Luna Snow's tier 1, man. I think Luna Snow is so prevalent. I think she fits into so many decks. I think as a 3/6, she's probably underplayed, and I still see her everywhere. She's such a good card, not only for giving you energy, and hopefully you can take more advantage of it than your opponent, but also like there's disruption elements with Luna Snow that don't get talked about as much. Like playing Luna Snow on turn 5 to like give your opponent 1 less board space to play. Very high skill card. Knowing when you shouldn't play Luna Snow, even though like you kind of want to ramp if you feel like it'll help your opponent more. Where to play Luna Snow. Huge skill diff card. Unbelievably powerful. I absolutely think Luna Snow is tier 1. 100%. Incredible card. Incredible card. Mad Thinker. Lol. Malekith. I'm gonna put Malekith in tier 2. I think a lot of people think is Malekith just a flit card. I think Malekith is incredibly underrated. I feel like Malekith is so strong. I feel like this card is so underrated. I used to run Malekith in a lot more decks, and I feel like I would always have people like, why is Malekith in this deck? I was like, have you read the card, man? A 4/6 that pulls a card out of your deck. It gives you lopsided information. You know what card is there. Your opponent doesn't. It has a lot of synergy. It has synergy with things like Mystique. Anytime people use those Quicksilver, Domino, Wiccan decks, Malekith is incredible because you can always target a 3-drop. Very, very powerful card. Super underrated, super underexplored. Malekith is fantastic. Mercury. I think I gotta put Mercury at meta-defining. Gotta put it at meta-defining. It's a tech against move. It pairs with Cannonball to be an absolutely devastating. Just an incredible card. Always have to worry about it. I never know where the fuck it is. I always misplay around it. Unbelievably strong card. Tons of cool synergies. Just absolutely destroys people. Fantastic card. Merlin. Also putting Merlin in meta defining. It waxes and wanes how much Merlin's in the meta. I think Merlin is just probably should be played way more than it is. I think Merlin's crazy. It's the reason why Magic doesn't get played as much, I feel. Just a super, super powerful card. Really, really crazy stuff. Super, super strong. Easy tier 1. Mr. F. We'll call Mr. F tier 3. I think Mr. F is overlooked a lot now because it was so broken as a 2-2 that it feels bad as a 3-4. But I think it's still a very strong card. I think Mr. F at 3-4 is still criminally underplayed. I think it's still really, really strong. I think that because it was so unbelievably strong as a 2-2, people think it's way worse than it is as a 3-4. I think the card is still really strong as a 3-4, and like if you haven't played it ever since it changed, I think give it a try as a 3-4. I think the card is way stronger than you may think. Molman. I wish this card was good, man. I really wanted this card to feel good. I was trying to use it in like a Victoria Hand Patriot Moonstone list that ran like Mockingbird and Squash. It just never feels good, man. It's just bad. It's just bad. Moonstone. This might surprise people. This card's fucking bonkers, dude. I've been playing a lot of Moonstone lately. This card's fucking crazy. These two cards, man, like, the gap between them and like every other ongoing card is crazy. Moonstone's fucking diabolical, bro. This card is fucking insane. I feel like this is one of the most underplayed cards in the entire game. This card's fucking crazy as a 4/6. A 4/6 that copies all of your ongoings at the location? Are you kidding me? This card's criminally underplayed. This card's insane. Morgan Le Fay. Tier 3. I wish she felt more competitively viable. I really do think the Airwalker Morgan Le Fay deck is very, very strong. I think that you can do incredibly well with it. But I still think that Morgan Le Fay just doesn't really have enough support to make her feel as good as I wish that she did. I really love this card. I love playing with it. I don't think it's like at the level of other competitive cards. We'll go with tier 3. Nicholas Scratch. Or like Nicholas Ass. Nightmare. Put it at tier 4. I think Nightmare's a little bit better than a lot of people give it credit for. I think that I think the deck's still okay. I think you can still do okay with Nightmare. It's just too inconsistent. It's just not that good. But I don't think it's horrific. I think that if you snap well, you can still do pretty well with like a dedicated Nightmare deck. But I don't know. It's still not good. Still in the meme tier, but it's a meme tier card that like you can win games with in spectacular fashion. Very fun. Penelope Parker. think Penny Parker also goes in tier 4. I think that I think Penny Parker was like an interesting card that people thought was going to be good in Wiccan. But like just the fact that like it's a 2/3 that gets you like a pretty bad card. I don't know, man. I just don't think Penny Parker's it. I don't think Penny Parker has the sauce. I've seen some people do some cool things with like Penny Parker, multiple man stuff, but just feels too slow. Feels like while you're setting up Penny Parker, your opponent plays like 15 power and then you're just like way behind. I just don't really see it being super viable. Hopefully it gets a buff or something. I think Penny Parker's an interesting card, just not powerful enough. Prodigy. Another card I really overlooked. Yeah, I think I have to put Prodigy as a tier 1 card. Prodigy being able to copy like crazy strong activate cards. Like Prodigy when it first released felt solid. But really it's once all these like activate cards like came out that was able to really push it over the top. I think Prodigy really became like problematic to go against. It was very apparent when it was in those Invisible Woman first step decks. But Prodigy is like good in a pretty wide array of decks. Very, very versatile card. Way more versatile than I gave it credit for when it first came out. I think it's really quite strong, and I think that it's been able to find its way into enough decks that it's kind of a tier 1 card at this point. Red Wing. Red Wing I feel like is uber underrated. We'll put Red Wing in tier 3. I do think that like Red Wing style decks are pretty underrated. Like a 3/5 that can pull a card from your hand. All you need is just a single little move. Every time I've played Red Wing, I've been incredibly impressed by how strong it is. But it just sees very, very little play. Especially at the competitive level. So I don't think I could put it anywhere higher than tier 3. Yeah, look at the list, man. We're almost done. Holy shit. Rocket and Groot. Rocket and Groot is a weird card. I'm going to put it in tier 2, I think. I think Rocket and Groot is probably just really underplayed. Rocket and Groot works with Afflict. Rocket and Groot works in just about any Surfer deck. Rocket and Groot is great in Wiccan decks. I think Rocket and Groot was better at 3/3. You're saying when they took a power away from it, it made the card worse? It's crazy. Sorry. I think that Rocket and Groot is probably like really underplayed right now. I think it can fit into a lot of different things. I think from just a pure power level, the more I think about it, it's like, why doesn't this card see more play? I don't have a great answer. There's an argument I might just be making like an emotional push for it to be better than it is, just because I feel like it should be higher than it is, which could be true. But I really think that Rocket and Groot is a card that will come back into the meta and be pretty prevalent. And I'm going to start playing it in more decks like right now because I don't understand why this card isn't seeing way more play. It's really strong. Really strong. Captain Sam Wilson. I think Sam Wilson's at a tier 2. I think you can even argue it's a tier 1 card. It sees play in Scream. It sees play in like Schmoove style decks. It sees play in any Spectrum deck. I think there's definitely an argument that it's a tier 1 card. But I just think that lately it hasn't seen quite as much play. And especially since Mercury came out. I feel like Mercury made Sam feel a lot worse. Or Mercury made Sam feel a lot worse. Sometimes then the shield's just caught, and then you just have this 0-0 and this 2-2 on the field. And you're like, why the hell do I have these cards on the field? So I think that before Mercury was definitely did Mercury come out? I think Mercury came out after it got nerfed. I think even before Mercury, even after the nerf, it was still like a tier 1 card. I think it was still seeing tons of play. I think Mercury really started to pull back on how much this saw play because it just kind of trapped the shield. Yeah, it's shield at 1 power was a terrible idea. Shield at 1 power was a terrible idea. I think Sam will see its way back into a tier 1 card at some point, but I think that just because it's still really good in Spectrum and sees a wide variety of decks, I think it's at the very top of tier 2. You could even argue it's tier 1, but I'm going to put it in tier 2 for my list. Star Brand. I'm gonna push Star Brand up to tier 3. I think that, like, of all these cards where it's like there's a downside to it, a 310, like if you zero out this card and you can get rid of its abilities, this card is crazy value. 310 is fucking nuts, man. Like this card is really, I feel like, a huge reason why like any of these Surtur stuff still works like at all. Starbrand is unbelievably good if you can get rid of the effect. Obviously bad if you can't. It's only a 4 power net card. But very, very strong card, and a reason to, probably one of the biggest driving factors to try and play Sauron or Zero is the fact that Starbrand is so broken. Honestly, this card is the only reason why Nightmare isn't a tier 5 in my eyes. This card is crazy in Nightmare. You know, this card is the only reason that why Nightmare isn't a tier 5 card, in my eyes at least. Strange Supreme. Strange Supreme. Strange Supreme has been meta-defining. Strange Supreme Thanos felt unbelievably terrifying when Thanos was able to come into hand. But Strange Supreme has never found a home outside of Thanos. Has never just really found a way to be viable outside of Thanos. Yeah, Clog. It's not in Clog no more, man. It's not in Clog no more. Maybe it's good in Clog. But I tell you what, I never see Strange Supreme getting played in Clog. It's in Clog when you play Clog. Well, next time I'll do a when Butt plays the card tier list for every card. I'll incorporate that. I do think this card is a card that will rise up again. I feel like when there's more support, or if Thanos gets adjusted again and becomes viable again, this card will rise up and be very scary. I think that this card is very strong effect. But right now, it just doesn't have a home, with Thanos being kind of ass. So it's at tier 3. Surge, the Surgeler. Tier 2. I'm very happy they made the adjustments they needed to Mr. F and Surge. I feel like they really fucked up by making Surge a 2-2. Surge at a 2-1. It feels like a tier 2 card. Maybe people think it's tier 1. I don't look at Surge as a tier 1 card right now. I don't think I see it nearly as much as I see a lot of other cards. I don't think it's nearly as impactful as I've seen with a lot of other cards. I could be wrong about that. Obviously, this is the first time. This is probably the biggest. Everyone's like surprisingly like pushed back. I think Surge might be a little overplayed right now. Surge probably half the reason 3M is in 20% of decks. Why does a point difference qualify Surge as tier 2 rather than tier 1? People are just making shit up, man. People are just making shit up. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, I'll look into it. I'll see how often Surge is getting played. Maybe I'm just completely wrong. I feel like I don't see Surge as much, or consider it nearly as much, but I'm open to being wrong. Surge is really still in 18% of decks, huh? I will say that's surprising. I feel like I see it way less. Alright, I'll concede. Maybe we'll put it in tier 1. I feel like I see it way less, but maybe it just doesn't feel as strong anymore. I don't know why I have such blinders to feeling like Surge saw such a large chunk and decrease of play rate. Yeah, it seemed playing about 18% of decks. I guess I'm just completely wrong in how much it's getting played. It feels like, for whatever reason, it's taken a big chunk down in how much it's being played. I guess maybe I just don't see as much impact from it. I tell you what, the win rates and the cube rates are not good. It's worse than every other card that's getting played. Is worse than every other card on this list. I think it's probably overplayed. I don't think Surge feels nearly as good as a 2-1. But apparently people still think it's all good. I would imagine it's probably being significantly overplayed as a 2-1. Stats seem to agree, but maybe it's just because it feels shitty. It doesn't feel nearly as strong. I think it's absolutely overplayed. If it's played in 18% of decks, I don't like feel the impact, and the stats are showing it's the stats are not good. Obviously, it's not, when you have it in that much percent of decks, obviously there's some level of normalization that happens. I definitely think the card's probably being overplayed. Probably just like a comfort thing for sure. But I will continue. I'll put it in tier 1. I don't think it's that good of a card anymore. I think it's a good card, but I think as a 2/2, you take very little tempo loss. I don't know. Maybe I'm just better than every single person who said that I'm stupid for putting it in tier 2. One of the two. Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. Bad card. I don't know if it's actively bad. I still think there's some situations that I think there's some situations where like Thaddeus Ross kind of makes sense. It's probably pretty close to being tier 6, but I don't know. It's still fine. It has a use case, I guess. The Bynx-A-Thon. I think this card is insane bait. I think the Ancient One is insane bait. I remember very clearly for so long, I feel like it doesn't happen as much. I feel for a very long time, I would queue up against someone playing Victoria hand. They would play Victoria hand. They would play the Ancient One. They would fill up the Victoria hand lane. They would use the spell on the Victoria hand lane. And then they would rope me on turn 6, realizing that they never added a card into their hand that actually gets activated by these like 8 Victoria hand triggers that they put on. And then they retreat. Has anyone else had the same thing happen for a while after the Ancient One came out? I feel like that should happen all the time. I feel like so often I would just watch these Victoria hand players set up this Ancient One lane and then just take super long on turn 6 and retreat, realizing that they had added no cards to their hand and had spent their entire game setting up for all the cards that they didn't add in their hand to be good. So I think this card is crazy bait. I think that it has niche use cases in Cerebro 5. I think in Cerebro 5, it's a great card. It's one of the reasons that that deck even kind of exists. But I feel like the Ancient One is just bait. I feel like I feel like it's cool in Tribunal too. It has some really cool lines in Tribunal. But I feel like I feel like the Ancient One is just kind of bait. I feel like every time I see someone play it, people just like don't get enough juice out of it. And sometimes it's really cool. There's really cool Tribunal stuff with it. There's really cool C5 stuff with it. But I think in general, this card is kind of bait, and it's like, it's decent. In the right hands, it can be good. Like some of those like Tribunal players up at the top of ladder who are like crazy good can use Tribunal and fuck you up. But like, I feel like for the general populace, this is just a bait card that just doesn't actually help you that much. The first Ghost Rider. I think I'm also going to put in tier 4. The first Ghost Rider feels like it was a card that came out to be Khonshu support for like a dedicated Khonshu deck. And then that dedicated Khonshu deck just never really came to be. Yeah, that's it. I don't really have anything else. I just think it's just like not that good. Just kind of like a bad discard card. I don't know. Tier 4. Maybe with support, maybe when there's other cards, this card will find some use cases, but feels kind of bad. Dude, the Thing, man. This is a card that, this is a monster of a card, man. This is a card where I think that, myself included, a lot of people saw this when it first came out and were like, it's fine. Like, I feel like I'm getting my fucking ass whooped by this card, man. I feel like I've been getting my fucking shit stomped in by this card for the last like month. I feel like this card is like everywhere. It's just so strong, man. I feel like I was so kind of like middling on this card, and like now it just feels like so many of the top decks and so many great players are just stomping me with this shit, man. I feel like it's everywhere. What are the stats on this card? I'm really interested. Top 50% of Infinite, 4.5% of decks, plus 0.17 cubes, 53% win rate. Top 10%, 6% of decks, 54% win rate, 0.25 cubes per game. This card's fucking sick, bro. This card fucks me up all the time. This card has crazy stats. All the best players are using it. You should be too. I feel like this card is just going to keep creeping up in popularity, and I don't know, man. This card is fucking really hard to deal with. This card is really good. I really did not think the card was going to be that good. I think most people didn't think the card was going to be that good. It's just like over time, it's just like... Topaz. Topaz the worst move card? Probably not. I feel like Topaz is just like, I feel like it's a card that people really thought was going to be like a cool piece and move, and then just kind of never came to fruition. It's a little bit too linear. Kind of forces you into a certain direction of what you want to do. I feel like a lot of people messed around with Topaz, and then everyone just stopped playing it, man. Sizer's good with it. Sizer's also good with every card, though. So, to be fair. Toxie Doxy. Lol. Uncle Ben. I could put Uncle Ben up into tier 3. Uncle Ben is one of those cards that, like, I really didn't think was going to be good at all. But I've really come around to it. It's a very interesting tech to just use in, like, a Killmonger deck as a way to, like, move some things. It's been good in, like, any Morgan the Fey or, like, Airwalker deck. With great power comes... Oh. So true. I think Uncle Ben was very, very a meme card at first, and then I think people have come around to it actually having some pretty good utility. Being, like, surprisingly powerful. Definitely a tier 1 voice line, no doubt about that. Victoria Hand. That is about as meta-defining as a card as you can imagine. It's fallen off a little bit recently, but boy, oh boy, man. Boy, oh boy, is this card a menace. Boy, oh boy, is this card an absolute menace. Super strong. Tons of different flavors of Victoria Hands decks that you can make. Super good. I feel like it's really strong, but it doesn't feel... Yo, Flintbicka, thanks so much for the 2 months. I feel like the Victoria Hand side of the deck never feels too unfair. It's one of the fairest broken cards I've ever played against. Because whenever I'm facing Victoria Hand, it's not Victoria Hand that pisses me off, it's that they fucking always run Juggernaut. Sons of bitches. I feel like Victoria's Hand is like a good, very powerful card to have. You have to, like, invest into getting cards in your hand. It doesn't feel overly oppressive. You can kind of, like, gauge out where your opponent's going and play around it. Very, very strong card. Warlock. I think Warlock's a weak card. I think Warlock's pretty weak. I think it works good in, like, Moon Girl, She-Hulk decks. I think it's fine in skip turn 5 decks. It's just like, I think people thought this card was going to come in and fix those archetypes, and it just didn't, really. It made it, like, maybe a little better. I don't know. Peace. Airwalker. I'm not gonna lie, man. I kind of want to put this card in tier 2. And I'll explain. Because it probably looks a little crazy. So Airwalker has just crept its way into like multiple pretty strong decks. I really think that Morgan Le Fay Airwalker deck is criminally underrated. Shoutouts to Mango. And I will continue to think that it's criminally underrated, and I will keep playing it and getting a bunch of wins and seeing no one else play it. And also, like, a very, very big sect of Mr. Negative players have started using this card as a way to get out Mr. Negative. As a matter of fact, if we look at Negative, I might move it down to 3. Don't worry your sweet little head. Don't you worry your sweet little heads. The second most popular Mr. Negative deck is currently using Airwalker as a way to pull out Mr. Negative. So I think this card is good, and I think that this card is crazy underexplored. I think this card is crazy underexplored. Airwalker is ass and negative. I mean, it has better stats than the other 3 most popular ones. One of the worst cards in the game. You're just saying shit, man. I think that Airwalker is a card that is very underexplored right now. And I think that it has a ton of potential. Now, after saying all that and not thinking about any other decks, I'm going to move down to 3. But remember this. In 6 months, when people are talking about nerfing Airwalker, remember that Bynx was speaking the truth and everyone tried to chastise him for it. Remember this. I think this card is insanely underexplored. I think being able to pull and play a 4-cost for destroying a single card, I think we're just scratching the surface of what it can do. I think it's going to do some pretty crazy things. And you fucking remember, that Butt said it sucked and Bynx said it was good. And who was right and who was wrong. Jimothy Hammond. Jim Hammond and Fallen One, they're like the same card. They're both just bad. They're both just pretty damn bad. They're fun. They can make some pretty cool things happen. I just think they're bad. I think they're bad. I don't think they're good. I think they're bad. I like to play them. I tell you what, I like to play them. Joe Casta. I have a really hard time rating this card because I played with it the first day it was out, and I have not gotten to play with it since. I'm going to look at the stats. Joe Casta, top 50% infinite, 48.5% win rate, 3% popularity, minus 0.13 cubes. Top 10% infinite, right about the same. What are we thinking about Joe Casta? I'm surprised. I thought the stats were maybe a little undershooting it when I first looked at them. But apparently it's persisted that the card is like just very clearly shown that it's not very good, at least from the whole stats perspective type beat. I think we'll probably need more time to explore it. I'll put it at 3 for now. Like I said, I've only played 1 day of this card. It felt like it has the potential to be crazy. But, you know, it's a weird card. People are probably misplaying it. Omega Sentinel. I'll put it at tier 4. I think it's kind of a meme card. I think that it is a lot better now that Jocasta's around, because I think that it's singularly one of the more powerful. I think it's singularly one of the more powerful activate cards. But, you know, if you just play it, it's just, and you don't get the activate off, it just feels like ass. It's like terrible. A lot of activate cards, you can still just kind of play them for stats, and it feels like okay. I love playing Omega Sentinel with Cersei. I love playing it with Merlin to use Polymorph on it. I think you could argue it's a tier 3 card. But, I don't know. Maybe let's look at the stats. I'm pretty sure it's just... Yeah. Don't look at the stats. Don't look at the stats. We'll say it's tier 4. Jesus Christ. Moira X. I really like Moira X for a few reasons. First of all, I think Moira X is underexplored. I really think that Moira X is a underexplored card. Stats are from bad Jocasta decks. I mean, you could just argue that and, you know, say any stats are wrong. So. I think Moira X is very, very underexplored. I think that she's kind of only getting used in Destroy. Stats are right if I agree with them and wrong if they aren't. Yep, that's, I feel like how 90% of people look at stats, for sure. I think that Moira is underexplored. I think like just like using Moira and Killmonger in decks, I think is something that's like interesting to think about. It probably will stick to only like a destroy card, but I think that it really did come in and help destroy quite a bit. I think it really, really helped out destroy. Being able to get multiple deaths, being able to get more resources. I think this card really, really helps cement destroy as being a pretty viable option at the top of ladder. Very, very solid card. Called tier 2. And the best animation in the game. Silver Surfer first steps, man. I think when it was a 3-4, I would put it here, man. I think this card was real bad. Now, a lot of better players than me have talked about it being better. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not putting it higher than tier 4. I think that Silver Surfer first steps, it's just a card that when it pops off, it's great, but it's just, it takes a deck slot. It's super inconsistent. It just doesn't feel great, man. Now I am probably a bit biased because I have not played with the card very much. I do feel like whenever I play against it, it doesn't feel very strong. But I'll take a peek at the stats. In the last 7 days in the top 50% of Infinite, it has a 48.9% win rate. In the top 10%, it has a 49.6% win rate. I think this card is, maybe it's a skill diff. Yes, I did top 10, 49.6% win rate. That is less than 50. Those of you who can't do math. Quicksilver 1, Domino 2, Surfer first steps 3, Wiccan 4. This is the only combo that is GOAT. Okay. I think this card is way overrated. Anytime I get it played against me, it doesn't feel that strong. I feel like using it in Wiccan, like, I feel like you end up not even using the extra energy. I feel like using it with Surge, it can be countered. And I think the stats agree with me. I'm sorry. I think the stats agree with me. I'm sorry. I think that I think people look at the high end of this card and then like forget or choose to not remember the games where it doesn't really help them at all. You don't like Silver Surfer because you don't like Surge? Or Surge, IP, and Gwenpool, which are just solid cards in their own? Listen, man, if the card was as good as you guys said it was, I think it would have over a 50% win rate, is all I'm saying. If the card was like as good as everyone's freaking out like it should be, I think that the card would have over a 50% win rate. I'm sorry. I'll say it. Cube rate is what matters? Oh yes, your 0.03 cube rate is really proving me right. Your 0.03 win rate at top 10% infinite and your 0.01 cube rate in top 50% infinite is really making me change my mind. Yeah, well, those stats are wrong because I don't agree with them. Okay. Okay. Card's not as good as people think it is. Maybe it's a skill diff card. Maybe people who are very skilled with it can make it good. Stats agree with me. And suck it. I love being filth. I love being correct in my stats, man. I love having the stats tell me I'm right. God damn, it feels good. Oh. Sparky. I was debating whether I should put Sparky at tier 1 or tier 2. It's hard because I feel like it's kind of unfair to put like every move card at tier 1, but maybe it's not. I think Sparky's probably the last one I put up there, but it does basically mean like you have like half the fucking deck up here. I think Sparky is really the straw that broke the camel's back to make move feel so broken like it does right now. So I think it is fair to put Sparky up there. Just unbelievably good card, kind of just completed this move package that just feels really, really strong, man. Why is Corvus in tier 1? Because it's an incredible card that elevates a lot of discard decks. How is Sable there? That's a great question. The reason I put Sable in here is that I think that it is one of the best cards in Bounce. But it's also a very, very powerful contributor into Affliction. And a very, very powerful contributor into any Bast and Agent Venom decks. And because not only is it one of the best cards in one of the better archetypes, which is Bounce, but also helps serve a lot of other archetypes. That's why I put it up in meta defining. Stardust. And also, if you wanted to argue with me about those cards, you should have been there earlier. You don't get to argue with me about them now. You should have been there 7 hours ago when I talked about that card. I think Stardust is a tier 2 card. It could even be argued as meta defining. I don't see how often it's played. Kind of a hard card to get a grip over. I like it at tier 2. It's about 4.5% of decks in top 50% infinite. I don't think it's really a meta defining card, especially now that they've tamed it down a little bit down to 4/6. I think it's just a very, very strong tech card. It's a very boring card, but I think it's in a lot of decks. I think it has great stats. I think it's a very powerful competitive card. You can put it in just about any deck. Call it tier 2. Super Adaptoid. Dude, this card... I feel like this card might be crazy. I might be wrong. I played Super Adaptoid in like one deck. But like, Super Adaptoid feels fucking nuts, dude. It's like a 3/5 Rouge. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It felt crazy when I played it. It really depends on, you know, Super Adaptoid, much like any tech card, is going to be very reliant on, it's going to be very, very reliant on how often other cards are getting played. And I tell you what, the stats are telling me that I'm wrong as shit. Stats are telling me this card sucks ass. The stats are telling me this card sucks ass, and maybe I'm right. Maybe they're right. Actually, I don't agree with that, so I'm just gonna put it up at the top. I think that Super Adaptoid, it's gonna be a card that's just gonna depend on how many activate cards are in the meta and how important those decks are. Because if Invisible One First Steps is kind of everywhere, it's like a crazy powerful card to steal that. And it's a pretty, it's also a pretty well statted card. But the stats are telling me it's dog shit. I'll put it up here in tier 4. Call it weak for now. Viv Vision. Viv Vision at 3/3 feels quite a bit better than it was. I feel like the card was very weak at 3/2. It just didn't really get you over a lot of other things. But Viv Vision as 3/3 has kind of been stomping me quite a bit. I'm not sure if I put it... I think I put it at tier 3. I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's like anything that's overly crazy. I feel like Viv Vision, while some games it feels really hard to beat, in other games Viv Vision just goes and clogs one of the lanes and loses them the game. So it's kind of like, it's kind of high risk, high reward. I think it's strong. I think it'll find play, but I'm going to call it a tier 3. Galactus First Steps. I feel like this is a card that has aged pretty well. I feel like when Galactus First Steps first appeared, it felt relatively weak, and now I'm seeing a lot of people play it. I think a lot of times, I think a big reason why people are playing it a bit more now is because it works really well in Wiccan, because you're putting that 2/4 domino down. Because you're kind of forced to play in the early game with Quicksilver Domino. Galactus First Steps ends up getting earlier power buffs, and then also it kind of has an impact in the game where it's like kind of forcing your opponent to try and beat that lane, and then you can kind of just like play around it in a pretty good way. I feel like I'm going to put it in tier 3. I feel like there's a chance it's moving towards a tier 2 card currently. I think it's tier 3. I think it's tier 3. Awesome Andy. Terrible. Bastion. Bastion is the most underrated card in the game. I think Bastion's crazy, man. I think Bastion is super underexplored. As much as I try my absolute hardest. But everyone else who is here has already addressed the mutton chops, okay? We can't start and stop the stream to deal with you, all right? But go back. You have about 90 hours of Bynx-A-Thon to catch up with. Come back over here, and then you'll be caught up. All right, we're talking here. We're having a tier list. All right. I think that Bastion is maybe one of the most. I think it's like criminally underexplored. I think that Bastion's incredible. I think that Bastion is just a delight to deck build with. Like I put out a video where I talked about how you can really like turn Bastion, Moongirl, Quinjet, Victoria Hand, and Moonstone into like any deck. Like you could play a Darkhawk version, you could play like a Sarah Tech version, you could play a Affliction version, you could play a Ronin version, you could play a Devil Dinosaur version, you could play all these different ways to play like these decks, all centered around like this really cool Bastion, Moongirl, Quinjet thing. I will tell you, I want to put this card in tier 1, but it's not meta defining yet. This card will be here, I think, at some point. I think this card is crazy. But until the community explores and starts to see the light that I see, I think right now it's just at tier 2. It might not even be tier 2 stats wise, but boy oh boy, I think this card is unbelievably underrated. Unbelievably underrated. I love Bastion. Awesome card. If you have it, explore, play a bunch of weird different decks, go fucking wild with this card. It is so cool and fun to play. Cosmic Ghost Rider. I fucking hate this card, dude. I cannot express to y'all. I fucking hate Cosmic Ghost Rider. I used to not really care about this card since it was released. During the Bynx-A-Thon, I have just gotten my shit stomped in by this card so many times. So many times. I felt like I played like 6 Arishem players in a row who had it on turn 4 and just ruined my day. I fucking hate this card. I do think it's a fair card. I think it's like a fine tech card, but just like my emotional response to it right now is it makes me want to puke, dude. Card makes me want to fucking puke right now. How good is Cosmic Ghost Rider? I can't really tell. There's a lot of decks are using it right now. I can't tell how strong it is. My emotional reaction is telling me that it's good because it's been stomped, it's been beating the shit out of me. I'm gonna go to the stats to give me a little bit of let me hopefully get more of a subjective look. Cosmic Ghost Rider, last 7 days. Top 50% infinite, 8% popularity. 52% win rate. 0.07 average cubes. Top 10%, 8.5. 52.3% win rate. 0.03 average cubes. Seems very solid. Seems very solid. I think that I will put it at where did I put it? I have no clue where I put it. It looks so much like Dormammu and oh, it's right here. I think I'll put it at 3. It seems strong. Seems like it needs support. It's definitely held back by being a 5 cost. You kind of need to have ramp in your deck. It feels like a broken Arishem card. It feels like any card that can like ramp things out. Feels pretty good in Hella. Feels quite strong. Danger. Welcome to the Danger card. This card feels good. It's kind of just one of those boring, good enough type of cards. But I don't think it'll be like at the level that'll see competitive play. I'm actually really interested to see the stats on it though. Stats are pretty dog shit. Stats are pretty dog shit. I guess I'll agree with the stats. We'll say it's quite weak. I don't know. Every time I played Danger, it felt quite strong. It just feels too fair. This feels like too fair of a card, right? Feels like too fair of a card to really see high level play. And we have Fire Lord. I'm also going to put it in weak. It seems very, very narrow. Like it's a 1-point war Ghost Rider that can, I guess it's like it's discarded or destroyed. Firelord just seems so narrow. Probably underexplored. I don't disagree with that, Pixie Chef. I don't disagree that it's underexplored. I don't know if like the Airwalker stuff makes too much sense with it, which is kind of like what it's set up for, but probably a little underexplored. I think it's interesting. S-tier animation, yeah. If you hold it, if you click it and like swing it around, it's like type shit. Y'all feel me? And Frankie Ray Nova. I think honestly I'm gonna put it in the same spot. I think that this might end up being pretty good. But it just feels like it's a little too much setup, not enough payoff. Maybe this ends up like being like a good level card. I feel like I found some pretty good decks with it, like with like Herbie and different things, but I don't know, it just feels not great. The stats agree. Put it at tier 4. And chat. That is ranking 384 Marvel Snap cards in a fucking row. Dear Lord, that was very long. I feel pretty confident about a lot of my ratings. I think I adjusted some things on the fly. I'm probably one tier off on a lot of things if I would think about it a little bit more. But thank you all so much for everyone who stuck around and listened to my thought processes. I do really like doing this. I like this one. This was rough. I'm not gonna lie. 8 hours, 9 hours, and 18 minutes of talking straight after a week of streaming for 12 hours a day. I'm not gonna lie. That was a lot. That was a lot. I cannot tell a lie. That was a damn lot, man. I tell you what, man. Man, that was a wonderful time. Real Ebon, thank you so much, Real Ebon, for the 5 gifties. I appreciate it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was gonna have like some T3s come on and do some more Marvel Snap. I'm gonna probably like end the stream now and just cut the stream a little bit short from doing other stuff, just for my own sanity and just to make sure that tomorrow will be a lot of fun. So if you want to come around tomorrow, there's gonna be no Marvel Snap. Well, there's gonna be a little Marvel Snap, like one game of Marvel Snap, hopefully. Tomorrow's day 9. It's the last day of the Bynx-A-Thon. The last day of the Bynx-A-Thon is something I've wanted to do for a while. We're calling it the Ultimate Gamer Gauntlet. What I'm going to try and do is beat as many games as I possibly can in 12 hours. So beating a game would be like winning a run if it's a roguelite, like Balatro or something like that. Getting a single win if it's a live action game. Getting a Marvel Rivals win, a Marvel Snap win, a Rocket League win. I have a bunch of different games that I have all downloaded and ready to go. We're going to be swapping things out, switching things up, changing things all around. The very first thing, though, I have to do is 3 hours of Snap. The very first thing I have to do tomorrow, though, is to finish Get to Work, which is the rage game I played for 9.5 hours on, I think it was Saturday. So I probably have like hopefully about 3-ish hours of that. And then we're going to be all records going, trying to beat as many games as humanly possible tomorrow. So I hope you come out and hang out. It is going to be a ton of fun. But I am going to end the stream here for today. Thank you all so much for being here and hanging out. It really does mean a lot. We are going to send some love to friend of the show, Pawnee. Amazing Marvel Snap streamer. Come back tomorrow for the last day of the Bynx-A-Thon. I hope you make it. It'll be a lot of fun. It'll be really, really cool. But thank you all so much for being here. I hope they all have fun over in Pawnee Pun stream. Hope you all enjoyed. I'll catch you tomorrow for the final day of the Bynx-A-Thon, day 9. It's going to be a good one. Later.